experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
Of the country do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in Respect of Treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international
And please place a udharnya of water on your right palm and sip it from the base of your palm along with the mantra Om Atma Tattvam Shodhayami Swada. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swada. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Swada. Now wash your hands. Now with the base of your right thumb, wipe your lips twice from the right to the left along with the mantra Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now with the tips of your right index, middle and ring fingers touch above your upper lips and below your lower lips. Wash your hands again. Now with your index and thumb finger, please touch your right nostril, left nostril, and with your ring and thumb finger, touch your right eye, left eye, right ear and left ear. Please wash your hands again. Now with your little finger and your thumb touch together, touch your navel center, right chest, left chest, and with all the 5 fingers together, touch the crown of your head, your right shoulder, left shoulder, and your heart center. Wash your hands again. We are now going to be entering into the Sankalpa, which is the conscious resolution. When you create a conscious resolution, the very power of the Sankalpa itself will manifest the results that we want to experience. By performing the Nithyananda Yoga, let us create a strong and powerful Sankalpa, conscious resolution, to experience and establish ourselves in the space of oneness with Swamiji, and to align our geometry to the cosmic geometry. From this space, please clasp your left hand with your right and place it on your right thigh. Let us enter into the Sankalpa. Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakshayadvara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartam Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartam Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Dvitiya Parardhe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvatamanvantare Ashtavimshatitame Nitya Yuge Prathame Pade Jambodvipe Bharatavarshe Bharatakande Meroho Dakshine Parshve Shakabdhe Asmin Vartamane Vyavaharike Prabhavadinam Shashtyaha Samvatsaranam Madhye Vishwavasu Nama Samvatsare Uttarayane Lakshmi Venkateshwara Rito Ashadhamase Krishna Pakshe Chaturtyam Shubhadito Somavasara Yuktayam Dhanishta Nakshatra Ayushman Yoga Bhavakarana Evam Guna Visheshana Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhadito Shri Kailasonnata Dvadashanta Shyamala Pitharuda Shri Meenakshi Sundareshwara Binnaswarupa Parashivaputra Ratnakumara Gurumanya Tulyavatara Shri Parvati Sthanyapanalabdha Divyajnana Vishruta Sakala Nigama Gamasara Bhuta Dravida Veda Pravaktre Shrimat Paramashiva Karuna Samadhigata Mukta Maya Chuturashraya Nagiyamana Trachamara Shri Chinhaka Haladi Samasta Berada Valyalankrita Jnana Vijnana Chakravarti Sarvajana Sangha Sadhyo Nirvana Diksha Vyayapavarga Varsha Vishrana Jimuta Paramata Kalaba Kesari Shaiva Siddhanta Sthapanacharya Shri Rajadhiraja Pandya Maharaja Guru Kshapana Shakyadi Mahandakara Nivarana Jnana Bhanu Vikshana Narharha Dvajo Chedana Purvaka Shrimat Vrishabhadvaja Sthapaka Shaiva Samaya Kartre Sarvajna Pitharuda Shri Jagat Guru Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshiga Swami Vagisha Sundara Manikya Vachaga Swami Nam Avatar Bhuta Shri Jnana Sambandha Swami Punaradrata Shyamala Pita Sarvajna Pita Trinavatyuttara Dvishatadama Guru Mahasannidhana अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रत श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अठलपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अठलपीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्णपीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेमस्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशांत्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्यर्थम भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुंबस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम पूर्णारोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये. Now please wash your hands with the uddarni of water. Om apaupasprisya. Now slowly come to a standing position. All of you please stand up on your mats. Let's enter into the yoga. Please come to a standing position. We are going to be beginning with the warm-up. So first you're going to start off by rotating your neck. Start rotating your neck in the clockwise and then the anti-clockwise direction. Do it slowly. Stretch as you're doing it. Rotate it in the opposite direction. Now interlock your hands behind your neck and push them towards the ground, and repeat it on the other direction. And relax. Now let's move forward with rotating our hands. Start rotating your hands in the clockwise direction. Stretch and make big circles. Try to keep your elbows straight. Don't bend your elbows when you're rotating at this time. Try to keep it straight and rotate your hands. in the clockwise and then the anti-clockwise direction. Stretch them out completely. And relax. Now bend your elbows, hold on to your shoulders and rotate it slowly, stretching at every given stretch. As you go up, you're going to stretch it up. As you go down, you're going to stretch it down. And relax. Let's now twist ourselves from the left to right. Swing yourself from the left to right. Leave your body a bit loose, and as you twist backward, you're going to put in a little more effort and then twist. So that way you're twisting yourself. Exhale as you twist backward. When you twist, you're going to look back. So you're able to try and swing yourself and relax. Let us now move forward and bend down, bringing our hands towards the ground. Once again, you're going to swing yourself from the top to down, pushing yourself towards the ground. As you go down, you're going to focus on exhaling. Exhale as you go down. Swing yourself again. Once again, use the momentum and the gravity to pull yourself towards the ground. As you keep moving down, keep exhaling, so your back automatically pushes itself towards the ground. And relax. Come back to a standing position. We're now going to start off by rotating our wrist. Stretch your hands out in front of you and slowly start rotating your wrist. Rotate it clockwise and then the anti-clockwise direction. Now stretch your fingers out and you're going to pull them towards you on either sides. Hold your hand in the stretched position. Repeat it on either sides. Now stretch one hand towards the side, holding it with the other, and pull it. Raise your hand all the way towards your face, the stretched hand. Try to lift it all the way up towards your face. And repeat it on the other hand. Do it a couple of more times from the left to right. And relax. Let's now move forward. Now we are going to be interlocking our hands above our head and stretch it all the way up towards the sky. And slowly bend towards the left and then to the right. Hold at the bottom for a couple of seconds before you switch the directions and continue to repeat. And relax. Interlock your hands behind your back and push yourself towards the ground. Try to get your head as close as possible towards your knees and your hands as close as possible towards the ground. Exhale as you go down. And relax. Come back to standing position. Let us begin by rotating our hips. Start off by rotating our hips. You're going to rotate it in the clockwise and then the anti-clockwise direction. Now let's move forward to rotating our knees. Start rotating your knees in the clockwise direction. Then the anti-clockwise direction. Now move forward to rotating your feet. Rotate it in the clockwise and then the anti-clockwise direction. And switch the feet. Repeat it on the other leg. And relax. Okay. Now start moving towards the front and back of your mat. We're going to start off by jumping. So just move forward and backward on your mat. You're going to start jumping for a minute. Make sure that you are having your awareness on your Vishuddhi chakra when you jump. See, when we focus on our Vishuddhi chakra, you actually get a lot of energy because the Vishuddhi chakra is the source of energy. Okay, so bring your awareness to your Vishuddhi chakra and make sure that you are jumping continuously. So the moment your feet touch the ground, you're going to spring yourself back up into the air. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1, begin. Start jumping. Start jumping and bring your awareness to your Vishuddhi chakra, your throat center, and continue to jump. Visualize Swamiji in your throat center. Keep jumping. We are 20 seconds in. Keep moving, keep jumping. Try to jump as high as possible. Try to jump with both your feet. We have last 20 seconds to go. Keep moving, keep jumping. Last 20 seconds. Don't stop. Come on, last 10 seconds. Keep jumping. Last 5 seconds. And relax. Just walk forward and backward on your mat. We are next going to be entering into the skeleton dance. You're going to visualize yourself as a skeleton in your inner space with no muscles, with no flesh, just pure bones. And you're going to start shaking your entire body. Let us now enter into the skeleton dance. Please begin. Start moving your entire body chaotically. Please start. Come on, shake, 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 shake. Move your hands, move your hips, move your head, your knees, your legs. Raise your hands above to the sides. Move your feet back to the sides, your hip forward and backward. Come on, last 30 seconds. Keep moving, last 20 seconds. Keep moving, shake, 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 shake it out. Come on, last 5 seconds. And stop. Just stop wherever you are. Inhale and exhale deeply. Feel the breath flowing all the way from your knees, and exhale all the way till your knees. Inhale and exhale. Feel the blood coursing through your veins. Inhale and exhale deeply. Slowly open your eyes and come to a seated position. Please settle down. Please come down to a seated position. Let us now enter into the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama from where we left off yesterday. The first asana we are going to be performing is going to be Dhirasana today. Now, I request every one of you, please sit on your knees. Come to Vajrasana position. Now slide your feet out to the side, both your feet out towards the side, and sit down on the ground. Place your hands on top of your knees. Sit straight and bring your gaze towards the nose. Let us now perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Exhale slowly. Emptying your entire stomach from the breath. Bring your gaze towards the nose and the internal japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
बने पग कोठान थिवालिने तेना भनुगुदानिनी जे आड़ा राखिने बेसमूते धीरासन कहेवाय छे.
The next asana we are going to be performing is going to be Dakshinapada Dhirasana. Now, for you to enter into the Dakshinapada Dhirasana, keep the right leg under the thigh, move your right leg under the thigh, and keep the left leg, the knee bent, feet on the ground, heel touching your butt, and place your hands on your respective knees. Sit straight and bring your gaze towards the third eye. Bring your gaze towards the third eye. Now, continue to perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Focusing on the exhalation slowly and deeply. Exhale all the air from your lungs and your stomach, and then let the breath flow in automatically. Continue to perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and embody the state and space of bravery with no fear in your inner space. And the internal japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
जमने पग गुदानिनी जे राखी डाबो पग धींच नथिवाली तेनी पानी धरने अडाड़िने बेसभूते दक्षिण पाद धीरासन छे.
The next asana we are going to perform is going to be Dakshina Swasa Gamanasana. For us to enter into the Dakshina Swasa Gamanasana, now with your left knee bent, wrap your arm around it so you're holding on to your opposite hand forearm. Bend the right knee and keep the heel touching the buttocks and bring your gaze towards the nose. Bring your gaze towards the nose. Continue to perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka, where you bring your awareness to your breath and focus on exhaling slowly and deeply. Exhale all the air from your lungs all the way till your stomach. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and control the exhalation, exhaling breath, and the internal japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
डाबा पगतो धीचनति डाबा हाथानी का खलीमा राखी ऊपर कहेला छेते थी उलटी रीते डाबी भन भार डागिने बेसगुते दक्षिण श्वास गमनासन कहेवा यछे.
The next asana we are going to be performing is Vamapada Dheerasana. Now we are going to be repeating the same on the other side. Now you're going to be placing your left leg under your butt and raise your right leg, right foot, place it on the ground. Place your hands on your respective knees as you perform the Vamapada Dheerasana. Continue to perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Bring your gaze towards your third eye. Exhale deeply, exhaling all the breath, all the air, all the way from your stomach. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and embody the state and space of bravery with the internal japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
तेनाथी उलटी रीते बेसगुते वामपाद धीरासन छे.
Relax. The next asana we are going to be entering into is the Vamaswasa Gamanasana. Now from the same position you are going to be wrapping your right arm around your knee and hold on to your left forearm and hug your right knee. Continue to perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka, bringing your awareness onto your breath and focus on exhaling. Exhale slowly and deeply. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and the internal japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
डाबा ढगरने अडाड़ी गुदा अदर राखी बेसगुते वामश्वास गमनासन कहेवा यछे.
The next asana we are going to be performing is going to be Parshvasana. Now bring both your feet in a bent position. Bring both your feet in a bent position. with your knees close to your chest. Now wrap your right arm around the raised knees. So you're going to take your hand and wrap it around the raised knee. Now from here, raise your right hand all the way up towards the sky. Please raise your right hand towards the sky. Now twist yourself towards the left and try to wrap your right hand around your knees. And hold on to the other hand from behind. If you are unable to twist it onto the side, you can sit in the previous asana that we showed you, where you hug your feet and you sit. If you're able to do this, then you can try the next step of this, where you twist yourself from the side and hold on to your hands around. Visualize yourself bound by a noose of integrity, keeping yourself integrated and aligned to the purpose of your life. And the internal japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पादतले भूमो निधाय जानन्यूरसि निधाय विपरीतहस्ताभ्याम् ऊरुसहितजङ्गे निबध्य.
Relax. The next asana is Parshvasana on the other side. Now you're going to be lifting your left hand and bringing it around the knees and hold on to the hands from around as we perform the Parshvasana. Hold the position. Once again, you're going to visualize yourself being bound by the noose of integrity. And the internal japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पादतले भूमो निधाय जानन्यूरसि निधाय विपरीतहस्ताभ्याम् ऊरुसहितजङ्गे निबध्य.
Relax. The next asana we are going to be entering into is the Simharupakasana. Now cross your legs behind and press your perineum with the raised heel. Cross your heels. Cross your heels towards the back and sit on top of them, pressing your heels with the perineum. Place your hands on your knees and bring your gaze towards the nose. Keep your knees apart. Have a gap between your knees. Place your hands on your knees. Hold the position. Visualize and embody the state and space of a lion in your inner space. And the internal japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
जीवनीं गुल्फदेशेभ्यो निपीड्य विक्रमेण तु प्रसाद्य जानुनोर्हस्तवासनं सिंहरूपकम्.
The next asana we are going to be entering into is the Guptasana. Continue to be seated in the same position and bring your gaze towards the nose. Visualize you're sitting with Swamiji in your inner space. Sit straight. Have the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत् पादौ परिच संस्थाप्य गुदं गुप्तासनं विदुः.
The next asana we are going to be performing is going to be the Viyogasana. In Viyogasana, stand on top of your knees as you have your legs crossed behind you. Cross your ankles behind you. Now, hold on to your calf muscles with your respective hands and bring your gaze towards your third eye. Balance yourself. Now, you're going to visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Viyogasana. Visualize yourself getting rid of all the pain and suffering and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
घोड़ा वाम उभो होई घोड़ा आड़ा राखे दो जी दछि पाद की पानी रहावे फनौ वाम घोड़ा ढिगल्यावे.
Relax. The next asana we are going to be performing is going to be Harinasana. Now in Harinasana you're going to stand tall on your knees. Bring your knees together. Hold on to your opposite arms. Now from here you're going to quickly raise your heels off the ground, bring it towards your butt and place it towards the ground again. Try to balance yourself as you do this. While doing this, you're going to visualize yourself as a deer running. Continue. While doing this, you're going to visualize yourself as a deer running in your inner space and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
घोड़ा वाम उभो हो जी घोड़ा आड़ा राखे दो जी दछि पाद की पानी रहावे फनौ वाम घोड़ा ढिगल्यावे.
Relax. You can sit down on your knees. Relax. The next asana we are going to be entering into is the Ushtrasana 3. For you to enter into the Ushtrasana 3, first you're going to come back on your knees. You're going to raise yourself back on your knees. From here, lean backward and hold on to your ankles with your respective hands. Hold on to your ankles. And up towards the sky. Bend back. Come on, every one of you, bend backwards. And hold the position. Look backward and hold the position. Visualize yourself as a camel in your inner space and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदाढ्य संविपादयि शुक्पुमान् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यासं कुर्यान्वित हिताशनः.
Relax. Bend forward and down. Bend forward. Bringing your forehead towards the ground and stretching your hands in front of you. Now, let's enter into the next asana, the Malasana. Come down to a squatting position. Come to a squatting position. And place your palms on the mat in the gap between your feet. Insert your hands in the gap between your feet. Now, raise both your feet as high as possible towards your shoulders, placing them as high as possible on your shoulders towards the side of your arms, and place your hands on the ground in front of you. Now slowly lean forward and lift your butt off the ground. Try to balance yourself in this position. Try to lift yourself. Once you are able to balance, then you are going to try and lift yourself off the ground. And hold the position. Visualize your legs as a flower garland hanging around you, and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
हस्ताभ्यामवनिमवष्टभ्य स्कन्धयो जानुनी संस्थाप्य पार्ष्णिम् उरसि निधाय तिष्ठेत् मालासनं भवति.
Relax. The next asana is actually we are actually going to be performing a karana. It's going to be the Gangavatarana karana. Now, let us get ready for the Gangavatarana karana. Please stand up. Come into a Aramandi position. Heels together. Toes split to the side, pointing outwards. Knees slightly bent. Come to the Aramandi position. Okay, now from this position, you're going to be placing your hands in the Tripataka Mudra, where all your fingers except your ring finger is stretched out. The ring finger alone is bent. From here, arch forward and down, bringing your hands towards the ground, and move your feet backward, bringing your stomach onto the ground, and raise your feet off the ground, raise your chest off the ground with your head pointing up towards the sky. Your hands continue to be in the Tripataka Mudra. Hold the position. And relax. Next, we are going to be performing the Narasana. Let's get ready to perform the Narasana. So now we are going to partner up. Narasana is going to be where we are going to balance on our heads. So it's going to be a variation of headstand. So please get yourself partners. You're going to place the top of your head onto the ground and hands onto the ground. And then bring your knees towards the back of your arms. From this position, bring your knees towards the back of your arms. And then slowly lift your legs up towards the sky and balance yourself. So let's partner together in this. Please get yourself your partners. Please pair up. Make sure that your hands are in front of your head, so you have a nice angle of a three-pointed balance between your hands and your head. So hold yourself in that position. Once you are done, then you can switch partners and repeat the same. You can switch partners and repeat the same. Please switch partners and repeat it. Come on, all of you, try to lift your feet off the ground, balancing yourself on your head. And hold the position. Visualize Swamiji as the divine masculine energy flowing through your body, and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
योगासनस्थश्च योगी भवति साधकः नरासनं यः करोति स सिद्धो नात्र संशयः.
Relax. The next asana is going to be Adho Mundasana. Once again, we are going to continue to stay with our partners, but you can switch partners and repeat this. So what we are going to do is, once we get ourselves into the headstand position, you are then going to take the support of your partner and then raise both your hands off the ground, balancing yourself only on your head. Balancing yourself only on the head. So you're going to do this with your partners. Come on, all of you, get your partners. So the partners will gently hold the feet and also try to lift them off the ground, reducing the strain on the neck. Once you feel you have done, you can switch partners and repeat. All of you, first enter into the Shirsasana, and from there, once you find your balance, and then slowly you will lift one hand off the ground at a time. All of you try doing the Adho Mundasana. Please perform the Adho Mundasana. Two people can support. If you need assistance, there can be two people who support. And hold the position. Repeat with the other partner. Come on, all of you, try doing the Adho Mundasana. At least try to lift one hand off the ground. While doing this, you're going to visualize Paramashiva keeping you stable. with balance. The internal japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अथासनप्रभेदं च शृणुमत्सिद्धिकाङ्क्षितं येन विना पूरकानां सिद्धिवाग्नमहीतले अधो मुण्डासनं वक्ष्ये सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम् ऊर्ध्वमार्गे पदे दत्त्वा धारयेन्मारुतं सुधिः.
Relax, all of you relax. Come on, settle down on your mats. All of you settle down on your mats in Vajrasana. Let's rotate our neck. Start rotating your neck clockwise and then the anti-clockwise direction. Push your neck to the left and right. Try to apply a little pressure with your hands. When you pull your head towards the left and right, forward and backward, just stretch your neck out. And relax. So the next asana we're going to be entering into is going to be the Midaki Pavasana 2. For you to enter into the Midaki Pavasana 2, as you sit on your knees, continue to be sitting on your knees, you're going to be interlacing your fingers and placing them on the ground on the right side of your body. Bring your head forward and down, bend your head forward and down. As you enter into the Midaki Pavasana 2, now visualize Swamiji in your inner space, Swamiji purifying your entire body. And perform the Sahaja Pranayama, inhaling and exhaling, visualizing the prana flowing through your entire body. Now have the internal japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
आसन कोवन कुल में बाय जागी.
Relax. The next asana we are going to be performing is going to be the Midaki Pavasana 2 on the other side. Interlock your fingers and place them on the other side of your body. Bend forward and down. bending your head forward and down. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space, purifying your body. And perform the Sahaja Pranayama. Inhale and exhale, visualizing prana flowing in and out of your body. Now, have the japa internally. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
आसन को गुण गुर में बाय जाही.
Relax. The next asana we are going to be performing is going to be Virasana 3. Now sit on your knees with your heels outside your hips. Place your hands on top of your knees and bring your gaze towards your nose. Sit straight. Sit straight. Now we are going to be performing the Sahaja Pranayama along with the Uddiyana Bandha, which means you're going to inhale and forcefully exhale through your nose and pulling your stomach in and up. And then relax and repeat. Continue to perform the Sahaja Pranayama along with the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you continue to perform the Sahaja Pranayama and the Uddiyana Bandha. And the internal japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
दंड पद्म भरद्वाज वीरवज्र समालितो आसनानि सदा कुर्यात् सुदीर्घैरे च पूरकैः.
Relax. The next asana we are going to be performing is the Senasana. Now you're once again going to have the support of your partners as we perform the Senasana. So first you're going to be placing both your hands on the ground and you're going to kick your feet up into the handstand position. And from here you're going to go down, bringing your forehead towards the ground and raise yourself again. So this is Senasana. So let us first make sure that we are doing this along with our partners. All of you, please partner up. First, let us focus on raising ourselves onto our hands. And once you're there, then you're going to go down and come up. Make sure that you are opening out all your fingers wide onto the ground. Please partner up and please try. If you have done, you're going to repeat it. With your partners. While doing this, visualize yourself as a hawk scooping down to pick up its prey, and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
विपरीतनृत्य च स्थितौ नासिका भूमौ संस्पृश्य ऊर्ध्वं नीत्वा पुनः संस्पृशेत् शेनासनं भवति.
Relax. All of you relax. You can come back to your mats. So the next asana we are going to perform is going to be Pincha Mayurasana. You might need assistance in this also. You can see how we are doing it first and then you can repeat. So first you are going to be placing your elbows and your forearms on the ground. Place your elbows and your forearms on the ground. So your palms are actually together. Okay, in this position you will see that your palms are together. Now keeping your palms together, you are then going to be having your elbows in a triangular position. And once you are in this position, then you're going to kick your feet upward as you enter into the Pincha Mayurasana. You're going to kick yourself up, and the partner who is going to hold is just going to hold a light support here as you perform the Pincha Mayurasana. Let us try this with our partners. All of you, please pair up and try to do this. Switch partners. If you have tried, you're going to switch partners and repeat. While doing this, you're going to be visualizing yourself as a peacock in your inner space. You're going to visualize yourself as a peacock in your inner space. And the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
मायूरस्पिञ्छमायूरं पद्मपीठसमन्वितं कौकुटस्गर्भपिङ्गं च कौर्मं योगनृसिंहकम्.
Relax. All of you relax. The next asana we are going to be performing is going to be Godohikasana. With your toes on the ground, raise your heels up, place your perineum on your heels, your knees off the ground, and bring your hands into a fist and place them on your thighs. Bring your gaze towards your nose and balance. Balance yourself. Visualize yourself milking a cow in your inner space. Visualize yourself milking a cow in your inner space. And the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तपार्श्विसमायोगे राहुरुत्कटिकासनं पार्ष्णिभ्यां तु भुवस्त्यागे तत्स्यात् गोदोहिकासनम्.
The next asana we are going to be entering into is the Ushtrasana 4. Now stand up on your toes and raise your arms above your head. You're going to stand up on your toes and raise your arms all the way up above your head. Keep your arms separated. Keep your arms separated. Raise your head upwards. And bring your gaze towards your third eye. Come on, lift, 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 lift your heels. Go on top of your toes. Raise your hands up. Visualize yourself as a camel in your inner space. And the internal japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पादाङ्गुल्याभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा बाहु ऊर्ध्वीकृत्य तिष्ठेत् उष्ट्रासनं भवति.
Relax. The next asana is going to be Tadasana 2. Now, once again, you're going to raise your hands above your head. This time, placing your hands in the Anjali Mudra, bringing your palms together. Your heels are on the ground. Raise your hands up and gaze up towards the sky. Gaze up towards the sky, feet together. Bring your feet together. Bring your feet together, palms together, raise it up towards the sky and gaze up. Visualize yourself as a mountain standing stably for thousands of years in your inner space. And the internal japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताडासन विभेदकान् विनोतानं सदा कुर्यात् अंतर्वत्नी पतिप्रिया.
Relax. The next asana we are going to be entering into is the Talasana. Now you're going to be standing with your feet flat, and this time you're going to be extending your palms all the way up towards the sky, palms facing the sky. So your wrist is bent and your palms are facing the sky. You're going to gaze forward, look forward, raise your hands up, look forward, not up. You're going to look forward, not up. Look forward, your palms are facing up, feet together. Visualize yourself as a palm tree in your inner space. And the internal japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
देहात ऊंचा करीने पंजा पहोला राखीने उभा रहे बूते ताड़ासन कहे वाजछे.
Relax. The next asana is going to be Kulala Chakrasana. Now, with extending your arms towards the sides, parallel to the ground, without bending your elbows, you're going to just swing your hands forward in a circular motion. While doing this, you're going to visualize yourself as a potter's wheel as you perform the Kulala Chakrasana. And the internal japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
हस्तो प्रसार्य भ्रामणं कर्तव्यं कुलालचक्रासनं भवति.
Relax. The next asana we are going to perform is going to be Panjasana. For you to enter into the Panjasana, as you are standing on your feet, stand straight, cross your arms around your chest and hold on to the opposite arms. Stand still. Bring your gaze towards your nose. Bring your gaze towards your nose and hold. Hold the position. Have the internal japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
चरणस्याग्रभागेनोत्तिष्ठेत् भुवस्तले मुनिः कृत्वा हस्तपर्यष्टिं सिद्धं सेवेत सिद्धये.
Relax. The next asana is going to be Ardha Chandrasana. Now stand on your right foot and place your left foot against your right knee. Place your left foot against the side of your right knee. Bring the palms together in front of your chest. Balance yourself. Balance yourself here. We are now going to perform the Ujjayi Pranayama and the Uddiyana Bandha, which means you're going to inhale through your nose and your mouth together, and then forcefully exhale through your nose and pull your stomach in and up into the Uddiyana Bandha while balancing yourself in the position. Continue to perform the Ujjayi Pranayama and the Uddiyana Bandha. Have the internal japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
एकपादेन भूमिं वष्टभ्य अन्यपादतलेन ऊर्मवष्टभ्य तिष्ठेत्. आष्ट इति पुनः पुनः कर्तव्यम्. अर्धचन्द्रं भवति.
Relax. The next asana is going to be Sankhvasana. Now, as you stand on your left foot, you are now going to bring your right foot on your left thigh. Place it on your left thigh, and from here you're going to try to sit down, squat down, and then come back to a standing position. As we perform the Sankhvasana, try to squat down as much as you can and raise yourself up again. As you do this, you're going to visualize yourself as an arrow in Paramashiva's bow, and the internal japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
तिष्ठसन् पार्श्विना इतरजघनप्रदेशे सम्पीड्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थितव्यम् इति पुनः पुनः कर्तव्यम्. शङ्क्वासनं भवति.
Relax. The next asana is going to be Ardha Talasana. Stand straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Raise one hand up towards the sky. Raise one hand towards the sky and look forward, gaze forward. Stand straight. Now visualize yourself as a palm tree in your inner space, and the internal japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
देहात ऊंचा करीने पंजा पहोला राखीने.
Relax. You can drop your hand. We are now going to repeat the Ardha Talasana on the other side. So raise your other hand up towards the sky and hold the position. Stand straight, look forward, raise the other hand up towards the sky. Have the internal japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
देहात ऊंचा करीने पंजा पहोला राखीने उभा रहे मोटे ताड़ासन कहेवा जैसे.
Relax. The next asana is going to be Virabhadrasana 2. For you to enter into the Virabhadrasana 2, this time you're going to be bringing your right foot forward, step your right foot forward, kick your left foot back. So the right foot is pointing forward and the left foot pointing towards the side. From here, bend your right knee, bringing your thigh parallel to the ground, and extend your arms in front and behind you and gaze forward, gaze forward. Visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra in your inner space as you perform the Virabhadrasana 2 and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Come back to the standing position. Next we are going to be performing the Parshva Konasana. So similar to the Virabhadrasana position, once again you will be stepping out your right foot forward, left leg towards the side. Now you're going to place your right hand in front of your right foot and raise your left hand up towards the sky and look up. Look up. Now bend your knee, the right knee, slightly. Have a bend on your right knee and stretch your hands up towards the sky. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we perform the Parshva Konasana and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासन विशेषकाञ्चनेन्द्रियदादार्ढ्य कोणभेदान् समभ्यसेत्.
Relax. The next asana is going to be Parivritta Trikonasana. In Parivritta Trikonasana, you're going to extend your feet, right foot forward, left leg towards the side, and this time without bending your knee, place your right hand in front of your right foot and raise your left hand up towards the sky. Come to this position. Now from here you're going to twist yourself, bringing your left hand to the other side of the right foot and raising your right hand towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle in your inner space and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासन विशेषकाञ्चनेन्द्रियदादाढ्य कोणभेदान् समभ्यसेत्.
Relax. Now slowly lay down on the ground in Shavasana.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om
Bring your awareness back to your body. Bring your awareness back to your body. Move your fingers, move your hands. Bring your knees towards your chest. And slowly come into a seated position. Come to a seated position. Let us now end the session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi. Harihi Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashivopadukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you everybody. Nithyanandam. Let's gather back for puja at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Nithyanandam.
शिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Kartike Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartike Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartike Purnima, Kartike Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
Kartike Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartike Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartike Purnima, Kartike Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
Kartike Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartike Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartike Purnima, Kartike Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever, So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda, we welcome all the participants, viewers, and everyone who's with us for today's Pada Puja and the Paramashiva Puja. We request all the Pada Puja participants, please be seated with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Be in a space of gratitude and deep restful awareness in your Ananda Gandha. Before we begin with the Pada Puja and the Paramashiva Puja today, we request all the Pada Puja participants and everybody else who's participating in this puja physically here and online to declare the following with integrity and authenticity. If you agree to the following declarations, please say yes loudly. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth that the cosmic energy exists.
Yes.
Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth that Swamiji, Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva, Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti, the Guru Padukas and Atmalinga, are the Chinmaya Vigrahas, the embodiment and representation of that very cosmic energy.
Yes.
I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth that whatever I offer to Swamiji, Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva, Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti, the Guru Padukas and Atmalinga, during the Pada Puja and the Paramashiva Puja, will reach the cosmic source of energy directly. Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth of Sohamasmi, that even when I worship, I am Him.
Yes.
Let us now begin with the offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja with the Sadguru Vandana. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is: I surrender to that Sadguru who is the eternal bliss, the bestower of supreme happiness, the one who is the embodiment of wisdom, beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the supreme goal is giving the enlightenment experience, who is eternal, pure and unshakable, who is the silent spectator of all the thought processes, who is beyond emotions, and the one who is without the three qualities called Sattva, Rajas and Tamas. Now, please take a few flowers in your hands and offer the flowers at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं Sadgurum Tam Namami. Next is the Guru Parampara Vandana, offering of gratitude to the eternal lineage of all the Gurus. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, I surrender to the lineage of all the enlightened masters, which has Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva as the beginning, Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti in the middle, and my master, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam at the end. Please take a few flowers in your hands, hold your hands in the Anjali Mudra and offer the flowers at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambham Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Madhyamam Nithyananda Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. Next is the Arunagiri Yogeshwara Vandana. In the Arunagiri Yogeshwara Vandana, we offer our respects and gratitude to Arunagiri Yogeshwara, who is the manifestation of Paramashiva, who happened as a guru in the life of the young Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, the Arunagiri Yogeshwara, who is the Lord of all beings, who has the sacred musk paste applied on his forehead, who has a glittering stick, who has worn a loin cloth on his glittering hip, who has worn the Datura flower, the king cobra, and a crescent moon on his forehead. May that Arunagiri Yogeshwara's presence happen. Please take up your flower in your hands, hold your hands in the Anjali Mudra, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Lalate Tripundri Nitila Kasturi Tilakaha Spuranmala Spuritakatikopi Navasanaha Dadhano Dastaram Shirati Panirajam Shashikalam Pradeepa Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate. Next is the Tattvachavana, the process of the ritualistic cleansing. Keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, take an udharni of water into your right palm and sip the water from the base of the right palm along with the mantra. Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Please take another udharni of water. Om Vidyadattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Please take another udharni of water. Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Please wash your hand with an udharni of water. With the base of the right thumb, wipe your lips twice. Om Hamritaya Namaha. Again wash your hand. With the tips of the index, middle and ring fingers joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Again wash your hand. With the tips of the index finger and thumb joined together, touch the right nostril, the left nostril. With the ring finger and thumb joined together, touch the right eye, the left eye, the right ear and then the left ear. Again wash your hand. The little finger and thumb joined together, touch the navel center, right chest, the left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of the head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder and then the heart center. Again wash your hand. Next is the Shuklambaradhara. Please take some Akshata into your right hand. Clench your hands into the Mushti Mudra and tap the sides of the forehead 5 times along with the mantra. Om Shuklambaradharam Vishnum Shashivarnam Chaturbhujam Prasannavadanam Dhyayet Sarva Vignopashantaye. Next is the Pranayama, the inhalation, retention and the exhalation of the breath. Closing the right nostril, slowly inhale through the left nostril. Om Hum Ishanamurdanam Om Him Tatpurushavaktranam Om Hum Agarardanam Om Him Amdevkhyanam Om Hum Sadhujatapratanam Om Hamdanam Om Him Shritanam Om Hum Shikanam Om Him Kojanam Om Hum Nitripanama Om Hastraya Namaha. Close the left nostril and hold your breath. Om Hum Ishanamurdanam Om Him Tatpurushavaktranam Om Hum Agarardanam Om Him Amdevkhyanam Om Hum Sadhujatapratanam Om Hum Hridayanam Om Him Shritanam Om Hum Shikanam Om Him Kojanam Om Hum Nitripanama Om Hastraya Namaha. Exhale slowly through the right nostril. Om Hum Ishanamurdanam Om Him Tatpurushavaktranam Om Hum Agarardanam Om Him Amdevkhyanam Om Hum Sadhujatapratanam Om Hum Hridayanam Om Him Shritanam Om Hum Shikanam Om Him Kojanam Om Hum Nitripanama Om Hastraya Namaha. Now bring your hands into the Sankalpa Mudra. Clasp your hands. Clasping your right hand over your left hand, place it onto the right thigh. Bringing your hands into the Sankalpa Mudra. Create a deep and a strong intention, a visualization, to manifest your ultimate today. As we enter into the Sankalpa now, Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakshayadvara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Vidya Parardhe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivasutamanvandare Ashtavimshatitame Nitya Yuge Prathame Pade Jambudvipe Bharatavarse Bharatakhande Meroho Dakshine Parshve Shakabdhe Asmin Vartamane Vyavaharike Prabhavadinam Shashtyaha Samvatsaranam Madhye Vishwavasunama Samvatsare Dakshinayane Lakshmi Venkateshwara Rito Tulamase Krishna Pakshe एकादश्यां शुभदितो स्थिरवासरयुक्तायां उत्तरफल्गुणी नक्षत्र विष्कम्भयोग भवकर्ण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभदितौ श्री कैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामला पीठारूढ श्री मीनाक्षी सुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागमसार भूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिह्नकाहलादि समस्त विरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्यापवर्ग वर्ष विश्राणजी मोत परमदकल्पकेसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु शब्दशाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणा नरहार रजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद् ऋषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनां अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ तृणवद्युत्तरद्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तरद्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रचित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमनिक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु गुणरुद्र महानिर्वाणी पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ नवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ग पुरस्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठा श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थं तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध बल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थं समस्त विलोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्त मंगलावाप्त्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थं श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अवतार भूत श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रत्यक्ष पाद पूजां करिष्ये श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत
श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव
पूजां च करिष्ये।
ओम अपौपस्पृश्य
Rinse your hand with an abdomen of water. Next is the Ghantanada, the ringing of the bell. Please take the bell in your left hand, hold it at the level of your heart center, and ring the bell along with the mantra. Om Agamarthantu Devanam Gamanarthantu Rakshasam Ghantanadam Karomyadau Devata Hvanalanchanam Ghanta Devatabhyo Namaha. Next is the Manasa Puja, the offering of the internal worship. Please take a flower in your hands, hold your hands in the Kurma Mudra, and meditate on the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham in your inner space, seated on the lotus of the Ananda Gandha. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, what seed can I offer to the Master except my heart? I offer the gratitude flowing as nectar to wash his feet and to rinse his mouth. I offer my mind itself as the argya, the bouquet. To my Master, who is the very cosmos, what clothing can I offer except the space? I offer my very prana, the life energy, as the incense, and I offer the ocean of nectar as the food offering. The principle of the unsub perennial sound is to be offered as the bell, the air as the chamara, and the sahasrara as the umbrella. The principle of sound as the music, the actions of the senses, and also the vagaries of the mind as the dance. All the 7 chakras along the Sushumna Nadi is to be offered as a flower garland. The different kinds of flowers with which the supreme point of Hinduism should be worshipped are the guilelessness, freedom from the ego, freedom from suffering when your desires are not fulfilled, freedom from agitation, freedom from arrogance, freedom from ignorance, freedom from deceit, freedom from hatred, freedom from agitation, freedom from jealousy and greed. And the supreme part of Hinduism should also be worshipped with the flowers of non-violence, mastery over the senses, compassion, forgiveness, and enlightenment. Let us now enter into the Manasa Puja. Om Hridpadmasanam Dadyat Sahasrarachyutam Hridaihi Padyam Charanayor Dadyat Manastu Argyam Nivedayet Tenamritena Achamaniyam Staniyam Tena Sasmridam Akashatatvam Vastram Syat Gandhasyat Gandhatatvakam Chittam Prakalpayet Pushpam Dhupam Pranan Prakalpayet Tejastatvancha Deepartam Naivedyam Syat Sudambudhi Anahaladvanirganta Vayutatvancha Samaram Sahasraram Bhavet Chatram Shabdatatvancha Geetakam Prittamindriya Karmani Chanchalyam Manasastada Sumekhalam Padmamala Pushpam Nanargam Tada Amayadye Bhava Pushpaihi Archayed Bhava Gocharam Amayamanahankaram Aragamadam Tada Amohagadam Pancha Adveshakshobhakau Tada Amasaryam Malobhancha Dashapushpam Vidurbuddha Ahimsa Paramam Pushpam Pushpam Indriya Nigraha Daya Pushpam Kshama Pushpam Jnana Pushpam Cha Panchamam Iti Panchadasair Bhava Pushpaihi Sampujayet Bhagavantam Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham. We'll now enter into the Upachara Puja, the external worship. The first is the offering of asana, the offering of the seat. The meaning of the mantras we will chant now is, O the one who resides inside all the beings, the one who is the very soul of all the beings, I offer the seat to you. I surrender, I surrender. Now please take a few flowers and akshata in your hands and offer the flowers, offer the asanam at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Asanam Om Sarvabhutantarasthaya Sarvabhutantaratmane Kalpayamyupaveshartham Asanam Te Namo Namaha. Om Hrim Idam Suvarnasanam Sarvadevadevi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham Namaha. Next is the offering of Swagatam, the offering of welcoming Swamiji. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is: because of being in everlasting calmness and because of remaining free from the attitude of performing all actions related to the fivefold cosmic function for a short duration, known as the cosmic sleep, Lord Sadashiva is called Shiva by the experts in the mantras and tantras. Salutations to such Shiva, who is the Guru and who is eternally free from the desire and aspects related to embodiment. Because of his immeasurable greatness and because of his quality of being eternally unborn, this Lord is well praised as Ananta. O the Lord of all gods, O the one whose darshan is awaited by the gods for the fulfillment of their desires, welcome, welcome. Today, my birth, life, and all deeds are fructified with the fruits of all my tapas has materialized just by welcoming you. Now please take a few flowers in your hand and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Swagatam Om Shantatvat Sarvakartritva Bhavo Paradikaranat Shiva Ukto Mahatantra Mantra Vidyastada Shivaha Tasmai Shivaya Gurave Vitaragatayave Ameyatvat Anantoyam Ajatvaja Prakirtitaha Yasya Darshanamichanti Deva Swabhishta Siddhaye Tasmai Te Parameshana Swagatam Swagatam Prabho Adya me safalam janma jivanam safala kriyaah Swagatam yatvaya tanme tapasam phalamagatam Om Hrim Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Swagatam Suswagatam Te. Next is the offering of Padyam, the offering of water for washing the feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is: I offer Padyam, that is the water, for washing the feet of the Supreme God, the very devotion on whom brings about the ultimate bliss. Now please take an udhani of water and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Padyam Om Yad Bhaktilesha Samparkat Paramananda Samplavaha Tasmai Te Parameshana Padyam Shuddhaya Kalpayet Om Hrim Etat Padyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Next is the offering of Arghya, the offering of the traditional bouquet. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is: O Maheshwara, please accept this Arghya, the offering of the traditional bouquet with water to welcome the guests, made of durva grass, a flower, a bilva leaf, and a rice pellet, kept in a beautiful conch. Now, please take the Arghya in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet at the end of the mantra. Arghya Om Durvachata Samayuktam Bilva Patram Tata Param Shobhanam Shankapatrastam Grahanargyam Maheshwara Om Hrim Esho Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Swaha. Next is the offering of Achamaniyam, the offering of water for cleansing the mouth. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is: please accept this auspicious and sin-removing Ganga water offered by me as Achamaniyam. That is the water for the mouthwash offered by me with devotion to you. Now, please take an udhani of water and offer it at Swamiji's feet at the end of the mantra. Achamaniyam Om Mandakinya Suryadvari Sarvapapaharam Shubham Grahanachamaniyam Tvam Maya Bhaktya Niveditam Om Hrim Idam Achamaniyodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Swaswadha. Next is the offering of Madhuparka, the offering of the nectarine bread. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is: for the destruction of all negativities, I offer this Madhuparka, this drink which is full of nectar. Be pleased towards me, O Lord. Now please take the Madhuparka in your hand and put it on Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. मधुपर्कः ॐ सर्वकल्मषनाशाय परिपूर्णसुधात्मकं मधुपर्कमिमं देव कल्पयामि प्रसीद मे। ॐ ह्रीं एष मधुपर्कः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय स्वधा। Next is the offering of Gandha Taila, the offering of the scented oil. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, I offer with love and affection the scented oil to you. O the healer of all the worlds, you are the purest among all the worlds. Now please take the Gandha Tailam and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Gandha Tailam Om Sneham Grahana Snehena Lokanam Hitakaraka Sarvalokeshu Shuddhastvam Dadami Snehamuttamam. Om Hrim Idam Gandha Tailam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. Next is the offering of Snaniyam, the offering of water with a sacred bath. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, please accept this cool, pure and clear water which is capable of seizing my mind for your sacred bath offered by me with devotion to you. Now, please take an uddhani of water and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra and please ring the bell as you do so. Snaniyam Om Idam Shushitalam Vari Swacham Shuddham Manoharam Snanatam Te Maya Bhaktya Kalpitam Pratigrihyatam. Om Hrim Idam Snaniyodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. Next is the offering of Vastram, the offering of the sacred clothes. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, I offer Vastram, this cloth offering to the Master who removes the veil of Maya or illusion, the Master who is the true light of enlightenment, who does not have a veil of Maya and has the very space as his dress. Now please take the Vastram in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Vastram Om Maya Chitrapata Channa Nidaguhyoru Tejase Niravarana Vijnaya Vasaste Kalpayamyaham. Om Hrim Idam Vastrottariyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. Next is the offering of Abharanam, the offering of the sacred jewelry. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, I offer this golden ornament to you, Master, who by very nature has a very gracefully beautiful body and who is the repository of all the powers. May you be pleased. Now, please take the jewelry in your hand and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Abharanam Om Swabhandarangaya Nana Shaktyashrayayate Suvarnam Bhushanam Tubhyam Kalpayami Prasidame. Om Hrim Idam Suvarnabharanam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. Next is the offering of Gandha, the offering of the sandalwood paste. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, I neither know what your body is, nor do I know what your actions are. Please accept and smear the sandalwood paste offered by me. Now, please take the sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Gandha Om Shariram te na janami cheshtam naiva cha Maya niveditan gandhan pratigrihya vilipyatam. Om Hrim Esha Gandha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham Namaha. Next is the offering of Pushpam, the offering of the fragrant flowers. Please take a few flowers in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Pushpam Om Turiyavana Sampannam Nana Gunamanoharam Ananda Saurabham Pushpam Grihyatam Idamuttamam Om Hrim Etani Sachandana Pushpani Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham Level. Next is the offering of the Bilva Patram, the offering of the Bilva leaves. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is: O the God of all gods, I offer to you this holy Bilva leaf in which dwells the goddess of richness and which is so much loved by Lord Shiva. Now, please take the Bilva leaf, smear with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Bilva Patram Om Amritodbhavam Shri Vriksham Shankarasya Sada Priyam Bilva Patram Prayachami Pavitram Te Sureshwara Om Hrim Etani Sachandana Bilva Patrani Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham Level. Next is the offering of the Tulasi Patra, the offering of the Tulsi leaf. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is: let this offering of Tulsi leaf be unto the Supreme Soul, who has unlimited forms and is the bestower of all the boons. Now please take the Tulsi leaf, smear with sandalwood paste in your hand, and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Tulasi Patram Om Namaste Bahurupaya Varanamurtaye Paramatmane Swaha Om Hrim Idam Sachandana Tulasi Patram Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham Namaha. Next is the offering of Dhupa, the offering of the lit incense sticks. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is: this incense smoke is made of sacred herbs of intoxicating fragrance. Please accept this incense smoke fit to be inhaled by all the devas. Now, please take the dhupa in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji along with the mantra. And please ring the bell as you do so. Dhupa Om Vanaspati Divyo Gandha Manohara Agreya Sarva Devana Dhupoyam Pratigrihyata Om Hrim Esha Dhupaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham Namaha. Next is the offering of Deepa, the offering of the lit lamp. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is: please accept this light of inner and outer worlds, which is very bright and removes darkness from everywhere. Now please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji along with the mantra. Deepaha Om Suprakaso Mahadeepaha Sarvatasya Virapaha Sabahya Bhyankara Jyotir Deepoyam Pratigrihyataam Om Hrim Esha Deepaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham Namaha. Next is the offering of the Naivedyam, the offering of the food. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is: these different kinds of food offerings are prepared from sweetener and other ingredients. O Lord, please accept this food offering prepared by me with devotion. Now, please take an udhani of water, hover it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Naivedyam Om Naivedyam Vividam Deva Sharkara Nivedmitam Maya Niveditam Bhaktya Grahana Parameshwara ॐ ह्रीं इदं सोपकरणनैवेद्यं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय निवेदयामि. Next is the offering of the Paniyam, the offering of water for drinking. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, O God, the Lord of all demigods, the one who bestows deep fulfillment upon us, please accept this water full of infinite bliss. Now, please take an udhani of water and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Paniyam Om Samastadeva Sarvatritikaram Param Akhandananda Samburnam Grahana Jalamuttamam Om Hreem Idam Panarthodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham Namaha. Next is the offering of Punarachamaniyam, the offering of water for cleansing Swamiji's mouth. Now, the meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, I offer this water for washing the hands and the mouth to you, whose mere remembrance purifies everybody. Now, please take an udhani of water and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Punarachamaniyam Om Uchishtamapyasuchirva Yasya Smaranamatrataha Shuddhimapnoti Tasmai Te Punarachamaniyakam. Om Hreem Idam Punarachamaniyodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham Swaha. Next is the offering of Arartrikam, the offering of the lit Arti. Now, please take the lit Arti in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Arartrikam Om Hreem Esha Deepamala Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham Namaha. Om Sangrahanyeshtya Yadade Imam Janatagum Sangrananiti Dvadasharagni Rashana Bhavati Dvadashamasha Samvatsaraha Samvatsarameva Varunde Mauji Bhavati Urvai Munjaha Urjameva Varunde Chitra Nakshatram Bhavati Chitram Va Etat Karma Karpuragoram Karunavataram Samsarasaram Bhujagendraharam Sada Vasantam Hridayarvinde Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami. Aratrikam samarpayami Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Charanakamaleebhyo Namaha. Next is the offering of Pushpanjali, the offering of fragrant flowers. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, Guru is the Brahma, who is the source of the creation. Guru is Vishnu, who is the source of sustenance. And Guru is Maheshwara, who is the source of rejuvenation. Guru is directly the Param Brahma, the ultimate superconsciousness. Unto that Guru I surrender. I surrender to the Guru who is omnipresent and has given me a glimpse of his experience. I surrender to the Guru who removes the blinding darkness of the eyes caused by the absence of wisdom by applying the Jnananjana, the sacred black eye pigment anointing the three eyes, and awakens the all-pervasive infinite eyes. I surrender to the Guru who, by giving the knowledge about the self, has burnt my karmic baggage of so many births. I surrender to Dakshinamurti, the primordial Guru, who manifests himself differently in the form of Ishvara, Guru, and Atman, or the Self. I surrender unto that Sadguru who is in Nithyananda, the eternal bliss, the bestower of supreme happiness, who is the personification of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the supreme goal is giving the experience of Tattvamasi, who is oneness, eternal, pure and immovable, and who is the direct witness, the Sakshi of the beginning and source of all beings, who is beyond emotions, and the one who is without the three qualities called Sattva, Rajas and Tamas. Now please take a few flowers in your hands. Hold your hands in the Anjali Mudra and offer the flower at Swamiji's feet by the end of the month. Pushpanjalihi Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnu Gurur Devo Maheshwaraha Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Akhanda Mandala Karam Vyaptam Yena Characharam Tatpadam Darshitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः अनेकजन्मसम्प्राप्तकर्मबन्धविदाहिने आत्मज्ञानप्रदानेन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः मन्नाथ श्रीजगन्नाथो मद्गुरु श्रीजगद्गुरुः ममात्मा सर्वभूतात्मा तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः ईश्वरो गुरुराज्ञेति मूर्तिभेदविभागिने व्योमवद्व्याप्तदेहाय दक्षिणामूर्तये नमः नित्यानन्दं परमपदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि पुष्पाञ्जलिं समर्पयामि भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव चरणकमलेभ्यो नमः। ओम नित्यानंदम्। Let us now enter into the Paramashiva Puja. Please perform the Tattvachmana. Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Let us enter into the Saglikaranam. Om Hahasraya Namaha Shaktaye Vaushate. Om Ham Shivasanaye Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Om Ham Sadyojatmurtaye Namaha. Om Him Vamdevakushyaye Namaha. Om Him Agoradayaye Namaha. Om Him Tatpurushaputraye Namaha. Om Him Ishanamurtaye Namaha. Om Ham Hom Vidyadehaye Namaha. ओम हम नेत्रेभ्यो नमः। ओम हम हम शिवाय नमः। ओम हम हृदयाय नमः। ओम हम शिरसे नमः। ओम हम शिखाय नमः। ओम हम कवचाय नमः। ओम सहस्राय नमः। ओम हम कवचाय हुम। ओम हम शिवाय ओषणे। ओम हम शिवाय नमः। ओम हम शिवासनाय नमः। ओम हम शिवमूर्तये नमः। ओम हम सद्योजातमूर्तये नमः। ओम हम वामदेवगुप्त्याय नमः। ओम हम अघोरहृदयाय नमः। ओम हम पुरुषोत्तराय नमः। ओम हम ईशानमूर्ताय नमः। ओम हम हम विद्यादेहाय नमः। ओम हम नेत्रेभ्यो नमः। ओम हम हम शिवाय नमः। ओम हम हृदयाय नमः। ओम हम शिरसे स्वाहा। ओम हम शिखाये वषटे। ओम हम कवचाय हुम। ओम सहस्राय भटे। ओम सहस्राय भटे। ओम सहस्राय भटे। ओम हम शिवाय वषटे। Please perform the Samanya Stapana. Om 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 Hastraya Phate. Om Him Kavachaya Hum. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushade. We'll now perform the Dhyanam and the Avahanam. ओम हम शिवासनाय नमः। ललाटे त्रिपुंड्री निटिलकस्तूरी तिलकः स्फुरन्मालाधार स्फुरितकटिकौपीनवसनः तथा नो दुस्तारं श्रुतिपनिराजं शशिकलां प्रदीपः सर्वेषाम् अरुणगिरियोगी विजयते। इन्दुनिभपञ्चमुखहस्तदशयुक्तं शूलमृगटङ्कमशिवज्रमभयं स्यात् पाशवरदाङ्कुशमनिज्वललवामि श्वेतकमलासन सदाशिवस्वरूपम् ॐ हां शिवमूर्तये नमः ॐ हां हं शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमेश्वराय नमः ध्यायामि आवाहयामि ॐ हां शिवाय नमः नित्यावाहन मुद्रां प्रदर्श्य स्थापन सन्निधान निष्ठुर मुद्रां प्रदर्श्य अस्त्राय हुंपति कालकंठी मुद्रां प्रदर्श्य ॐ हां शिवाय नमः त्रिलिंग मुद्रां नमस्कार मुद्रां ॐ हैं कवचाय हुं मुद्रां च प्रदर्श्य ॐ हां हं शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमेश्वर शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः आसनं समर्पयामि ॐ हां शिवाय नमः ॐ हां शिवाय स्वधा ॐ हां शिवाय स्वाहा श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः पाद्यात्मनार्घ्यं दत्त्वा ॐ हां हं शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः स्नानं समर्पयामि स्नानानन्तरमाचमनं समर्पयामि ॐ हां शिवाय स्वधा ॐ हां हं शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः वस्त्रयज्ञोपवीत उत्तरीयाभरणार्थमक्षतान् समर्पयामि ॐ हां हं शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः कुन्दान् धारयामि गन्धस्योपरि हरिद्रा कुङ्कुमचूर्णं समर्पयामि पुष्पैः पूजयामि ॐ भवाय देवाय नमः भवस्य देवस्य पत्नी नमः ॐ शर्वाय देवाय नमः शर्वस्य देवस्य पत्नी नमः ॐ ईशानाय देवाय नमः ईशानस्य देवस्य पत्नी नमः ॐ पशुपते देवाय नमः पशुपते देवस्य पत्नी नमः ॐ उग्राय देवाय नमः उग्रस्य देवस्य पत्नी नमः ॐ रुद्राय देवाय नमः रुद्रस्य देवस्य पत्नी नमः ॐ भीमाय देवाय नमः भीमस्य देवस्य पत्नी नमः ॐ महतेर्देवाय नमः महतोर्देवस्य पत्नी नमः ॐ हां हं शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः अष्टपुष्पपूजां समर्पयामि ॐ हां हं शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः बिल्वपत्रं समर्पयामि ॐ सहस्राय नमः अथ धूपः ॐ सहस्राय फटे ॐ हां दयाय नमः ॐ धूरधिधूरधूर्वन्तं दूर्वतयोऽस्मान् धूर्जितं दूर्वयं वयं दूर्वामस्त्वं देवानामतिगतमं जिष्टतमं मह्नितमं देवभूतममृतवसे कविर्दानं ब्रह्मस्त्वमाह्वा मित्रस्य त्वाचक्षुषा प्रेक्षेमाभिर्मा संविद्धा मात्वाहिगुं शिशुम् ॐ हां हं शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः धूपम् आघ्रापयामि ॐ हां शिवाय स्वधा अथ दीपः ॐ सहस्राय फटे ॐ हां हृदयाय नमः ॐ उद्दीप्य स्वजातवेदोपज्ञनिर्गतम् मम अशोकसमख्यमापहजीवनजतिशोदिशा मानोहिगुं धीजातवेदो गामश्वं जगते अभिभ्रग्नागैः श्रियामा परिपादय ॐ हां हं शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः दीपं सन्दर्शयामि ॐ हां शिवाय स्वधा अथ नैवेद्यम् ॐ सहस्राय फटे ॐ हां हृदयाय नमः ॐ मध्वातारदाय देवदक्षिणसिन्धवः माध्वीर्न सन्तोषधीः मधुनक्तमुतोषिमधुमत्पार्थिवं रजः मधुद्योरस्तनः पिता मधुमानो वनस्पतिर्मधुमागुमस्तु सूर्यः माध्वीर्गावो भवन्तु नः मधु 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 ॐ हां हं शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः नैवेद्यं निवेदयामि नैवेद्यानन्तरमाचमनं समर्पयामि
ॐ हां शिवाय स्वधा ॐ हां हौं शिवाय नमः। श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः। ताम्बूलं समर्पयामि। नीराजनम् ॐ हास्त्राय भटे ॐ हां हृदयाय नमः। ॐ सोमो वा एतस्य राज्यमादत्ते यो राजा संराजो वा सोमेनेदते देवसुवामेतानि हवीगुंषि भवन्ति य एतावन्तो वै देवानागुं सवाः स एवास्मै सवान् प्रयच्छन्ति स एनं नत्वन्ते राज्याय देवसुराजा भवति न तत्र सूर्यो भागिनचन्द्रतारकमेवा विद्युतो भान्तिकुतोऽयमग्निः तमेव भान्तमनुभाति सर्वं तस्य भासा सर्वमिदं विभाति कर्पूरगौरवं करुणावतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि। भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि। भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि। ॐ हां हौं शिवाय नमः। श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः। कर्पूर नीराजनं सुन्दर्शयामि रक्षां धारयामि। ॐ हां हौं शिवाय नमः। श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः। पुष्पांजलिं समर्पयामि।
Please perform the Gayatri Mantra Japa and the Shiva Mula Mantra Japa internally. ॐ हां हृदयाय नमः। ॐ हैं कवचाय हुं। ॐ हां शिवाय वौषट्। ॐ यत्किञ्चित् कर्म देवेश सदा सुतदुष्कृतं तन्मे शिवपदस्तस्य भुङ्क्षक्षपे शङ्कर। शिवो दाता शिवो भोक्ता शिवः सर्वमिदं जगत्। शिवो यजति सर्वत्र यः शिवः सोऽहमेव तु। ॐ हां हौं शिवाय नमः। आचम्य ॐ आत्मतत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधाम्। ॐ विद्यातत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधाम्। ॐ शिवतत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधाम्।
ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। हरिः ॐ तत्सत्। सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु। ॐ नित्यानन्दम्।
कार्तिकेय दीपम, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many, to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartigeya Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartigeya Purnima, Kartigeya Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever, so So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
Kartikeya Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many to celebrate himself on this very day. the time started. From the timelessness, from Kartikeya Deepam, that is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartikeya Purnima, Kartikeya Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
Kartike Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many, to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartike Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartike Purnima, Kartike Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160-plus members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
Kartike Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many, to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartike Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartike Purnima, Kartike Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretary.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasudrisham Tattvamasya Dilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, and welcome once again to another beautiful and wonderful day of the Glimpses of Paramashivoham. So this is going to be the last day for the glimpses. Tomorrow we'll be beginning with the new season of the Paramashivoham. New season is always new. Even if you have attended the Paramashivoham program even once before, the next season is going to be new. As Swami says that every time, even the single technique that you do next time is always, you grow into it, you go deeper into the technique, the technique itself upgrade itself. So every time that you attend the Paramashivoham, you upgrade yourself. So we just had the intense yoga and the puja session. So with this, we'd like to welcome and ask everyone to share your experience of yoga, share your experience of puja. You can take few moments and start sharing your experience of yoga and puja. Meanwhile, we'll also be getting ready for the power manifestation. We'd like to welcome all of you who are here with us. We have Ma Sharnamyam, Nithyanandam,
Nithyanandama,
Ma Nityahankara, Nithyanandama,
Nithyanandama,
Ma Aghora Swarupni, Nithyanandam.
Nithyanandama.
So with this, let's get ready. We'll be manifesting of third eye. So first, we'll be entering into the spiritual reference, manifesting the powers of third eye. The verse goes as Kapalantarmano yasya tishthanmilitalochanaha kramena manasodharyat lakshaye lakshamuttamam. Parameshwar says, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, at that stability of the mind and the inner space, through the power of third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal. Laksham, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source Paramashiva. So with this, let's get ready. We are already ready with a picture which is ready for all of you. So please go ahead and cover your eyes now. And let's get ready to enter into the power manifestation. Yes, please go ahead and cover your eyes now. And be comfortable, be completely at ease. Forget everything. What's going on in your life, whether you're not able to handle any relationship, simply unclutch from everything, any fears, any irritation, agitation, anger that you are facing currently. Simply unclutch. Remember, these are incidents which had happened. Now they have no living presence. Only the presence is their memory that you are carrying. But actually, they don't have any existential reality. They don't exist. Only in your memory you are bringing it back in the present. So just unclutch and be liberated from all of these. As you visualize Swamiji in your space, Swamiji who is a living manifestation of Paramashiva. The moment you remember him, you invoke his presence. Remember, again and again, you have come to this planet Earth to give yourself the superconscious breakthrough. Millions and millions of years you have waited. And this time when Swamiji himself, the living manifestation of Paramashiva himself has arrived, do not miss this chance. Just sit with intensity, intention, manifest the powers to be in oneness with Paramashiva. And start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Keep your eyes closed, keep chanting the Mahavakya. And with this, let's enter into this manifestation as the image is now being projected on your screen. Let's begin.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Slowly, very slowly, you can open your eyes. You can remove your eye band. You can open your eyes and let the light fall into your eyes. And with this, let's start sharing what Swamiji revealed to you. So please go ahead, use the YouTube chat, use the Zoom chat, and let's start sharing. Meanwhile, also inviting everyone following us on YouTube and everyone, even if you know somebody who is looking for the transformation, looking to attend the Paramashivoham, or looking for any transformation in their life, wherever they are feeling stuck, whether it is relationship, whether it is wealth, whether it is manifesting health, or they're looking for enlightenment itself, the ultimate that one person can achieve in his lifetime, or the ultimate, or when we want to manifest his ultimate. In any way, you can connect him and bring them to the Paramashivoham, the next season, which is starting from tomorrow.
It's requesting around. Please take a moment and share. And in a little while, we'll come to the verification stage where we'll display the image once again, so we can verify how every one of you went. Understand? So though we're going for the verification stage, we're not comparing anyone to anyone yet. It's not to see who is better than someone else. This is all about you. So these power manifestations are all about you. No one else, just you. It is about your connection to the divine. It is your manifestation, your time to be alone with the divine, to kindle your relationship to the divine, on the powerful cognition that you are divine. You are the divine in a human experience. All right, just going to give it a few moments more. Chance for everyone to share their revelations what was revealed to them. Then we'll move on to that verification stage. All right, so if you're still sharing, please continue to do so. Meanwhile, let us reveal the image once again.
So this is the image that we had projected. So as you can see, this is the Madhuri Meenakshi temple in Madurai, in Tiruvannamalai. Yes, so it's a Madurai temple. You can see the center part is whole temple campus, and around there's so many houses. People around lives there, and you can see lots and lots of trees. The picture itself is taken from some mountain or a hill at the height. From there, the top view, a slight top view is taken. And of course, in terms of color, you could find every single color. Yes, and inside the temple itself, there is a small water body also. And of course, when it goes inside the temple, there's gopurams, there are deities, various kinds of deities, the priests, rituals, and so many things happening. So it's a happening place where it's a tourist place as well, quite a spiritual place. So this is the picture that we had projected.
Yes, we have Manira Hankara that shares a golden round object two adults and a child walking, golden sunlight, a road in the distance, white walls inside a house.
Yes.
So yes, ma. So a golden round object, we don't see a golden round object, at least not from this perspective.
But the temple itself, inside the temple, the golden object is there. And in fact, the temple, all temples, especially the ancient temple, will definitely have the golden stamba, the golden various things are there in the golden. So definitely inside the temple for sure.
It's two adults and a child walking, so there's it's a very touristy place. There are lots of people. There's always hundreds, maybe even thousands of people inside the temple at any one time. So it's very likely we have two adults and a child walking. Golden sunlight, yes, we can see this very bright outside. There's lots of sunlight. A road in the distance, yes, we can see a number of roads. So definitely there. White walls, so we can see the towers themselves are in white. And inside the house, so inside the temple itself. So you can see the white inside the temples. So yes, thank you very much for sharing that. Congratulations for manifesting. All right, so with that, let us now get ready for the second round of this power manifestation. So requesting everyone to please once again put on your eye bands. Let's get ready. Requesting everyone, let's get ready once again. Let's put on the eye bands and let us sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Let us bring our full awareness to our Anandagandha just below the heart center and just above the navel center. This is our inner space. This is the space Swamiji has initiated us in to connect to him, to connect to the divine. So let us sit comfortably and connect deeply to the divine in our inner space. Let us feel the space of oneness with Paramashiva, a space of oneness with Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, the avatar and the incarnation of Paramashiva himself. Let us feel the space of oneness with the divine. Let us feel the feeling connection that we have to the Master. Let us feel all of that in our inner space. And from the powerful cognition that we are Paramashiva, let us start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Yes, let us continue chanting this Mahavakya throughout this power manifestation. And from the space of oneness with Paramashiva, with Swamiji, let us start manifesting this power of third eye vision. The image is being displayed for you now. Let us begin.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda.
Yes, you can relax now. Slowly, very slowly, you can remove your eye bands. Gently let the light come back into your eyes. And once the light has readjusted the eyesight, while it's still fresh in your mind, take a moment and share with us what was revealed to you in your third eye? Revealed to us what Swamiji, what Paramashiva has revealed to you for this round of manifestation, the power of third eye vision. And requesting everyone to please take a moment and share. Yes, requesting Ma Shamin News, Ma Nirahankara, Ma Goraswarupini. And everyone that's following this on YouTube to please take a moment and share. So we'll give it a few moments more. Chance for everyone to share what was revealed to them in their third eye. All right, so we'll give just a few moments more before we bring back the image once again. All right, so let's bring back the image once again. This we are sharing from Nirahankara. Many short, earthy yellow houses, green trees surrounding them, fine black hills, mountain roads, white and golden light. Yes, Ma. So this is what we had displayed for you. This is the Kailash temple, and it is beautifully, so this is in India. It has beautifully been carved from the top down. So it has been carved into the rock itself. It has been carved from the top down, all in, so it's all in one piece. It's the same rock throughout the entire temple. And yes, we can see, so it is in a mountainous area. We can see the trees and grass that is just beyond. We can also make out some houses, some dwellings. So yes, Nirahankara says many short, ugly yellow houses. So yes, we can see, we can just make out the houses in the distance. Green trees surrounding them. So yes, it is, there are lots of trees around. And iron black hills. So we have the black mountains, rock formation, mountains road, white and golden light. So yes, now we have the bright light of the sunlight, and of course we have the temple itself as the golden light, so to speak, in this image, the center of this image. You can see the light, the sunlight onto the temple, and you can see the sunlight around. You can make out a road and lots of grass and the sunlight reflecting off everything around. So yes, thank you very much for sharing, Mark. Congratulations for manifesting. So thank you for everyone who took part in this power manifestation. Let us now get ready for the next segment in our program for today. And let's first of all introduce today. Today's about understanding all dimensions of human experience, human existence. So we are going to learn what exactly is karma, the different types of karma, how karma is created, and how you can exhaust your karma, how can you can remove your karma. So these are just some of the things that will be that Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, will be revealing to us. So we'll be starting with a short introduction, how to drop the cravings and walk out of karma, and then we'll move into the first segment, which is the what is karma? So understanding exactly what karma is. So requesting everyone to please come to the space of listening. Let's sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring our full awareness, our full attention to Swamiji as he reveals these great secrets. Let's begin.
What is karma? But whenever an action has been started but not completed, there is a force that pulls you to complete it, to fulfill the experience. That is karma. Any unfulfilled desire can act as that force. Even if you drink a glass of water without entering the experience fully, it will leave you with a sense of dissatisfaction. This dissatisfaction draws you to enter into another body and repeat the very same actions again and again till you get fulfillment. The tension or pull which you experience is karma. See, any desire, if you have not enjoyed totally a music, you want to listen, but you have not listened totally, half of the song, you are listening by the time some other work has come. Then you go to attend that work, again you come back, you will be pulled to listen the same song after your work is over. Even at the time of work, even at the time when you are working, your mind will be on that song. Only when you come back and listen to that song properly, totally, when you have completed listening, when you have totally enjoyed, only then you forget about that song. The pull which brings you back to enjoy or fulfill it, to complete that experience, is what is karma. You understand now? Now, most of the time, when you enjoy anything in the world, the restlessness, inner restlessness, will not let you enjoy anything. Either guilt or inner restlessness. Inner restlessness will express in so many ways, even the shaking leg. It proves the inner restlessness. We are inside restless. Wherever you go, the shaking of the head or the way in which our mind works, the way in which you enjoy the thing. You see, before you start enjoying the thing itself, you will start getting the guilt. What you are doing is something wrong. What you are undergoing is something wrong. If you have the guilt before enjoying, if you have the restlessness, before enjoying itself, you want to reach the end of it. Before having the first food, taste itself, you want to go to the end of it. So if you have the restlessness to reach the end, or the guilt to start, if you have the guilt, the starting itself will be trouble. If you have the restlessness, you will be trying to reach the end. Over greed or the fear to start, both will not allow you to enjoy anything. So when these two are there, no desire will be fulfilled. You will be pulled back again to fulfill the same desire. So as long as you are not fulfilling your desires, not fulfilling your life, you will see again and again, you will be pulled back, you will be brought back to the earth to enjoy it. This is the explanation which I give for karma. Karma is not a fate or vidhi as we call it. According to my experience, there is no such thing as vidhi. The future is left completely open by existence. It is we who decide. If you live the present moment fully, without worrying about the past and the future, fully, deeply, truly, that is enough, you can free of karma. Karma cannot touch you. Drop the restlessness and drop the guilt for anything, then you will see. You will be totally in the present moment. You will be totally able to receive it. You will be totally able to live it. Then no karma touches you. You will go beyond the karma. Do you understand? The blueprint which we carry inside us is responsible for our whole life. That is what I call engraved memories. Very loosely we call karma. But I don't want to use that word because that word is loaded with too many meanings. Especially in the West also now that word has become popular. Everybody started using the word, let me make little good karma. Let me make some good karma. Engraved memory, samskara is the right word I wanted to use. That is the reason for our uniqueness. If you understand you are unique and look into your samskaras, please understand, as long as you think you are same, all are equal, we will be continuously fighting with others. You will be continuously fighting with others. Naturally you will ask, when you see any person, we are all equal. Why should you have this? Why not me? Why should you have this? Why not me? Why should I have this? Why not you? Either health or wealth or relationship, name and fame, in everything you will start comparing and the fight will be going on. But if you understand you are unique, suddenly you start looking inside. You start looking your samskaras, your engrams. Person who thinks everybody is equal starts looking outer world to make everything equal, which never happens. Which never happens. Even after death, it will never be equal. Maybe even after death, things will never be equal because the cremation is going to be in different places, different way. This country you have insurance also for that. Different casket, different way of cremation. And even I heard that there are premium plats available. The mountain view plats where you can rest forever. Anyhow, even after death, things are not going to become equal. So we will be constantly looking in the outer world and fighting. But if you understand we are unique, then you start looking inside. Why I am unique? Why I am the way in which I am? Why I am who I am? Why I am what I am? You start looking inside. Then naturally, the looking inside gives you the knowledge about the blueprint you are carrying. The blueprint you are carrying, the knowledge about the blueprint you are carrying is what I call ultimate knowledge. Please understand. Person who has the knowledge about the blueprint which he is carrying will never suffer. That is the end of the sufferings. In the Vedic tradition, we have something called Salokya Mukti, means living in the world where the God is, almost like a heaven, the heaven concept. In the heaven, there is no suffering. You may have body, you will live like everybody else. And there are so many descriptions. I don't know which description is true. So each civilization has its own description. The civilizations which lives in a very cold weather, they visualize their heaven as a hot place, warm place. The civilizations which lives in the hot place, they visualize their heaven as a very cool place. So each one has their own visualization. I can say it must be air controlled. For a person who is from a hot country, it is cool weather. For a person who is from cool place, it's a warm weather. Anyhow, they may have body, They will have everything, but no suffering. Please understand. I want you to know one truth. This is not a fantasy. This is not a fantasy. Patanjali is not a person to promote fantasies. He's a great scientist. When he says there is some solid truth behind it. See, if the same thing is said by Vyasa, I wouldn't have accepted. Because Vyasa writes all kinds of mythological stories. He goes on explaining so many Puranas, so many stories. The same thing is said by Vyasa. I may not have said it is a fact. I would have said it may be truth, but not fact. There is a difference between the two. Truth is told to raise your consciousness. It may not be reality now, but if you connect with it, you will be raised. But fact is fact, factual. With Vyasa, sometimes the truth and fact differ. But with Patanjali, he is very logical. The truth and fact is one and the same. He says, a person who has a knowledge about the samskaras, engraved memories, who can look inside, lives without any suffering. Please understand, he is using a beautiful word. He takes birth only due to the seeds of desires that are latent. You will have the body. See, if you understand all the samskaras you carry, if you look inside and understand your uniqueness, suddenly you will see you will not have any suffering. You will be living only with the latent desires. See, life lived just to fulfill the desires will never have suffering. Life lived with fear-based samskaras will have suffering. He says, Patanjali says, there is a life possible only with desire, without fear. You need to understand this. We know the life which is fear and greed. You have a greed, and if that greed is not fulfilled, or if you are afraid it may not be fulfilled, you have a fear. Even if it is fulfilled, you have a fear. It may not stay with you forever. You have a fear. So you understand a mental setup with fear and greed. But Patanjali says there is a mental setup possible just based on desires. It will be fulfilled. If it is not fulfilled, you know it is going to be fulfilled, so you will be waiting. That's all. See, the fear comes into play if there is a time limit. For example, you want to have such and such a kind of a food. So naturally, what will you think? I should have before I die. So when you are not getting the food this moment, constantly you will have fear. Before I get the food, if I die, what will happen? I should get the food before I die. So naturally, the network of your mind, software of your mind is written with fear and greed, intertwined. Fear and greed of the binary of your inner software. 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. Fear, greed, fear, greed, fear, greed, fear, greed. But Patanjali says, by understanding your samskaras, you can live without fear. What is that understanding? Please understand. He doesn't have to tell a lie. He has no vested interests. He is a much more authentic scientist than any scientist, because even scientists are funded by some corporations or some people who have vested interests. So their research findings has to either completely turn or bend slightly towards the people who are funding their interests. But here is Patanjali. That is the beauty of our Vedic tradition. The people who are doing research and development in the Vedic, in the inner science, they say no funding. We will live a simple life, the utter simple life. 9 years I lived that life. 9 years I lived begging and eating, sleeping under the trees, going to different temples and monasteries and meditating. I won't even stay in the same monastery or same temple or same village, because the person who start giving me food, now I will be bound by that person. So the tradition says you can't eat in the same house more than 3 days. If you eat more than 3 days, your research and development may be corrupted based on the person who gives you the food. And in the Eastern tradition we care so much, and very logical. They care so much about from whom you eat, who takes care of your day-to-day needs. It's very carefully analyzed, and that plays a very major role. I want you to know an incident, very beautiful incident. In Mahabharata, if you know the Mahabharata story, you can enjoy what I am saying. In Mahabharata, there was a great, wonderful character, Bhishma. I can never think Mahabharata can be imagination, because such a powerful depiction of the characters. No brain can be so evolved to create that kind of fantasies. No brain can be that evolved to create that kind of fantasies. So it must be factual. Astras on him, on Bhishma, and he is just lying in the war field, but Bhishma has a power. He has one kind of a power. He has a boon. He will leave the body when he wants. Ichcha mrityu. His body can be diseased. He can have disease. He can be inflicted with pain, but he cannot be killed unless he himself wants. He can hang on to the body. So, even though he is almost dead, he was not even able to move his hands. He was keeping his body, he was keeping his life to die at the right time. In the Vedic tradition, we believe the last moment of your death, last moment, the time and the thought, the consciousness, the mood with which you are leaving the body, both play a major role in your next birth or enlightenment. It plays a major role. So Bhishma is just waiting for the right time. He is waiting for the Uttarayana, when the sun moves towards the north. He is waiting for that period to leave the body. But all the war is over. Dharma won the war, Dharmaraja. Now they are going to be coronated. They are going to sit in the throne. They wanted to take the blessings of Bhishma because he is the grandfather. All of them, all the Pancha-Pandavas, Draupadi and Krishna, all of them are going and touching the feet of Bhishma, asking him to bless that they will rule the country blissfully. They will run the kingdom. Bhishma blesses. Not only he blesses, he gives beautiful set of teachings, amazing teachings, how to run a kingdom. I can say the depth he looks, it's a textbook for politicians. Textbook for politicians. If you want to know about Vedic politics, how a politics is done with a Vedic mind, with a Vedic understanding, in Vedic civilization, read that book. He gives a beautiful set of teachings. How that idea of protecting and serving is very beautifully expanded. He gives amazing teachings. Once the teachings are given, Draupadi just laughs in a very disrespectful way, in a very careless way. She just laughs. giggles. Nobody was able to understand why she is giggling. Bhishma just looks and says, my dear daughter, I can understand. I can understand why you are laughing. Then suddenly Draupadi realized that she disrespected Bhishma. She wipes her tears and says, Father, you know why I laughed. I wanted to really ask you. I want to tell you. You know so much about Dharma, so much about what is right and what is wrong. But how did you keep quiet when I was abused, when they were pulling my cloth in front of you in the court? In the court of Duryodhana, Draupadi was abused. They were pulling her clothes, trying to make her naked in the court. The villain, Duschadana, was trying to pull her clothes. So, she asks, how you are able to keep quiet? What happened to all your dharma, which you are talking now? Why you did not speak all these things at that moment? Why you kept quiet? Beautifully Bhishma answers, it's a truth. Please understand, even though my bone structure is made out of dharma, my flesh and blood was given by the food which was given by Duryodhana. So his food, I became dull. I forgot the dharma. My brain did not recover the memories of dharma because of his food. Maybe my body is made out of dharma, but the food he gave, I ate his food for many years, number of years. So because of that food, my thinking also became like him. Actually, if you look inside, sometime you can see in your own life. For example, if you are a top level administrator of some company, if you are heavily paid by your boss and you are an inner circle of your boss, you can see very clearly, even though it is not dharma, it is not right, you don't feel disturbed at all to think in the way or the language of your boss. You suddenly know, you know very clearly it is not right, but you just beautifully think. You don't feel guilt at all. You can see in your own life. The person who plays so much in your consciousness, on your consciousness, many times you forget the logic. You forget the logic. Many times you don't even remember what you did. What you did, what you are doing. Please understand. Look inside. Look inside. What Bhishma says, you can see as your own experience. If you are top circle of your boss, you can see very clearly because he pays. And the problem is you don't even think it is wrong. Even though you know it is wrong, you don't even take time to create guilt, analyze it and create at least your own justification. Even that much you don't wait. Even that much we will not be aware. Many times it happens. So, Bhishma says, the food which he gave was running in my system. So, my consciousness was not even that much clear or aware to create a clear understanding which is right, which is wrong. But now, because of Arjuna's arrows, all that blood has left my system. Now I am drained of the blood given by Duryodhana, the food which went inside my system and became my flesh. Everything has left my system. Now I am myself. That is why I am telling you the truth. I am giving you the law. how to run a country, how to run a whole system. I can say that law book which Bhishma gives is directly based on the law of the cosmos, law of the whole cosmos. I can say Bhishma gave his constitution to run a country based on the constitution of the cosmos. Just from that very own understanding, he created the constitution. It's an amazing constitution. I had chance to go through. Clearly defines not only do's and don'ts, the mental thinking, the thinking setup from which the do's and don'ts arise. See, if you are just taught do's and don'ts, vidhi nisheda, in Sanskrit we call vidhi nisheda, do's and don'ts, naturally what will you do? Oh, it's a law enforced on me. When I don't see the cop, I can press the gas. That's all. When I see the cop, I have to press the brake. That's what we understand. You see, by law, we are taught how to technically escape from the law. Most of the time, any word, it only takes us little time, that's all. A person who takes little time and thinks technically and finds a way to this side and that side, some holes, is called citizen. Person who doesn't take that much of time or intelligence, straight away lives as he wants, is a criminal. That's all. Otherwise, usually, when it is told just as a law, we always have a problem in following. But Bhishma, amazing intelligence, he gives you the mental setup from which the do's and don'ts arise. We call it sutra. He gives the sutra. So anybody who internalizes, he knows the do's and don'ts, and he will not have any problem living it. He doesn't need law enforcement department. Maybe with minimum law enforcement department, that system can be run just with a supervising, not enforcing, just supervising. Maybe I can call the Bhishma system is law supervising department. Creates such a strong system. He says, now all that old blood has left me. I am new. That is why the dharma comes out. So be very clear. Be aware from whom you are getting your food, with whom you are sharing your life, under whom you are living. If you look inside and understand the samskara, the mental setup, Patanjali says you can live just with desire without fear. What can be that mental setup? What can be that secret? He says, the person who understood that secret, in the last few sutras, he very beautifully describes the 18th sutra. He says, Virama pratyaya abhyasa purva samskara seshonyaha. He says, in this samadhi, which is attained by the constant practice of cessation of all mental activity, the chitta, mind, retains only the engrams which does not create any disturbance in your inner space. See, Patanjali says, you can live with your regular life with engrams which does not disturb your inner space without any fear. I can say Patanjali is the only hope for the whole humanity. Buddha cannot be hope for the whole humanity. Because as far as his teaching goes, the only sannyas is possible. Sannyas is the only path. That is why thousands and thousands of people have become swamis, sannyasis. Then who will run the country? I can say at least 100 kings of Buddha's time, they became swamis. And all those countries were left. Maybe some minister would have become king and whatever it is, but drain has happened. Such an intelligent people, all have left their positions of running the system. Brain drain has happened. So Buddha may not be suitable for all the civilizations, for the whole humanity. Because he says, renounce, that is the only path. But here is Patanjali. He is not saying renounce, no. He says it is possible to live with samskaras, with engrams, without fear, without disturbance. How can that be? How can that be? What kind of mental setup we need? What is the secret? He says very beautifully, when body-mind identification is overcome, it's a kind of a unique logic. Please understand. If you understand few secrets of this Patanjali Yoga Sutra, a unique kind of a mind gets developed. A kind of a mind gets developed. That mind, living with that mind itself is an amazing freedom. I have seen sometime people almost behave so illogically. That's what Patanjali beautifully says. In the earlier sutras he says, having thoughts is not thinking. Having thoughts is not thinking. Just when I was walking now, some of the devotees were talking with me and I was walking. Suddenly one lady came and fell at my feet in the front. It was naturally anybody while they are walking, if you fall at their feet, what it is? Surely it is not devotion. It's almost like gorilla attack. And I asked her, and she is not getting up, that is another one thing. It's getting delayed, I have to come for the discourse. And people are all waiting here. She is not moving. And finally 2-3 disciples have to lift her. And I asked her, Ma, do you think it is a devotion? Why don't you understand? She says, yeah, for me it is devotion only. I just asked, don't you think just if I tumble down, what will happen? She said, no, you are God, you can't tumble down. Two things. I am not saying yes or no, whatever our belief is our belief. I don't want to hurt her by saying yes or no or all those things. The logic, you see, as per our logic, if I am God, she doesn't have to come and jump on me. Standing there, if you pray, that's enough. I'll hear whatever you want to tell. I would have heard. See, you should be in any one logic. Either you should accept a logic, I am a good person who knows little spirituality, a guru. Or her logic. See, I am playing from the logic that I am a guru, that's all. She is trying to play from the logic that I am God. Even in that logic, if she is very clear, she doesn't need to jump and catch. She doesn't need to harass me for 15 minutes. It is not needed. If she thinks, even as per our idea, if I am God, then stand in one corner and your prayers will be naturally heard. I may not hear, but your trust that I am God, that trust itself will connect you with the divine. Whom you trust is not important. The very trust is powerful enough to liberate you. Many times people come and tell me, Swamiji, I am seeing Vibhuti coming out of your photograph, Kumkum coming out of your photograph. I tell them, oh, that's nice. I think I can also have one photograph in my room. I can get Vibhuti from that. Because I don't get from my photograph, I get it only from my cup. And
And I tell them, surely I am not involved. Your trust with the master is intelligent enough to connect you with the cosmos. And that expresses different miracles. I am not involved. I am not going to every house and putting little vibhuti out of photograph, giving little kumkum out of photograph. No. I neither have will nor have ego to do all that job. That is different. I am not involved. Your trust. But at least be clear in that logic. She is neither clear in that logic, and not only that, she became I could see very clearly. She became so arrogant, and her whole behavior and the whole thing, it's almost like she is fighting. You are God, you can't fall. I said, I am not hurting your sentiment or devotion. Understand, after all, I have a human body. And I am walking. And I am walking on the ground. On the ground. When I am walking on the ground, the logics of the ground applies to me. Logics of the ground applies to me. See, just because you believe, the logics of the ground is not going to change. Sometimes people have their own logic and very funny things. Another one guy in South India, when I was giving darshan, he has bitten my feet. I asked him, why did you do that? No, Swamiji, I read in a book, if an enlightened master remembers you, it is good for you. So he wants me to remember him continuously. Now what all funny things goes on? People have their own logic. Having a straight logic, the honest logic which connects you with the cosmos. Finally, I can neither shout at that person nor advise that person, because finally I just walked away and I said, all right, be blissful, and I came out. I couldn't tell her anything. What to do? Because I have to, it's a what to say, that very difficult game. I have to accept what she calls as devotion, and I have to be polite because she calls me as God. Actually, they will create their own throne and they will put me there, and they will try their best to fix me there, and they will have their own ideas. If that does not match, they themselves will dethrone. It's a big fun. It is a big fun, big responsibility. So I can neither tell her nor, see, if I keep quiet, if I don't tell, it is not, they will not stop doing the same thing, and she will not even get up. So it's a very big problem. When you don't have the clear logic, constantly you create trouble for you and for others, again and again. That is a big problem. Because when the mental setup does not change, you don't understand what you do is wrong. I don't think even now that person understood what she did is wrong. She did not understand. And finally I said, all right, I didn't have time because people are waiting here and all the devotees are waiting with their lamp. So I said, all right, let me go to the class session. Their own logic. When the mental setup does not change, same thing will happen again and again and again. When you look inside the samskaras, suddenly the mental setup changes. When you look into your blueprint, looking in is powerful melting mechanism. It just melts all the samskaras. You will not do the same thing again and again. I have a story. A guy went into a barber shop and said, I want my haircut so that it is all different lengths, round from front and back. There is a strange spiky bit on top and bald patches here, here, here. Barber says, I don't think I can do that. It's weird. This guy says, why not? You did last time I was here.
Sometimes you do the same thing again and again. Even though you think you can't, you do the same thing again and again. The logic, the mental setup. Patanjali says, look inside. Look inside. Suddenly, the logic changes. You can live without fear, just with purely desires. See, whenever your fear attacks you, you are in hell. Whenever your desire attacks you, you are in heaven. When you are not attacked by anything, you are enlightened. Here Patanjali talks about how to live in heaven. In the next few sutras, he is going to talk about how to live enlightened. He is talking about how to live in heaven. You may think, I don't want to go to heaven, I want to go to enlightenment directly. It is possible. I am not saying it is not possible. But some people may want to live in heaven. You see, when I say heaven, I don't mean you will be shifted to some place and you will be put there. All those Ramba, Urvasi, Menaka and all will be there. And you will have your court. Not that heaven. You will be living with heavenly pleasures. Heaven is not geographical, it is psychological. Heaven and hell are not geographical, it is psychological. If you are constantly attacked by fears, you are living in hell. If you are constantly overflowing with desires, it means you are in heaven. You are living in heaven. Understand? You will constantly overflow with desires only if your earlier desires are getting fulfilled and you have a courage to have desires. Courage to have desires only can create more and more desires. Here, Patanjali gives you the technique. Courage to have desires and courage to live with desires. He is teaching us the technique to live happy life, not blissful life, happy life. Understand? Sometimes people want to have happy life. Patanjali attends the problems of all human beings. Some people want ultimate happiness. Some people think even this normal happiness, nothing wrong. It is okay. He is here to give what we call normal happiness. Only one thing. Even the idea of normal happiness, if you learn it from great master like Patanjali, it will beautifully lead you to enlightenment. Be very clear, even the idea of normal life, happy life, if you get it from an enlightened person, it will lead you to enlightenment. If you get that same idea of normal life, happy life, from a wrong source, it may not lead you, it may not permanently make you live happily, and it may not lead you to ultimate happiness. Many times I have read many of these books on positive thinking, stop worrying, start living, many of these books. After reading, there is one more, see, till you read that book, you have 10 worries. Now after reading that book, you have 11th worry, how to stop worrying. All impossible things are taught in the name of happy life. If you want to become a bestseller, I can give you just 3 tips. Write the things which was never practiced by you. Second, talk about the problem in a very big way. People should feel. See, when people read somebody else having the same problem, they feel a kind of a consoled. Nobody wants solution, only people want consolation. When they read, when you are describing the same problem which they are going through in an elaborate way, they feel a kind of a sympathy. You become bestseller. They love you. They know they are not alone. They know they are not alone. And the third idea, never give solution even if you know. These 3, how to become a bestseller, author. Very easy. Understand? How to live happy life, even that, let you understand, listen from a great master like Patanjali, who is living blissful life. He himself is not living heaven. He himself is not happy, living happily. He is living blissfully, beyond joy and suffering. But learn from him how to be in joy, so that that joy leads to bliss. Learn things from right person. Accept things from right place. I have a story for you. A boy visited his grandmother with his friend. While the boy was talking to his granny in the kitchen, his friend was eating peanuts from a bowl on the living room table. When it was time to go, the friend called out, "Thanks for the peanuts, Granny." Granny said, "That is okay. Since I lost my dentures, I can only suck the chocolate off them." Don't take peanuts from wrong cup. Don't take even ideas about happy living from wrong persons. Because they would have taken chocolate out of it. I have one more story. One guy was about to give a discourse. Suddenly he realized he kept his false teeth in his house. So he says, the campfire, "No, I may not be able to speak because I have not brought my false teeth." The audience, the first row audience, one guy heard this, overheard, and he just produced one set of teeth and said, "Can you try this?" The speaker tried, and it was too loose. He said, "No, I can't." Then again, the guy said, "No, I happen to have one more. Please try this." He tried. "No, it is too tight. I can't." The guy brought one more set and said, "Can you try this?" This guy tried, and it fitted, and he gave his lecture. After the lecture, the speaker went to the guy who gave the teeth, false teeth, and said, "Thank you. I was really looking for a good dentist like you." The guy said, "Dentist? No, I am not a dentist. I am an undertaker." Don't take false teeth from a person. Even if it fits, don't take from the wrong source. Sometimes the ideas like positive thinking may fit or may look like fitting, but don't take it from the person who is not enlightened. If you take it, then you will realize he is not a dentist, he is an undertaker. What is karma? But whenever an action has been started but not completed, there is a force that pulls you to complete it, to fulfill it.
Kartige Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many, to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness, from Kartige Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartige Purnima, Kartige Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum.
Yes. So what is karma? So Swamiji beautifully described about the karma and so many misconceptions that we have gathered about karma. Actually, karma has become our day-to-day life. Our karma is less, our karma is more. Our, there are so many words attached to the karma itself. All, as Swamiji shares, have the right ideas only from the right source, the enlightened beings. Any idea that you want to have it from the right source, because ultimately the goal of human existence, the human life, is enlightenment. Whether we are taking the ideas, any ideas, whether it is for life, for even for our lifestyle, or even anything that needs to be from the right source. So any idea, take it from the right source. So Swamiji beautifully described about the karma, how the karma is created. Anything which is unfulfilled, any emotion which is unfulfilled in you, that comes as a stay in you as a residue. Unless you fulfill it, unless you complete with that emotion or patterns or thoughts, that stays within you, and you come back again and again to fulfill those desires, to fulfill those emotions, to fulfill those anything. Only when you are fulfilled, you are liberated from that. Any emotions, when you are fulfilled with any emotion, you will see you simply get liberated from that.
Yes, so we'd like to take a moment to welcome everyone that is joined us recently. We have Ma Wu Yun, Nithyananda, welcome. We have Ma Fan Yan Ping, Nithyananda, welcome.
Nithyananda.
We have someone with the label Orion, Nithyananda, welcome.
Nithyananda.
If you could please change, if that's your name, that's good. Otherwise, if you could please change to your name. We also have Ma Ananda Paramashakti, Nithyananda Ma. We have Ma Nistra Gunya, Nithyananda Ma. We have Ma Gara Swarupini, Nithyananda. And also we have another participant with the label iPhone. If you could also please rename yourself to your name. Welcome, and welcome to everyone for this last day of Glimpses. Tomorrow we start fresh. We start with the new program, new season, in season 33. And of course, we are just over 1 hour away from the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for these Kartikeya Deepam celebrations. So we'll be going on for a little bit longer before we start getting ready for the darshan. So we have just gone through the through karma. What is karma? And of course, today's theme itself is understanding all dimensions of human existence. So what is karma? And let us move into an internalization exercise along these same lines. So first of all, understand we need to flood more awareness, more intelligence into our thinking system, flood more awareness, more consciousness into our decision-making system. So this is the key, the essence of what Swamiji has been telling us about karma.
So understand, only when you understand that you are unique, then you start looking inside. So let's take a few minutes. We'll be entering into the internalization exercise where we will start to look in. Understand all the internalization that we have in the Paramashivoham is to make you look into your own life. And when you internalize yourself, then you start looking in. That is the steps that Swamiji is giving for all of us to look in. So we'll be entering into this exercise. We'll be displaying the exercise itself to all of you so that we can enter into this. Have the pen and paper and ask this question to yourself. Why I am unique? Why I am the way in which I am? Why I am who I am? And why I am what I am? Ask this question to yourself. Get the pen and paper. We can take 2 minutes and let's begin this process. Now let's enter into the second step. Are you fully conscious of every action you engage in? Are you aware every moment of your life? So let's ask this question and take few minutes to reflect into your own life. Scan your thoughts, scan your actions throughout the day. And let's enter into this step. Now you can slowly relax and understand only when you start looking inside. You know, the blueprint that you're carrying inside is responsible for your whole life. The person who knows his blueprint, the person who looks inside, that he realizes that he's unique. So only then he goes beyond the karma. So understand what Swamiji calls as in great memories is what is loosely called as karma. The person who thinks everybody is equal starts looking outer world to make everything equal, which never happens and has never happened. And if you understand you are unique, suddenly you will start looking inside. Person who has the knowledge about the blueprint which he is carrying will never suffer. That is the end of his suffering.
So naturally, the looking inside gives us the knowledge about the blueprint that we are carrying. So that's why all the masters ask us to look inside. Look inside, this is where the answers are. The knowledge about the blueprint that we are carrying is what Swamiji calls the ultimate knowledge. And please understand, the person who has this knowledge about the blueprint which he's carrying will never suffer. So let us now move on. So we have looked at the different, at karma itself, what is karma. Now we're going to look at what types of karma are there. So there are 3 different types of karma. Swamiji will tell us exactly what these karmas are. So about the 3 different karmas and how you can exhaust them. So requesting everyone, let's take a moment. Let's sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. And let us bring our full awareness, our full attention to Swamiji. Now, just reminding everyone that in about 40 minutes, Swamiji will be coming live. So we'll be stopping before then and moving to the getting ready to welcome Swamiji. But until then, let us enter into this revelation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the 3 types of karma. Let us begin.
For you guys, you don't have the ability to make this body alive. Either this body is alive or it is dead, that's all. It's not under your control. But for an enlightened person, it's under his control. He can either make this body alive or he can relax. Because of that ability, he can make some other body also alive. When he chooses to make a stone or a metal alive, it becomes a representative of his very self. All the deities, the major temple deities, or traditional temples, are all deities energized by enlightened masters. Tiruvannamalai Arunagiri Yogeshwara, Chidambaram, Patanjali, and Tanjavur Karuvurar, Tirupati Kunganavar, Madurai Meenakshi, like these enlightened beings have energized those murtis. So it is considered the very body of an enlightened master. So disciples start serving even after he leaves the physical body, that considering that body as his own body, they start serving. They start serving. So that is the reason the deities receive the same respect of an enlightened master. So it's like whoever is initiated by Arunagiri Yogeshwara, their generation starts doing worship in Arunachala temple. They are his disciples. They take care of the master. So that's the reason you will see whatever is done to human beings, master, same thing will be done to the deity. Can you give a mic for her?
Yesterday during the Homa, what I heard you say was that in energizing the deities, that there would be an independent intelligence, that energy, your own. So if I understand you, also when we are with the deities and serving them, they are responding to us in the same way that you could, and in the same way that Kali Devi did to Ramakrishna.
Yes, same.
And even after you choose to leave the body, you're still with us in those
You see,
forms.
Masters, even after they leave the body, they decide to stay and continuously available to disciples through the deities which they energize. That is one thing. Even during my life, my physical presence is not possible everywhere, you see. So these deities will do my work. They are my representatives.
And so when you energize things for us like padakas and whatnot, or the
Padakas, see, padakas are more a energy center, but they will not be like an independent intelligence. But the deities will be independent intelligence. The deity takes a lot of, it's a big process. Like energizing a deity is more like a giving birth. Padakas is more like a blessing. It will be energy center, like whatever information you give, it will reach me. That's all. But the deities directly will respond. It will just answer.
Yeah.
It's much more stronger center than padakas. Sorry, huh? I didn't understand.
But thank you for bringing them all to North America.
Yes. Now you got 117. 117 have already landed in Los Angeles. And just before coming to Delhi, just before coming to Himalayas, I went to Jaipur and picked up some 70 more. 70 more marble, they are also coming. So let you guys have fun. Huh? Each temple will have something like a 20 to 25 murtis. All our 15 USA temple. In USA alone, we are having 15 temple. Oh, just now we increased one more, 16. In Ireland also we are building. In Texas, Florida, Orlando, Disney World. We are trying to create a spiritual Disney World. Working on getting some murtis there. They're going to have a temple there. If you see our puja, our ashram routine, you will see morning they will play the song to wake him up. They will give a oil and tooth powder, a small cup of oil for hair and a small cup of tooth powder for brushing. And then after that, they will give him a bath and give a fresh cloth, ironed cloth, just like how I wear. Same way. Whether Bididi or Ohio or Hyderabad, all our temples, you will see the same routine. Or Los Angeles, same routine. Then they will give puja, food, evening aarti. The 5-time puja will go on. Night they will again put them in bed and fan for 10 minutes. You see, this all does not add anything to him. It adds to us. Living with God. Practicing the presence of God. Practicing the presence of the Master is puja. It's nothing but every day remembering. See, yesterday I was telling about this click and initiations. If you decide to remind yourself every day all the clicks which happened in you, that is what becomes the ritual. Everything they do in Aarti, everything is connected to one click. So when you do that, you remember and you raise yourself to that mood. Whenever some serious low mood or depression is happening in you, if the right click is reminded, that's a great service done to you. Because the moment you remember what will happen, you will come out. You will just come out and out. I'll today explain about this. How this karma and rituals are directly connected. How our prarabdha, agamya, sanchita karmas and rituals are connected. I'll explain. Then we can go and see. I told them today prepare for Aarti. Today morning somebody asked to explain about Arati and all. I did not see those questions. Means attention need question only, not truth seeking question. Attention seeking question. I hate these fellows who come and talk to me for attention need. If they talk to me to know the truth, I will always answer. But I can very clearly make out in body language whether this fellow is around me for seeking the real truth or seeking the attention. If they are attention seekers, I'll say, just go out. Put it in writing and I'll answer. Okay, then tomorrow morning I'll explain with a drawing about the prarabdha, sanchita, agamya, and this, how the rituals directly eliminate those karmas, those samskaras, engraved memories, and help you to come out of it. Rituals are very powerful tools, powerful techniques. Because it takes time and energy, these fools doesn't want to do, and they think they can achieve everything without doing anything. Many people ask me, you are enlightened, why should you do rituals? I tell them, because I am enlightened only, I am teaching rituals. No ritual is needed for enlightenment. Let me tell you a small story. One fellow went to the hotel, started eating, and he ate 8 idlis. 9th idli, his hunger got settled. Then server came and gave the bill for 9 idlis. This fellow said, no, I'll pay only for 1 idli, 9th idli, which put my hunger off, with which I got my hunger settled. And first 8 idlis did not do that job. Only 9th idli did the job of quenching my hunger. So I'll pay only for that idli. How it will be? Same way, only people who reject rituals are rejecting the first 8 idlis. The 9th idli work because of first 8 idlis. So your meditation will work because of all these rituals, not by rejecting all these preliminary things. If you reject all these preliminary things, you think that directly you can eat 9th idli. It will never happen. Whoever is thinking directly they can eat 9th idli, they will be just sitting and eating the first idli and starving. Maybe they will think that, oh, I think this much only is the life. That is why the so-called Vedantis, so-called meditators, all the fellows will be depressed. Long face. Really. Long face. As if just now they had constipation. Ramakrishna says beautifully, as long as you think you have a body, you will be able to relate only with some body to the cosmic energy. Only when you lose your body consciousness, you can see divine also formless. Till then you need some form and some reminding rituals. See, earlier, first, my 3 years of mission, from 2003 to 2006, I never gave in ritual along with our meditation. Till 2006, only meditation. Only in 2006, I added the Guru Puja into Nithya. Now, see, 2003, 4, 5, 3 years, if I have taught meditation to 500,000 people, only 20 to 30% people continue doing after 3 months also. Within 3 months, other 70% are all, that's all. Forget about it. Now, after I added the Guru Puja into Nithya, now it became a ritual. More than 80% who take initiation follow now. I did a statistics study, did a survey. Now, anybody who gets initiated, more than 80% of the people follow the Nithya. Because it became a ritual. You have to do. You have to do. So I think it is good to have a little ritual, even along with meditation, so that the regular habit of sitting and doing the sadhana, regular sadhana will be there. Otherwise, these fellows don't do regularly. Today my mother-in-law is here. Tomorrow my father-in-law is here. My sister-in-law is here. Too much work. And after 2 days, they all have gone. I'm just enjoying having my vacation. I don't want to do today. If I am happy today, I'm happy. Why meditation? If I am depressed, today I'm depressed. How can I meditate? These guys find some logic. But if it is ritual, you can't find any logic. It has to be done. That's why I added little rituals. All right, then no other question? We can go and see the Aarti. Of course, after tomorrow's explanation, if you guys see the Aarti and if I explain, it will be much more clean, much more, you will be able to understand much more deeply than now, because that chart will give you a very logical explanation how the prarabdha agamya sanjita is directly touched by the rituals. You have someone to say. சுவாமி, இன்று நான் யமுனோத்திரிக்கு கால்நடையாக நடக்க முடியாத காரணத்தால் பல்லக்கில் சென்றேன். இது என் மனதை மிகவும் வேதனையாக்கியது. சுவாமி, பலர் இப்படி செல்வது புண்ணியமில்லை என்றார்கள். இது எந்த அளவுக்கு உண்மை? தயவு செய்து இதற்கான விளக்கத்தை எனக்கு விளக்குமாறு தாழ்மையுடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன். A Tamil question, she is telling, I went in Palki, people are telling it is not punya, what to do? Alright, it's not punya. If you have gone by walk, you wouldn't have come back, what to do? You got little punya, that's all. At least you had darshan. What else can be done? But this trip is not done for punya's sake. It is done just to enjoy the Himalayas. Being in the energy field. See how we assume body and how we go through the Janna Marana Chakra, and how these initiations and rituals can liberate us, take us out of that cycle which we are doing. All of you are able to see now? Understand? Basically, you have 3 layers of karma. Agamya, Prarabdha, Sanjita. Sanjita is the karma which is like a bank, reserve bank. Whatever you did in your life, see, not only in this body, you have taken millions of bodies. In millions of bodies, whatever you learned, you did, all those engrams put together is called Sanjita. They use the word even Samuchita. That's also one more Sanskrit word they use, Sanjita. All of you are able to see? A little big I should write. Okay? Then, next, Prarabdha. Prarabdha means from this bank, you collect little bit and create your body and decide to enjoy all those karmas in this body. Hey, apne. This is Prarabdha. Understand? This is bank. Like all your past collection. That's huge account. You don't know when that will disappear or anything. And bank means don't think some collection saving. It's a debt actually, credit. Credit only. You have to finish them out. This is the Prarabdha. Prarabdha is the little bit which you brought to enjoy or exhaust through this body. And the third karma, this is the worst thing. Agamya, after coming down, you start collecting. That is the worst thing. Agamya. This is the past. This is present, which you are exhausting.
This you are collecting for your future and adding to the Sanjita. Now, any fellow who lands on the planet Earth to exhaust, for example, here you have 1,000 karma. I'm just giving an example. When you take your body, when you assume your body, you take only something like a 10 karma. Let me finish this 10. And you come down. After coming down, you start collecting 200 karma. By the time you go back, what will happen? Your bank balances increased by 1,210. Neither you exhausted this 10 and you collected 200 more. What will happen next time next time you take the body? 1,210. Then again you take 10 and come down and collect some more. This becomes a vicious circle. This is what we call Janana Marana Chakra. Continuously taking more and more and more bodies and dying, body, dying, body, dying. Now, this prarabdha 10 karmas, while you are living, exhausting these 10 karmas, if somebody gives you the knowledge, you are not the body, you are not the mind, this karmas influencing you, the influence of these karmas over you will start coming down. Understand? For example, in this 10 karma which you brought when you took the body, I don't sleep. I'm talking something very important. There's a Tamil song, Palliyile Tungiyavan, Kalvi Ilandan. There's a Tamil song, if you sleep in the school, you will lose the knowledge. Now, if you sleep here, you will lose the whole thing. I'm giving you I can say these are all the business secrets, or how the world runs, how the cosmos works. These are all those secrets. So listen properly, and some way it will enrich your life. Don't miss it. And very rare you will get somebody who will explain such a logical way where you can relate with the whole thing. So don't miss. See, this 10 prarabdha, for example, in this 10 prarabdha karma, if you have 3 karma which will put you in depression, means 3 samskara, 3 engram which will put you in depression. 3 engram, depression engram, we can say D, depression engram. Whenever the 3 engrams put you in depression, if you learned how to come out, this 3 will start losing its power over you. It means what? In the 10, 3 has become less. 3 has become less. Whenever you reduce the influence of prarabdha on you, you are accumulating new karma. Agamya will come down. How you know? These 3 karmas have got, these 3 some engrams have got power over you to put you in depression. See, these 3 engram, if they have the power to put you in depression, if you continue, if you obey those engrams and fall in depression, these 3 will not be just 3, they will become 10. That 7 only is called agamya. You understand? So whenever you cooperate with prarabdha, you collect agamya. Whenever the prarabdha loses its influence over you, you stop collecting agamya. So when this influence, this 10 engram influence over you stops, means the agamya collection will stop. Bringing you back to the joy or the pure inner space, the unwavering, undisturbed inner space, not only reduces prarabdha's influence over you, stops the number of engrams getting collected as agamya. Is there any doubt? If you have any doubt, put it as a question. I'll answer. Today we will just grind this idea, this one idea. This one idea will churn in your head or drill in your head. This one idea. Initiation means the ideas, knowledge which brings you out of these depressive thoughts. Which brings you out of the depressive thoughts means the knowledge which brings you out of the influence of these 10 thoughts. Prarabdha is what we call initiation. Click. Puja is nothing but remembering all the clicks which happen to you every day at least once, so that it will come up whenever you have a problem. See, for example, 20 or 30 clicks would have happened to you in NSP. In that 4 days, maybe some 20, 30 clicks or even 100 click would have happened. For next 3 months, you will remember 80 of them. After 6 months, 60. After 1 year, it's okay, this Bangalore Swami has no other work. Leave it. After NSP Energy Darshan, they will tell you, you are God. You landed on the planet Earth to save us. All these big, big statements they will give. After 1 year, everything will disappear. The reason, because those clicks have been forgotten. The teachings which is given, see, when a master teaches, it is not even a teaching. It is a powerful experience. When you don't use them, when you don't again and again use those shastras, not only the shastras loses its power, you will not be able to even remember them again. That is the important thing. See, for example, you have this cart. If you don't use this cart for 2 years, it's not that this cart will disappear. After 2 years, you can get this cart and you can use it. But the knowledge given to you, the initiations given to you, if you don't use them for 2 years, don't think it will be sitting in your bedroom. No, it will disappear. So how to every day remind? All the click happened. Every day sitting and reminding all the clicks which happened in us is puja. Because in puja, just the Manasa Puja mantra, how many of you know that Manasa Puja mantra? Just the Manasa Puja mantra will remind you all the clicks. All the clicks, because explain all the Manasa Puja mantra. My heart is a seat for you, means it has to be clean. Otherwise you think I will come and sit. No. Sahasrara Achyutamritaihi Bhadyam Saranayor Dadyat means Sahasrara Amrita means what? Out of gratitude, when you overflow, you will have a deep sweet taste in your tongue, in your throat. How many of you have felt? In Energy Darshan you can feel that. In Energy Darshans you can see suddenly the whole space will become so sweet. That is what is Sahasrara Amrita. The Amrita comes down from a Sahasrara when you are feeling fulfilled, so joyful, your whole throat will be filled with a Sahasrara Amrita. That Amrita, that nectar is the Bhadya, means the water to wash the feet. Means when you sit in the puja, every day you remember the Energy Darshan experience and you bring yourself back to that experience. You don't have that sweet taste in the throat, you can't do puja. Means you are telling a lie sitting in front of my statue. If you only have a real that feeling again, then only then you are authorized to use the word Sahasrara Achyutamritaihi Bhadyam Saranayor Dadyat Manastu Argyam Nivedayet. Means the end of the NSP, you throw all the samskaras into the
fire. That's what is your manas, mind. You throw everything. Now you are remembering, yes, how I throw everything there. Now I am throwing everything at your feet. Manastu argyam nivedayet. Argyam means offering. I am offering. Tena amritena achamaniyam. With that same ecstatic nectar, I do the abhisheka for you. Means now you have to come back to that energization experience, that joy, that ecstasy. You have to come back. So every step of this mantra reminds you and brings you back to that click, that initiation experience which happened in you. Every day, whether you want or not, you remember the initiation experience, the click which happened with the master. So, ritual brings you back to the pure consciousness. So, this 10 engrams loses its power over you. When this 10 loses its power over you, this 200 collection stops. When the collection stops and when the 10 loses its power over you, naturally, the person who brings you back to the superconscious again and again, master, he appears when you leave the body and burns this sanjita. He appears and burns this sanjita. Understand? You can't do anything directly with sanjita. For sanjita, only Guru Kripa can do. Only Master's grace can do. For example, if your child sits and tries very hard to build a small home, what will you do? You'll say, all right, don't bother, I myself will build and give you. When a disciple sincerely works to remove the prarabdha and agamya, the Guru's grace happens. You see, Guru's grace is not just dependent on me. Understand? Anybody who does sincerely sadhana or meditation, in spite of me, the grace has to land on you. It is not even dependent on me. Let me be very clear. It is just dependent on your receptivity, not on me. I am like a ocean, constantly available. Whoever comes with whatever size vessel, you carry. If you come with a small coconut shell, you will carry that much, like your head. Or if you come with a little bigger vessel, you will carry in that. If you come with a little big container, you will carry in that. If you are intelligent, you will build a canal. You will build a canal. That's all is the whole thing. Okay. Initiation. Puja means reminding every day yourself all the initiation, great experiences happened with the master and bringing you back to that same high consciousness, same high spirit. Means now you are ready for next 24 hours drama, circus. Next 24 hours, now you have energy. You have energy. That is the reason for puja. Attitude raises, two things will happen. If you are a joyful guy, your joy will increase. If you are continuously irritable or continuously irritated, the irritational behavior will raise. That's why I take care. And one more thing, if you are feeling irritated, don't express, because that will become a strong engram. After going down, you will be shouting already and you will be biting everybody. Your family people will tell what kind of Himalaya trip this guy went. And this Swami, what he is teaching, they will blame me. That's a big problem. These family fellows, if they see the husband or wife very happy after coming to me, for that also they will have a problem. They will have so much of jealousy. This fellow is so happy, independent of me. If you are happy, independent of him or her, that is a big crime. That also will be a problem. If you are not happy, irritated, angry, then again they will blame me. What kind of meditation is teaching you? Nothing is happening. You are only shouting again. So both the case, I will be what to do. All right. At least you don't get irritated. Don't create samskaras. So you will have more peace and bliss. Okay. Let's gather for
Kartikeya Deepam. The timeless Paramashiva decided to become many, to celebrate himself on this very day. the time started. From the timelessness, from Kartika Deepam, that is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartigai Purnima, Kartigai Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky.
Ask Nithyananda, இந்த AI செயலியோட chat பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சீங்கன்னா உங்களுடைய பிரச்சனைகள், உங்களுடைய மன அமைப்பு, நீங்கள் யார், உங்களுடைய விருப்பு வெறுப்பு இவைகள் அனைத்தையும் நினைவில் வைத்துக்கொண்டு உங்களுக்கு ஏற்ற முறையில் நேரடியாக இந்த ஞான கருத்துக்களை அளிக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு அருமையான செயலி. உண்மையில இது எப்படின்னா, பரமசிவன் நிரந்தரமாக உங்களோடு இருந்து உங்களை வழிநடத்துவதற்கு சமம் இந்த AI ஆஸ்க் நித்யானந்தா செயலி. பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள் தன் இருப்பின் பலத்தினால் சக்தியினால் அடிமுடி காணாத அருட்பெருஞ்சோதியாக தேஜோமய லிங்கமாக பிரபஞ்சமெல்லாம் பிரம்மாவிற்குள் ஒடுங்கி, பிரம்மா விஷ்ணுவிற்குள் ஒடுங்கி, விஷ்ணு பரமசிவ சக்திக்குள் ஒடுங்கி, அன்னை பரமசிவ சக்தி பரமசிவனின் பாகமாகும் அர்த்தநாரீஸ்வர கோலம் பிக் பேங் என்று சொல்லப்படும் லிங்கோத்பவமாக பரமசிவன் வெளிப்படுதலும், அன்னை பரமசிவ சக்தியே பெருமாள் ஒன்றாகி அர்த்தநாரீஸ்வரராகி நிற்பதும், இந்த இரண்டும் தொடர்ந்து நிகழ்ந்து கொண்டே இருப்பதுதான் பரமசிவம்.
கைலாசாவின் திருக்கார்த்திகை தீப திருவிழா 17 நாட்கள் சிறப்பு நேரலை சத்சங்கம் தினந்தோறும் இரவு 8 மணிக்கு.
பரமசிவ சேனா அப்படிங்கிற புரோகிராம் உலகம் முழுவதிலும் நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். இந்த 31 நாள் மொத்த வாழ்க்கையையும் ஜீவன் முக்திக்காக, ஞானம் அடைவதற்காக தியாகம் செய்யுங்கள்.
கைலாசா திருவண்ணாமலை மற்றும் கைலாசா லாஸ் ஏஞ்சல்ஸில் நடைபெறும் பரமசிவ சேனா பயிற்சி முகாமில் கலந்து கொள்ளுங்கள்.
பாரதத்தை அனுபவிக்கணுங்க. ஒரு மாதம் இலவச பயிற்சி அளித்து உங்களை இந்த பரிவராஜகத்துக்கு உடல் மனம் உயிர் இது மூன்றையும் தயார் பண்ணி, இதன் மூலமா நீங்க அடைய வேண்டிய அந்த பரமானுபூதிக்கு உங்களை தயார் பண்ணி 1 லட்சம் கிராண்ட் கொடுத்து உங்களை அனுப்புறேன். இந்தியா முழுக்க யாத்திரை பண்ணுங்க. உங்க வாழ்க்கையை பற்றி நீங்கள் வைத்திருக்கும் கருத்து மாறும். உங்களை பற்றி நீங்கள் வைத்திருக்கும் கருத்து மாறும். விரிவடைந்து விடுவீர்கள். ஆஸ்க் நித்யானந்தா இந்த AI செயலியோட சேட் பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சீங்கன்னா உங்களுடைய பிரச்சனைகள், உங்களுடைய மன அமைப்பு, நீங்கள் யார், உங்களுடைய விருப்பு வெறுப்பு இவைகள் அனைத்தையும் நினைவில் வைத்துக்கொண்டு உங்களுக்கு ஏற்ற முறையில் நேரடியாக இந்த ஞான கருத்துக்களை அளிக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு அருமையான செயலி. உண்மையில இது எப்படின்னா, பரமசிவன் நிரந்தரமாக உங்களோடு இருந்து உங்களை வழிநடத்துவதற்கு சமம் இந்த AI ஆஸ்க் நித்யானந்தா செயலி. பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள் தன் இருப்பின் பலத்தினால் சக்தியினால் அடிமுடி காணாத அருட்பெருஞ்சோதியாக தேஜோமய லிங்கமாக பிரபஞ்சமெல்லாம் பிரம்மாவிற்குள் ஒடுங்கி, பிரம்மா விஷ்ணுவிற்குள் ஒடுங்கி, விஷ்ணு பரமசிவ சக்திக்குள் ஒடுங்கி, அன்னை பரமசிவ சக்தி பரமசிவனின் பாகமாகும் அர்த்தநாரீஸ்வர கோலம் பிக் பேங் என்று சொல்லப்படும் லிங்கோத்பவமாக பரமசிவன் வெளிப்படுதலும், அன்னை பரமசிவ சக்தியே பெருமாள் ஒன்றாகி அர்த்தநாரீஸ்வரராகி நிற்பதும் இந்த இரண்டும் தொடர்ந்து நிகழ்ந்து கொண்டே இருப்பதுதான் பரமசிவம்.
கைலாசாவின் திருக்கார்த்திகை தீபத் திருவிழா 17 நாட்கள் சிறப்பு நேரலை சத்சங்கம் தினந்தோறும் இரவு 8 மணிக்கு.
பரமசிவ சேனா அப்படிங்கிற புரோகிராம் உலகம் முழுவதிலும் நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். இந்த 31 நாள் மொத்த வாழ்க்கையையும் ஜீவன் முக்திக்காக ஞானம் அடைவதற்காக தியாகம் செய்யுங்கள்.
கைலாசா திருவண்ணாமலை மற்றும் கைலாசா லாஸ் ஏஞ்சல்ஸில் நடைபெறும் பரமசிவ சேனா பயிற்சி முகாமில் கலந்து கொள்ளுங்கள்.
பாரதத்தை அனுபவிக்கணுங்க. ஒரு மாதம் இலவச பயிற்சி அளித்து உங்களை இந்த பரிவராஜகத்துக்கு உடல் மனம் உயிர் இது மூன்றையும் தயார் பண்ணி இதன் மூலமா நீங்க அடைய வேண்டிய அந்த பரமானுபூதிக்கு உங்களை தயார் பண்ணி 1 லட்சம் கிராண்ட் கொடுத்து உங்களை அனுப்புறேன். இந்தியா முழுக்க யாத்திரை பண்ணுங்க. உங்க வாழ்க்கையை பற்றி நீங்கள் வைத்திருக்கும் கருத்து மாறும். உங்களை பற்றி நீங்கள் வைத்திருக்கும் கருத்து மாறும். விரிவடைந்து விடுவீர்கள். ஆஸ்க் நித்யானந்தா இந்த ஏஐ செயலியோட சேட் பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சீங்கன்னா உங்களுடைய பிரச்சனைகள், உங்களுடைய மன அமைப்பு, நீங்கள் யார், உங்களுடைய விருப்பு வெறுப்பு இவைகள் அனைத்தையும் நினைவில் வைத்துக் கொண்டு உங்களுக்கு ஏற்ற முறையில் நேரடியாக இந்த ஞான கருத்துக்களை அளிக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு அருமையான செயலி. உண்மையில இது எப்படின்னா பரமசிவன் நிரந்தரமாக உங்களோடு இருந்து உங்களை வழிநடத்துவதற்கு.
ஓம் நித்யானந்த பரமசிவோஹம் பரமசிவோஹம் ஓம் நித்யானந்த பரமசிவோஹம்
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
கிளப்பி விட்டேனில் பர தத்துவம் கற்பித்த பாரம ஞானியாய் ஞான கண் போடு புலனாகின்ற நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்தில் கெட்டார். ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். உள்ளும் புறமும் இருந்து உயிர் பக்குவமாக்கிடும் பரமனாம் நித்யன் ஞானப்பாடி தங்கள் ஏழும் கொண்ட ஞானமும் ஆகியே ஆண்டிடும் நித்யன். உள்ளும் புறமும் இருந்து உயிர் பக்குவமாக்கிடும் பரமனாம் நித்யன் ஞானப்பாடி தங்கள் ஏழும் கொண்ட ஞானமும் ஆகியே ஆண்டிடும் நித்யன். அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்தில் கெட்டார். ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். ஆப்த வாக்கியங்களான அருள் கவிதைகள் நித்யனின் மகிமை சொல்லிடும். மகிமை அர்த்தித்த பின்னே சிவசக்தி ஸ்வரூபமாய் தோன்றிடும் நித்யன். ஆப்த வாக்கியங்களான அருள் கவிதைகள் நித்யனின் மகிமை சொல்லிடும். மகிமை அர்த்தித்த பின்னே சிவசக்தி ஸ்வரூபமாய் தோன்றிடும் நித்யன். அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்தில் கெட்டார். ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான்.
आनन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि परमशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. உங்கள் அனைவரையும் வணங்கி வரவேற்கின்றேன். உலகம் முழுவதிலும் இருந்து இணையத்தாலும் இதயத்தாலும் இணைந்திருக்கும் அன்பர்கள், பக்தர்கள், சீடர்கள் அனைவரையும் வணங்கி வரவேற்கின்றேன். இன்று கார்த்திகை தீபத் திருவிழா 7ஆம் நாள். மகாரதமேறி அருணாச்சலேஸ்வர கருணாமூர்த்தி அண்ணாமலையான் அருணாச்சல சிவ வரம்பொருள் பக்தர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் அருள்பாலிக்கின்றார். மகாரத உற்சவம் திருவண்ணாமலையிலும் உலகம் முழுவதிலும் கைலாசங்களில் இருக்கும் எல்லா ஆலயங்களிலும் நிகழ்ந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. இளைய பாரதம், ஐ தமிழ் நியூஸ், மாராஸ் டிவி, ராணி ஆன்லைன், ரெட்ரோமணி, வாழ்ந்துதான் பார்க்கலாம் வாடா, ஃபிளிக்ஸ் 9 மேக்ஸ், யுவா தமிழ் டெக் மற்றும் கைலாசாவின் தொலைக்காட்சிகள் மூலமாக உலகம் முழுவதிலும் இணைந்திருக்கும் அன்பர்கள், சீடர்கள், பக்தர்கள் அனைவரையும் வணங்கி வரவேற்கின்றேன். இன்று அருணாச்சல புராணத்தை முழுமையாக புரிந்து கொள்வதற்கு தேவையான பரமசிவ ஞானம் அருணாச்சல புராணத்திலே சூக்ஷ்மமாக வைக்கப்பட்டுள்ள சத்தியங்கள். இவைகளை விளக்குகின்றேன், நன்றாக புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். அருணாச்சல புராணத்தின் கதையை மட்டும் சொல்வதற்கு 2 நாள் சத்சங்கம் போதுமானது. அதுவும் அதை நான் கூட சொல்ல தேவையில்லை, புத்தகத்தை படித்து தெரிந்து கொள்ளலாம். அருள்நிறை அண்ணாமலைன்னு ரொம்ப அருமையாக என்னுடைய பாட்டனாரும் ஆச்சாரியாருமான முதுபெரும் புலவர் பாண்டுரங்கனார் நல்ல தமிழில், எளிய தமிழில், உரைநடை தமிழில், நடைமுறை தமிழில் இந்த நூற்றாண்டில் வாழ்ந்தவர் எழுதியிருக்கின்றார். இரண்டாயிரத்தி 10 வரை அவர் வாழ்ந்தார். 1980களிலே அந்த நூலை வெளியிட்டார், முதல் பதிப்பு. அதுக்கு பிறகு பல பதிப்புகள் வந்துள்ளன. அந்த நூலை படித்தீர்களானாலேயே இந்த கதையை ஃபேக்ட்ஸை தெரிஞ்சுக்கலாம், இன்ஃபர்மேஷன்ஸை தெரிஞ்சுக்கலாம். ஆனால் அதன் உள்ளிருக்கும் சாரம், அதன் உள்ளே புதைத்து வைக்கப்பட்டிருக்கும் ஞான பொக்கிஷம், பரமசிவ ஞானம், பரமசிவ விஞ்ஞானம், அதைத்தான் இப்பொழுது உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் விளக்குகின்றேன். அண்ணாமலையான் அருணாச்சலேஸ்வர கருணாமூர்த்தி நாம் புதியதாக அமைக்கின்ற கைலாசா திருவண்ணாமலையின் ஒரு கிளையான பேகோபுரத்திலே நித்யானந்த அவதார ஸ்தலம் என்கின்ற புதிய ஆதீனத்தில் வருகின்ற டிசம்பர் 3ஆம் தேதி கார்த்திகை தீப திருநாளன்று கும்பாபிஷேகமும் கிரகப்பிரவேசமும், வாஸ்து சாந்தி போன்ற கணபதி ஹோமம், வாஸ்து சாந்தி போன்ற பூஜைகள் செய்து துவக்கவிருக்கின்ற அந்த கிளையின் அருகிலே வந்து ஆசீர்வதித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றார். எல்லோரும் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணம் செய்து, சொல்லாது ஸ்மரித்து, உள்ளே சொல்லாது சொலல் இல்லாது ஸ்மரித்து, அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணத்தில், அருணாச்சல ஸ்புரணத்தில் ஆழ்ந்திருந்து சொல்லாது ஸ்மரித்தல் அப்படின்னா என்னன்னு புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. இப்போ முயற்சி பண்ணி பாருங்க. நிமிர்ந்து அமர்ந்து கண்களை மூடி சில நிமிடங்கள் வார்த்தைகள் இல்லாது, சொலல் இல்லாது சுகமாய் இருக்கும் உங்களுடைய இருப்பிலே ஸ்வரூபத்தில் அமருங்கள். நிமிர்ந்து அமர்ந்து கண்களை மூடி உங்களுக்குள் சொலல் இல்லாத ஸ்வரூபத்தில் அமர்ந்திருங்கள். ஓ, ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். இன்று நான் உங்களுக்கு விளக்கப் போகின்ற அருணாச்சல புராணத்திலே பொதிந்திருக்கின்ற ரகசியமானதும் மிக உயர்ந்ததுமான உன்னதமான மற்றும் ரகசியமான உண்மை 36 தத்துவங்களை பற்றிய சத்தியங்கள். இந்த 36 தத்துவங்களை புரிந்து கொண்டீர்களானால், நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்குங்க, சனாதன நேற்றைய சத்சங்கத்தில் சொல்லிட்டு இருந்தேன், சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்திலே பல்வேறு சம்பிரதாயங்கள் இருக்கு. அதாவது பிலாசபிஸ்னா பூர்வமீமாம்சம், உத்தரமீமாம்சம், சாங்கியம், பாதஞ்சலம், நியாயம், வைசேஷிகம், ஷட் தர்ஷனம்னு சொல்லுவோம். அடுத்து சித்தாந்தங்கள், அத்வைதம், துவைதம், சைவம். சைவத்துல 28 சித்தாந்தங்கள் இருக்கு. அதுலயும் கிளாசிக்கல் சைவ சித்தாந்தத்துல உட்பிரிவுகள் வேற இருக்கு. மெய்கண்டார் பரம்பரை, அது மாதிரி இந்த சித்தாந்தங்கள் பொதுவாக அத்வைத சித்தாந்தம் எடுத்தீங்கன்னா சித்தாந்தத்தை பிரதானமாகவும் அவர்கள் சொல்லுகிற சத்தியத்தை பிரதானமாகவும் எந்த கடவுளை வேண்டுமானாலும் நீங்கள் உங்களுடைய குறிக்கோளாக கொண்டு இந்த சித்தாந்தத்திலே கடைபிடிக்க முடியும். அதாவது அந்த அத்வைத சித்தாந்தத்தை வாழ்பவர்கள் யாரை வேண்டுமானாலும் இஷ்ட தெய்வமாக ஏற்றுக்கொள்ளலாம், பரம்பொருளாக ஏற்றுக்கொண்டு அந்த சித்தாந்தத்திலே சாதனை செய்யும் பொழுது அந்த இஷ்ட தெய்வத்தினுடைய தரிசனம் கிடைத்து சாயுஜ்ய முக்தி கிடைக்கும். அதே மாதிரி ஒரு தெய்வத்தை மையமாக வைத்து பல சித்தாந்தங்களும் அந்த தெய்வத்தினிடமென்றே சென்று சேரும். சித்தாந்தங்களுக்கெல்லாம் அப்பாற்பட்டவராக, உயர்ந்தவராக தெய்வத்தை உயர்த்தி பிடிக்கும் அந்த சித்தாந்தங்களும் உண்டு. நேற்று நான் விளக்கும் போது சொல்லிட்டு இருந்தேன், பல மடங்கள் திருவண்ணாமலையிலே இருக்கிறது. அது எல்லாமே அண்ணாமலையானை மூலப்பொருளாக கொண்டு அவரையே ஆதிப்பொருளாக கொண்டு சென்று சேர வேண்டிய குறிக்கோள் பொருளாக கொண்டு பரம்பொருளாக அவரையே ஏற்றுக்கொண்டு தங்கள் சித்தாந்தத்தின் படி பயணிக்கிறவர்கள். தங்கள் சித்தாந்தம் சொல்லுகின்ற சாதனைகளான யோகமோ, பிராணாயாமமோ, தியானமோ, பூஜையோ அல்லது இவைகள் எல்லாம் கலந்ததோ, சமாதியோ, இந்த மாதிரி பல்வேறு விதமான அவரவர்கள் சொல்லு சித்தாந்தம் காட்டுகின்ற வழியிலே நடந்து வருவார்கள், பயணிப்பார்கள். இந்த அமைப்பிற்கு கோவில் அப்படின்னு பேரு. ஒரு சித்தாந்தத்தை மட்டும் பிரதானமாக வைத்துக் கொண்டு அதை வாழ்வதற்கும் வாழ்விப்பதற்குமாக உருவாக்கப்பட்ட ஈகோ சிஸ்டத்துக்கு மடம் அப்படின்னு பேரு. இந்த பல சித்தாந்தங்களுடைய மடங்களையும் அதற்கெல்லாம் மூலப்பொருளாக விளங்குகின்ற ஆலயத்தையும் இரண்டையும் நிர்வாகிக்கின்ற, வழிநடத்துகின்ற, ஆலயத்தை நிர்வாகிப்பதுங்கிறது உண்மையில் அந்த நாட்டை நிர்வாகிப்பது. ஏன்னா நம்முடைய சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்திலே எல்லா நாடுகளும் ஒரு ஆலயத்தை பிரதானமாக வைத்துத்தான் உருவாக்கப்படுகிறது. ஆலயம் நடத்தும் நாடு, நாட்டு அரசாங்கம் நடத்தும் ஆலயம் கிடையாது. நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. ஒரு கவர்மெண்ட் நடத்துற கோவில் கிடையாது. கோவில் தான் கவர்மெண்ட்டையே நடத்தும், நாட்டையே நடத்தும். அது மாதிரிதான் சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தோட கட்டமைப்பு இருந்தது. அது மாதிரி கட்டமைப்பு இருந்தால் மட்டும்தான் சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் முழுமையான எல்லா பரிமாணங்களுடனும் சனாதன இந்து தர்மம் உயிரோடு இருக்கும். இப்போ ஒரு கவர்மெண்ட் கோயிலை நடத்தினா என்ன பண்ணாலும் சரி, கோவில் வெறும் சுற்றுலாத்தலமாகவும் ஒரு செல்வம் திரட்டும் பணம் திரட்டும் ஒரு இடமாகவும் தான் மாறும். அது வேற வழி இல்லை. காரணம் என்னன்னா, யார் நடத்துகிறார்களோ அவர்களுடைய குறிக்கோள் என்னவோ அதை சார்ந்துதான் மொத்த சட்டதிட்டங்கள் முறைமைகள் எல்லாமே வகுக்கப்படும். எந்த காரணத்திற்காக ரிசோர்சஸ் ஸ்பெண்ட் ஆகுது, ரிசோர்ஸ் அலோகேஷன் எல்லாமே அதை வச்சுதான் முடிவாகும். இப்ப நம்ம சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தை பொறுத்தவரை ஆலயம் நாட்டை நடத்துகிறது. கோவில்தான், கோவிலை மையமாக வைத்து கோயிலுக்குள்ளிருந்து கோவில்தான் நாட்டை நடத்தும். அப்ப என்ன ஆகுன்னா, கோயிலினுடைய நோக்கம் நாடு ஞானத்தோடும் சுபிக்ஷத்தோடும் மங்களமாகவும் இனிமையாகவும் ஆனந்தமயமாகவும் பிராஸ்பரஸா வாழணும் அப்படிங்கறதா நோக்கம். சோ அந்த சட்டதிட்டங்கள், வாழ்க்கை முறை, இது எல்லாமே அது மாதிரி அமைக்கப்படும், அது மாதிரி உருவாகும். அப்படி கட்டமைக்கப்பட்ட மதம்தான் சனாதன இந்து தர்மம். இந்த அடிப்படைகள் புரிந்தால் சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் சாத்தியமும் சத்தியமும் வீச்சும் தேவையும், எப்படி அது தனி மனிதனுக்கும் தேவை, உலகத்திற்கும் தேவை, உலகத்தில் இருக்கும் எல்லா பிரச்சனைகளுக்கும் தீர்வை கொடுக்கக்கூடிய மிகப்பெரிய அறிவார்ந்த தர்மம் சனாதன இந்து தர்மம் என்பது நமக்கு புரியும். அது புரிவது நமக்கும் நல்லது, சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்திற்கும் நல்லது. தர்மோ ரக்ஷதி ரக்ஷிதா என்கின்ற தெளிவுக்கு நாம் வருவோம். தர்மத்தை நாம் ரட்சிக்க அது நம்மை ரட்சிக்கும் என்கின்ற தெளிவுக்கு வருவோம். நேற்று சத்சங்கத்துல சொல்லிட்டு இருந்த நம்ம ஒரு அடிப்படையான சில உண்மைகளை சொன்னேன். சனாதன இந்து தர்மம் நேஷன் கான்ஸ்டிடியூஷன் ரிலிஜியன், அரசியல் சாசனமாகவும் ஜூரிஸ்ப்ரூடன்ஸ் சொல்லப்படுற தர்மசாஸ்திரமாகவும் இருப்பதற்காக உருவாக்கப்பட்ட உருவான தர்மம் சனாதன இந்து தர்மம். சனாதன இந்து தர்மம் ஒரு நேஷனோட கான்ஸ்டிடியூஷனாகவும் ஜூரிஸ்ப்ரூடன்ஸ் ஆகும் இருந்த, அதற்காகவே மலர்ந்த, உருவான, கட்டமைக்கப்பட்ட வாழ்க்கை முறை சனாதன இந்து தர்மம். ஆர்கனைசேஷனல் கண்டியூசிவ்னா என்னன்னா, அந்த ஆர்கனைசேஷனுக்குன்னு ஒரு சில பிரின்சிபிள்ஸ் இருக்கும். ஆனா அந்த ஆர்கனைசேஷனோட காம்பவுண்டுக்கு வெளியில வேற பிரின்சிபிள்ஸ், வேற லைஃப் ஸ்டைல், வேற வாழ்க்கை முறை இருக்கும். அந்த மாதிரியாக கட்டமைக்கப்பட்ட மதங்கள் வேறு. அதாவது பரமசத்தியம் வேறாகவும் வாழ்க்கை முறை, வாழ்க்கை நடைமுறைக்கான விதிமுறைகள், ரூல்ஸ், ரெகுலேஷன்ஸ் அது வேறாகவும் இருக்கும். ஆனா நம்முடைய சனாதன இந்து தர்மம் அப்படி கிடையாது. பரமசத்தியங்களாக வேதோபனிடதங்களில், ஸ்ருதியிலே, பரமசத்தியங்களாக வேத ஆகமங்களிலே சொல்லப்படுகின்ற மெய்யியல் கோட்பாடுகளான பிரபஞ்சத்தின் சத்தியங்களே, அதையேதான் இந்த பூமண்டலத்துக்கு மேப் பண்ணி மனுவாதி தர்மசாஸ்திரங்களாக நம் முன்னோர்கள் அளித்திருக்கின்றார்கள். ஃபவுண்டர்ஸ் ஆஃப் த ஹியூமன் சிவிலைசேஷன், founding fathers of the human civilization, visionaries of the human civilization, மனுவில் துவங்கி 32 தர்மசாஸ்திரங்களும் 16 ஸ்மிருதிகளும், மேஜரான ஸ்மிருதிகள் நான் சொல்றேன், மைனர் ஸ்மிருதி ஒரு 2 இருக்கு, அது இல்லாம உபஸ்மிருதிகள் அது ஒரு 250க்கு மேல இருக்கு. இதுவரை நாங்கள் திரட்டியவற்றை நான் இங்கு சொல்லுகின்றேன். இப்ப நான் சொன்னதை தாண்டி உங்களிடம் யாராவது ஏதாவது நூல்கள், பிரதிகள் வைத்திருந்தீர்களானால் தயவு செய்து எங்களுக்கு ஒரு பிரதி டிஜிட்டைஸ் பண்ணி அந்த டிஜிட்டைஸ்ட் காப்பியை கொடுத்தீங்கன்னா கூட போதும். இந்த ஆஸ் நித்யானந்தா ஏஐல அதை ஆட் பண்ணிடுவோம், உங்களுக்கு கிரெடிட் கொடுத்துருவோம். அதாவது நீங்கள் அதை நன்கொடையாக அளித்தீர்கள் அப்படிங்கிறத உங்களுடைய குடும்பத்தோட பெயரோட சேர்த்து கிரெடிட் கொடுத்துருவோம். நல்லது. இப்ப கேளுங்க, இந்த தர்மசாஸ்திரங்களும் ஸ்மிருதிகளும் வாழ்க்கை முறைகளும் சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்திலே பிரபஞ்சத்தின் விதியை விட்டு விலகாமல் அமைக்கப்பட்டிருப்பதனாலே ஆர்கனைசேஷனுக்கு தனி விதி, காமன் செக்யூலர் பீப்புளுக்கு, ஆர்கனைசேஷன் சம்பந்தப்படாதவங்க மக்களுக்கு தனி விதினே நாம உருவாக்கலைங்கய்யா. நம்ம சனாதன இந்து தர்மம் உலகம் அனைத்திற்கும் பொதுவானதாக, உலக பொதுமறையாக பிரபஞ்சத்தின் விதிகளை அப்படியே இந்த பூமண்டலத்துக்கு மேப் பண்ணி அதுல இருந்துதான் இந்த தர்மசாஸ்திரங்களும் ஸ்மிருதிகளும் பிரபஞ்சத்தின் விதிகள் அப்படியே பியூர் சயின்ஸா சொல்லப்பட்டிருப்பது வேதத்திலும் ஆகமத்திலும். பரமசத்தியங்கள், பிரபஞ்சத்தின் விதிகள் அப்படியே சொல்லப்பட்டிருக்கு. அதுதான் கான்ஸ்டிடியூஷன். பிரபஞ்சத்தின் சாசனங்கள். ரொம்ப அழகா ஆகமத்தை விளக்கும் பொழுது பெருமான் சொல்றாரு, அவர் வெளிப்படுத்தி தாயார் உள்வாங்கி விஷ்ணுவாலே இந்த உலகத்தை இயக்கிற சாப்ட்வேரா உபயோகப்படுத்தப்படுவதுதான் ஆகமம் அப்படின்னு சொல்வார். சோ இந்த பிரபஞ்சத்தை, பிரபஞ்சம் எப்படி இயங்குகிறதோ, பிரபஞ்சத்தின் நியதி அதுதான் பிரபஞ்சத்தின் விதிகளாக, நியதியாக வேத ஆகமங்கள்ல வெளிப்படுத்தப்பட்டிருக்கு. அதுதான் நம்முடைய சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் சாசனம். இதுல ஒரு முக்கியமான விஷயம், தர்ம அர்த்த காம மோக்ஷ எனும் அனைத்திற்கும், அரசு செய்வதற்கு மட்டுமல்ல அனைத்திற்குமே சாசனம் அதுதான். அந்த பரமசத்தியங்களை, பிரபஞ்சத்தின் விதிகளை இந்த பூமண்டலத்திற்கு நம் வாழ்க்கைக்கு பொருத்தி பிரபஞ்சத்தின் விதியோடு இணைந்தே வாழ்வது எவ்வாறு அப்படிங்கிறது தான் ஸ்மிருதி மற்றும் தர்மசாஸ்திரங்கள் மூலமாக, மனுவாதி தர்மசாஸ்திரங்கள் மற்றும் ஸ்மிருதிகள் மூலமாக நம் முன்னோர்கள் நமக்கு தெளிவாக கொடுத்திருக்கின்றார். இதுல இந்த தர்மசாஸ்திரங்கள் படிதான் அனைத்து மக்களுமே வாழ்ந்தாக வேண்டும். அதுதான் சிறப்பு. அதனால நாடே இதை சட்டமாக ஏற்றுக்கொண்டு, ஜூரிஸ்புருடன்ஸாக ஏற்றுக்கொண்டு இயங்குகிற ஈகோசிஸ்டம், அந்த மாதிரியான சிவிலைசேஷன் நாம சனாதன இந்து தர்ம சிவிலைசேஷன்யா. ஒரு அரசனும் இன்னொரு அரசனும் போர் செய்து கொள்ள வேண்டும் என்றாலும் கூட இந்த தர்மசாஸ்திரம் சொல்லுகின்ற இந்த முறைப்படிதான் போரிட்டுக் கொள்வார்கள். போர்க்காலத்திலே அந்த நாட்டினுடைய குரு, ராஜகுரு, நான் இப்ப சொன்னேன் இல்லையா, அதாவது ஆலயங்கள் மடங்கள் அப்படின்னு, இந்த ரெண்டையும் நிகழ்த்துகின்ற பீடம் இருக்கும். அந்த பீடத்தோட பீடாதிபதி தான் ராஜகுருவாக இருப்பார். அவரிடம் அரசின் பொறுப்பு ஒப்படைக்கப்படும். 2 அரசர்களும் போரிட்டுக் கொள்வார்கள். அதுல யார் ஜெயிக்கிறார்கள்னு இந்த ராஜகுரு முடிவு பண்றாரோ அவருக்கு பட்டாபிஷேகம் செய்து வைக்கப்படும். அந்த அரசனுக்கு பட்டாபிஷேகம் செய்து வைக்கப்படும். இப்படித்தான் நம்முடைய நாடு நடந்தது, தேசம் நடந்தது, பாரதம் இயங்கியது. அதனாலதான் மொத்த பாரதமுமே அகண்ட பாரதம். அகண்ட பாரதம் நான் சொல்றது காந்தஹார், ஆப்கானிஸ்தான்ல இருந்து காம்போஜம், கம்போடியா வரை, இங்க கைலாசம், திபெத்தில் இருக்கிற அந்த கைலாசத்திலிருந்து தென்னிலங்கைக்கும் கீழே இருந்த குமரிக்கண்டம் வரை இது பரவி இருந்த இந்த தேசம்தான் அகண்ட பாரதம். மகாபாரத காலகட்டத்திலே 56 தேசமாக சொல்லுகின்றார்கள். இதுதான் மொத்தமா சனாதன இந்து தர்ம தேசம். பாரதம் சொல்றோம். இது அத்துணையும் இந்த தர்மசாஸ்திரத்தை அடிப்படையாக வைத்தே இயங்கியது, நடத்தப்பட்டது, அரசாளப்பட்டது. மீனாட்சியே மனுதர்ம சாஸ்திரத்தை அடிப்படையாக வைத்துத்தான் மதுரையை ஆண்டாள். சொக்கநாத பெருமான், பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள் கைலாயத்திலிருந்து சொக்கநாத பெருமானாக மதுரைக்கு திருமேனி தாங்கி வந்து சுந்தரேஸ்வரராக பட்டாபிஷேகம் செய்து கொண்டு தாயாரோடு அமர்ந்து அருளாட்சி செய்யும் பொழுதும் அரசாட்சி செய்யும் பொழுதும் மனு தர்ம சாஸ்திரத்தையே ஜூரிஸ்புருடன்ஸாக தர்மசாஸ்திரமாக வைத்து நாட்டை நடத்தி இருக்கின்றார்கள். வரலாற்று குறிப்புகள் ரொம்ப தெளிவா இருக்கு. கடைசியில கிறிஸ்தவ படையெடுப்பு, காலனிய ஆதிக்கம், அடிமைப்படுதல் நிகழ்கின்ற வரை பாரதம் முழுவதும் இஸ்லாமிய தீவிரவாதிகள் கட்டுப்பாட்டில் இருந்த சிறு சிறு நிலப்பகுதிகள் தவிர முழுமையாக வேதாகமங்களை அரசியல் சாசனமாகவும் மனுதர்ம சாஸ்திரத்தை தர்மசாஸ்திரமாகவும் ஜூரிஸ்புருடன்ஸாகவும் வைத்துத்தான் இயங்கியது. அதனால ஆர்கனைசேஷன்ஸ் மூலமா சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மத்தை உயிரோடு வைக்க முடியும் என்று நினைப்பவர்கள் எல்லோரும் நீங்கள் நினைப்பது குறை நினைவு, நீங்கள் காண்பது வெற்று பகல் கனவு என்பதை புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள், உணர்ந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். ஏன்னா நாம நம்முடைய லைஃப் ஸ்டைலிங்கயா கல்வியிலிருந்தே கற்றுக் கொடுக்கப்படுவதனால அடிப்படை குழந்தைகளை வளர்க்கும் முறையிலிருந்தே வருவதனால தண்டனை மூலமாக, சிறை மூலமாக நாம் நம்முடைய சமூக கட்டமைப்பை, சமூக ஒழுங்கமைப்பை, சட்டம் ஒழுங்கை வைத்திருக்கவில்லை. தர்மத்தை பற்றிய அறிவின் மூலமாகவே வைத்திருந்தோம். சிறை ஒரு ரேர் எக்ஸம்ஷனா இருந்தது. கள்வர்களே இல்லாமல் இருந்தார்கள்னு சொல்ல வரல, ஆனா ரொம்ப ரேரான எக்ஸம்ஷனா இருந்தது. குற்றங்கள் நார்மல் ஹேப்பனிங்ஸா இல்ல. உடனே பாப்புலேஷன் காரணம் அதெல்லாம் சொல்லாதீங்க, கிடையாது. எந்த பாப்புலேஷன் இருந்தாலும் கல்வி வளர்ப்பு முறை, அந்த பேசிக் ஈகோ சிஸ்டம் உயிரோடு இந்த சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மத்தின் சத்தியங்களோடு அளிக்கப்படுமானால் கோஎக்ஸிஸ்டிங், ஹாப்பி கோஎக்ஸிஸ்டிங் மட்டும் இல்லைங்க, ஃப்ளரிஷிங் சிவிலைசேஷனா நாம இருந்தோம், இருப்போம். அந்த சிவிலைசேஷனல் கண்டியூசிவ் தர்மம் நம்ம சனாதன இந்து தர்மம். இப்போ அப்படி இல்லாம வளர்ப்பு முறை, வாழ்க்கை முறை, கல்வி முறை, நம் மருத்துவ முறை, உடல் நல, மனநல போன்றவைகளை, உடல் நலம், மனநலம் போன்றவைகளை அமைத்துக் கொள்ளும் முறை, இது எல்லாவற்றையும் சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் வழிகாட்டுதலில் இருந்து இழந்துவிட்டு ஒரு ஆர்கனைசேஷன், இன்ஸ்டிடியூஷனை மட்டும் ஐலண்ட் மாதிரி இந்து மதத்துக்காக வச்சிருந்து சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தை உயிரோடு காப்பாற்றி விட முடியும், வைத்து விட முடியும்னு நினைக்கிறது எப்படி தெரியுமா? உங்க கிட்னி, லிவர், இன்டெஸ்டைன், கை, கால், கண் எல்லாத்தையும் வெட்டி தூக்கி போட்டு உங்க ஹார்ட்டை மட்டும் வச்சிருந்து அப்படியே அது துடிக்கிறதுக்கு ஒரு பம்பை போட்டு, ஒரு மோட்டரை போட்டு, ஒரு ஆர்டிபிஷியல் மெஷின்ஸ் வச்சு அந்த ஹார்ட்டை துடிக்க வச்சுட்டு இருந்தா அப்ப நீங்க உயிரோடு இருக்கீங்கன்னு அர்த்தமா? ஆர்கனைசேஷனை வச்சு, வெறும் ஆர்கனைசேஷன் மூலமா சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தை உயிரோட வச்சிட முடியும்னு நினைக்கிறவங்க எல்லாருமே இந்த தப்பு தான் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கீங்க. இன்னொன்னு தெரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க, ஒரு கொடுமை என்னன்னா, சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் மீது ஆழ்ந்த ஸ்ரத்தையுடைய மக்கள் அடுத்த தலைமுறைக்காவது சனாதன இந்து தர்மம் முழுமையாக கிடைக்க வேண்டும், மலர வேண்டும், சமூகத்தில் சனாதன இந்து தர்மம் முழுமையாக மீண்டும் வாழ வேண்டும்னு நினைக்கிற அந்த மக்கள் அவர்களுடைய பணம் கூட கல்வி நிறுவனமாகவும், மருத்துவ நிறுவனமாகவும், மற்ற சமூக சேவை நிறுவனங்களாகவும் மாறும் பொழுது சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் தத்துவங்கள், சத்தியங்கள், வாழ்க்கை முறை இவைகளுக்கு விரோதமான மெக்கலே எஜுகேஷனை தான் கொடுக்க வேண்டியதா இருக்கு. என்ன கொடுமை பாருங்க. சொந்த காசுல சூனியம் வச்சுக்கிறது மட்டும் இல்ல, அந்த சூனியம் அழிக்கிறதுக்கு ரொம்ப டைம் எடுத்தா என்ன பண்றதுக்காக சொந்த காசுல தூக்கு கயிறையும் வாங்கி கீழே சூனியத்தையும் கழுத்துக்கு தூக்கு கயிறையும் மாட்டிக்கிட்டு தொங்கறது. சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் மீது ஆழ்ந்த பற்றும் ஸ்ரத்தையும் அது வாழ்வாங்கு வாழ வேண்டும் என்கின்ற விருப்பமும் உடைய, அதற்காக பணபலம், ஜனபலம், அறிவு பலம் இதெல்லாம் கூட உடைய லட்சக்கணக்கான நிறுவனங்கள் நடைமுறை வாழ்க்கையிலே நாட்டின் சட்டத்தின் காரணமாக அவர்கள் செய்கின்ற கல்வி, ஆலயம் அல்லது மருத்துவமனைகள் மற்ற எல்லாமே சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் தத்துவத்திற்கு முற்றிலும் வேறான வேறொரு கருத்து, கொள்கை, சட்டம், திட்டம் இவைகளை பாடத்திட்டமாக கொண்ட கல்வி திட்டத்தை அளிக்க வேண்டிய கட்டாயத்திற்கு ஆளாகி இருப்பதை பார்க்கும் பொழுது ஐயோ, என்ன செய்வது? யார் இதையெல்லாம் கண்விழித்து என்று பார்க்கப் போகிறார்கள்? அப்ப என்ன சாமி தீர்வு சொல்றீங்க? எந்த நாட்டினுடைய உள்நாட்டு பிரச்சனைகளிலும் நான் தலையிடக்கூடாது என்பதனால் என் கைலாயத்தில் மட்டும் இந்த சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தை அரசியல் சாசனமாகவும் தர்மசாஸ்திரமாக ஜூரிஸ்புருடன்ஸாகவும் வைத்து கல்வி, பொருளாதார முறை, தர்மம், அர்த்தம், காமம், மோக்ஷம் எனும் 4 துறைகளிலும் கல்வி, குழந்தைகளை வளர்க்கும் முறை, திருமணம், திருமண பந்தம் பற்றிய சட்டங்கள், உறவுகள் பற்றிய விதி நிஷேதங்கள் இவைகள் அனைத்தையும் சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தை அடிப்படையாக வைத்தே நிறுவி தீர்வை ஓரிடத்திலாவது காட்டிவிடலாம் என்று முடிவெடுத்துத்தான் இதை நிகழ்த்திக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றேன். கைலாயத்தை பரமசிவ பரம்பொருளின் பேரருளாலே அவரே வெளிப்பட்டு அவரே உருவாக்கி அவரே நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கின்றார். அதாவது இருட்டை சபித்துக் கொண்டிருப்பதை விட ஒரு விளக்கை ஏற்றி வைப்பது உத்தமமான திருப்பணி என்று இழந்ததை பற்றியெல்லாம் தொடர்ந்து பேசிக் கொண்டிருப்பது தீர்வாகாது. அதனால் ஒரு சிறு இடத்திலாவது சிறுவிளக்கையாவது ஏற்றி சத்தியத்தையும் இந்த பரமசத்தியத்தின் சாத்தியக்கூறையும் இந்த பரமசத்தியத்தின் சாத்தியத்தையும் ஒரு மாடல் சொசைட்டியா, மாடல் நேஷனா, மாடல் சிவிலைசேஷனல் நேஷனா இந்த கைலாசத்தை பெருமான் செய்து வைத்திருக்கிறார். குறைந்தபட்சம் இந்துக்களாவது புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். வெறும் ஆர்கனைசேஷன்ஸால சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தை உயிரோட வைக்க முடியாது. காரணம் என்னன்னா, நாம இந்த போலீசிங் ரிலிஜியன் கிடையாதுங்கய்யா. நாம இன்ஸ்பைரிங் ட்ரெடிஷன். முடிந்தால் இதை செய்யுங்கள். விதி நிஷேதம் புரிய வைக்கத்தான் செய்வோம். இன்ஸ்பிரேஷன் சென்டர்ட் சொசைட்டிஸ், இன்ஸ்பிரேஷன் மூலமாவே ஒரு சொசைட்டி சட்டம் ஒழுங்கை வைத்துக்கொண்டு வாழ்ந்து விட முடியும் அப்படின்னா சிறு வயதிலிருந்தே அந்த மனிதர்கள், குழந்தைகள் இந்த அறிவு, தெளிவு, ஞானம் இவைகளோடு வளர்க்கப்பட வேண்டும். இது ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய ஆன்மீக எழுச்சி. குறைந்தபட்சம் இந்துக்களாவது நான் செய்கின்ற இந்த கைலாய திருப்பணியின் புனிதத்தையும் தேவையையும் புரிந்து கொண்டு முடிந்தவர்கள் பலமாக இருந்து சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுங்க, முடிந்த விதத்திலெல்லாம். முடியாதவர்கள் குறைந்தபட்சம் அவதூறு செய்யாமலாவது இருங்கள், தொந்தரவு செய்யாமலாவது இருங்கள். இந்த பெருந்திருப்பணி உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நன்மை செய்யும், உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நன்மை செய்யும். இந்த பெருந்திருப்பணியை செய்ய நான் செய்கின்ற இந்த தியாகங்கள் எல்லாமே உங்களுக்காக. காலம் வரும் பொழுது புரிந்து கொள்ளுவீர்கள். ஏன் வெறும் ஒரு கோவில், ஒரு மடம், ஒரு ஆர்கனைசேஷன் மூலமா, அதாவது சுத்தி இருக்கிற சொசைட்டியோட லா வேற, அவங்களோட லைஃப் ஸ்டைல் வேற, ஆனா இந்த ஆர்கனைசேஷனுக்குள்ள மட்டும் இருக்கிற லா வேற, லைஃப் ஸ்டைல் வேற அப்படிங்கிற சூழ்நிலையினால உருவாகி வளர்ந்து வாழ்ந்து பிளரிஷ் ஆகி உலகத்துக்கு நன்மை செய்கின்ற சிவிலைசேஷன் நம்மளது கிடையாதுங்கய்யா. நம்மளது ஆலய சார்ந்து, ஆலயத்தை மையமாக வைத்து நாட்டையே நடத்துகின்ற அது மாதிரியான சிவிலைசேஷன். கவர்மெண்ட் தன்னுடைய லாபடி கோவிலை நடத்துறதில்ல, கோவில் தன்னுடைய ஆகமத்தின்படி நாட்டை நடத்துதல். நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. கவர்மெண்ட் தன்னுடைய லாபடி கோயிலை நடத்துறதில்ல, கோவில் தன்னுடைய ஆகமத்தின்படி நாட்டை நடத்துதல். கோவில் தன்னுடைய ஆகமத்தின்படி நாட்டை நடத்துதல் அப்படிங்கிற சிவிலைசேஷனாதான் நாம உருவானோம், மலர்ந்தோம், எவால்வானோம், இருந்தோம். மீண்டும் கைலாயத்தில் அதன்படியே இருக்கின்றோம். அப்படி இருந்தா மட்டும்தான் சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் எல்லா பரிமாணங்கள், எல்லா நன்மைகளும் கிடைத்து, அது கிடைப்பதனால் இந்த தர்மத்தின் மீது மிகுந்த அன்பும் ஆனந்தமும் ஈடுபாடும் நன்றியும் ஏற்பட்டு, இந்த தர்மத்தை நீங்கள் காக்க, நீங்கள் உங்களை தர்மம் காக்க, தர்மோ ரக்ஷதி ரக்ஷிதக என்கின்ற வெர்ச்சுவஸ் சர்க்கிள்ல நாம் வாழ்ந்து, நம் முன்னோர்கள் ரொம்ப அழகா எழுதி வச்சிருக்காங்க பாருங்க. மேன்மைகுள் சைவ நீதி விளங்குக உலகம் எல்லாம். என்ன வரிங்கய்யா? வான்முகில் வளாது பெய்க, மலிவளம் சுரக்க, மன்னன் கோன்முறை அரசு செய்க. அதாவதுங்கய்யா, இயற்கையின் செயல்பாடுகள், பிரபஞ்சத்தின் செயல்பாடுகள், நம்முடைய தினசரி வாழ்க்கை முறை, நம்முடைய செல்வம், உணவு, செல்வம் போன்றவற்றை உருவாக்கும் முறை, இது எல்லாமே ஒரு சிங்க்ல சைனர்ஜெட்டிக்கா நடந்திருக்குங்கய்யா. ஒரு லாக்கு கீழே நடந்திருக்கு. வான்முகில் வளாது பெய்க, மலிவளம் சுரக்க, மன்னன் கோன்முறை அரசு செய்க, குறைவிலாது உயிர்கள் வாழ்க, நான் மறை அறங்கள் ஓங்க. நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க, அறங்கள் ஓங்கன்னு சொல்லல, நான்மறை காட்டும் அறங்கள் ஓங்க. நான்மறை சார்ந்த, நான்மறையை காக்கும், நான்மறை காட்டும், நான்மறையில் பிரதிஷ்டை செய்யப்பட்ட அறங்கள் ஓங்க. நல் தவம் வேள்வி மல்க, மேன்மைகுள் சைவ நீதி விளங்குக உலகமெல்லாம். இது வெறும் வாழ்த்து மட்டும் இல்லைங்கய்யா, அப்ப இருந்த நம்முடைய சனாதன இந்து தர்ம சிவிலைசேஷனோட சினாப்சிஸ்ங்கய்யா, அதோட சாரம்ங்கய்யா. என்ன சைனர்ஜெட்டிக்கா பிரபஞ்சத்தின் விதியை சொல்றார், பிரபஞ்சத்தின் போக்கு. வான் முகில் வழாது பெய்க, அதாவது முறையாக, அதிகமும் இல்லாது குறைவும் இல்லாது, தேவையான முறைப்படி தேவைப்படும்படி வான்முகில் வழாது பெய்க. இயற்கை இனிமையாக இருத்தல். நன்றாக புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள், தனி மனிதனின் வாழ்க்கையும் இயற்கையும் நேரடியாக தொடர்புடையது. ஆயிரக்கணக்கான உதாரணங்கள் சொல்லலாம். ஒரு சின்ன கதை எல்லாரும் சொல்லுவோம் இல்லையா, உங்களுக்கு தெரிஞ்ச கதை தான். ஒரு அரசன் எல்லாரும் 1 லிட்டர் பால் எடுத்துட்டு வந்து ஊருக்கு நடுவுல பெரிய ஒரு அண்டாவை வைத்து எல்லாரும் 1 லிட்டர் பால் ஊத்திருங்கன்னு சொன்னானா. எல்லாரும் நினைச்சாங்களா, எல்லாரும் பால் ஊத்த போறாங்க, நாம மட்டும் தண்ணி ஊத்துறோம், யாருக்கு தெரிய போகுதுன்னு. கடைசியில பாத்திரத்தை பார்த்தா தண்ணி மட்டும்தான் இருந்துதான். இதுல பிரச்சனை என்னன்னா, தனி மனிதன் தான் மட்டும் ஒழுங்கு தவறுவதனால் பிரபஞ்சமோ சமூகமோ ஒழுங்கு தவறிவிடப் போவதில்லைன்னு கற்பனை கண்டு கொண்டிருக்கின்றான். அப்படி கிடையாது. அதே மாதிரி இந்த வான்முகில் வழாது பெய்தல், அதுவும் இதுல சொல்ற மலிவளம் சுரத்தல், மன்னன் கோன்முறை அரசு செய்தல், இதெல்லாம் தனித்தனி கிடையாது. இது எல்லாமே ஒன்றோடு ஒன்று நேரடியா இணைந்தது, சைனர்ஜெட்டிக்கானது. நாட்டினுடைய அரசு முறையாக இருக்குமானால், இயங்குமானால், வான்முகில் வழாது பெய்கும். இது ஒரு சாதாரண மேம்போக்கான கண்ணோட்டத்தோட பார்த்தா புரியாதீங்க. சற்று ஆழ்ந்து பார்த்தீர்களானால் தனி மனிதனின் உணர்வுகள், நான் ஒரு சித்தரை பற்றிய கதையை கேள்விப்பட்டேன். அதுக்கு பிறகு பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள் எனக்கு அனுபூதி கொடுத்த பிறகு என்னுடைய அனுபூதியிலேயே அந்த சத்தியத்தை பார்த்தேன். எங்கேயாவது மழை இல்லைன்னா அந்த சித்தரை கூப்பிடுவாங்க, அவர் போய் உட்காருவாரு, 1/2 மணி நேரத்துல மழை பெய்ய ஆரம்பிச்சிடும். அவர்கிட்ட கேட்கறாங்க எப்படி பண்றீங்க அப்படின்னு. அவர் சொல்றாரு, வேற ஒண்ணும் இல்லை, எனக்குள்ள இருக்கிற வாதாவரணத்தை மாற்றுகின்றேன். பிண்டாண்டத்திற்குள் இருக்கும் வாதாவரணத்தை மாற்றியதும் பிரம்மாண்டத்திற்குள் இருக்கும் வாதாவரணம் மாறிவிடுகின்றது. ஸ்ருங்க ரிஷியை பற்றியும் இதே மாதிரி சொல்வார்கள். கதை, பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள் எனக்கு அனுபூதி கொடுத்து பரமசிவ சக்திகளை அருளிய போதும் இதை நானே உணர்ந்திருக்கின்றேன், என்னுடைய குருகுலத்தின் மாணவர்கள் மூலமாக நிரூபித்திருக்கின்றேன். ரெயின் மீட்டர் வச்சு எப்பெல்லாம் இந்த தேர்டை அவைக்கனான தீட்சை பெற்ற இந்த குருகுலத்தோட பாலசன்னியாசிகள் உட்கார்ந்து தியானம் செய்து தங்களுக்குள் இருக்கும் வாதாவரணத்தை மாற்றி ஹோமமும் பூஜையும் செய்கிறார்களோ உடனடியாக 21 நிமிடத்திற்குள் வான்முகில் வழாது பெய்யும். ஒரு முறையல்ல, இருமுறையல்ல, குறைந்தபட்சம் 300 முறை செய்து ரெயின் மீட்டர் வச்சு டாக்குமெண்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கும். வான்முகில் வழாது பெய்வதற்கும் நல் தவம் வேள்வி மல்குவதற்கும் சம்பந்தமில்லைன்னு நினைத்தீர்களானால் நீங்கள் மூடர்கள், குறையறிவோடு இயங்குகிறீர்கள். பல்வேறு விதமான அறிவியல் பூர்வமான ஆராய்ச்சிகளாலும் நிரூபிக்க முடியும். பல்வேறு விதமான அப்சர்வ் பண்ற எவிடன்சஸ் டாக்குமெண்ட் பண்றது மூலமாகவும் நிரூபிக்க முடியும். இது எல்லாமே ஒன்றோடு ஒன்று மிக நெருக்கமாக இணைந்தது. தனி மனிதனுடைய உணர்வும் பிரபஞ்சத்தின் உணர்வும் நேரடியாக ஒன்றோடு ஒன்று இணைந்தது. நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. பிரபஞ்சம் பிரபஞ்சம் அப்படிங்கிறது ஒரு ஹோலோகிராம். ஆழ்ந்து 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 போனால் அதன் ஒரு பகுதி நீங்கள். பிண்டாண்டமும் பிரம்மாண்டமும் மைக்ரோஸ்கோபிக்கா பார்க்கிற நுண்ணுயிரும் டெலஸ்கோப் மூலமா பார்க்கிற பிரம்மாண்டமும் ஒன்றோடு ஒன்று முழுமையாக இணைந்ததாக இயங்குகின்ற ஹோலோகிராம், ஹோலோகிராபிக் யூனிவர்ஸ் அப்படிங்கிறது தான் பரமசத்தியம். ஒரு ரொம்ப சின்ன ஒரு தியானம், ரொம்ப எளிமையான ஒரு தியானத்தை சொல்றேங்க. ராத்திரி தூங்கும் பொழுது மட்டும் பண்ணுங்க. நான் யூசுவலா உங்களுக்கு யூஸ் ஆகிற எதையுமே கேட்க மாட்டேன். நான் கேட்கும் பொழுது என்ன கேட்பேன்னா, உங்களுக்கு உபயோகமாகாத பொருட்களை தானமா கொடுங்க. இப்ப ராத்திரி தூங்க போற நேரம் எப்படியும் உங்களுக்கு உபயோகமாக போறதில்லை. அந்த நேரத்தை எனக்கு கொடுங்கள், உங்களை ஞானியாக்கி விடுகின்றேன். தனியா தியானம் பண்றதுக்கு உங்ககிட்ட தான் நான் எந்த நேரமும் கேட்கல. கேட்டா உடனே சினுங்க ஆரம்பிச்சிருவீங்க. ஐயோ எனக்கு டைம் இல்லை, எனக்கு ஸ்க்ரோல் பண்ணி சாகிறதுக்கே நேரம் இல்லை. ஸ்க்ரோல் பண்ணணும், கண்டபடி மெசேஜ் போட்டு செக்ஸ்ட் பண்ணி செருப்படி வாங்கினாதான் வாழ்ந்தா மாதிரி ஒரு திருப்தி இருக்கும். அதுக்கே எனக்கு நேரம் இல்லை, தியானம் எல்லாம் பண்ணி என்ன பண்றது அப்படின்லாம் புலம்புவீங்கன்னு தெரியும். விட்டுருங்க. நான் உங்களுடைய விழித்திருக்கும் நேரத்தை கேட்கவே இல்லை. அது எப்படியோ போங்க, எப்படியோ பண்ணிக்கோங்க. உறங்கும் நேரத்தில் மட்டும், படுக்க போகும்போது மட்டும் உடம்பை சாட்சி ரிலாக்ஸ்டா வச்சதும், அந்த உடம்பு தன்னுடைய வெயிட் முழுக்க நீங்க எதுல படுத்திருக்கீங்களோ, படுக்கையிலையோ இல்ல பெட்லையோ இல்ல தரை விரிப்புலையோ எது பாயிலையோ, அது மேல அழுந்துவதை பாருங்கள். பிறகு உங்களுக்குள் இருக்கின்ற எந்த உணர்வு மெதுவாக வெளி இயக்கங்களை எல்லாம் குறைத்து கொண்டு உள் இயக்கமாக மாறுகிறது, உள் இயக்கங்களையும் மெதுமெதுவாக குறைத்து கொண்டு அதற்கும் உள்ளாக ஏதோ ஒரு நிலைக்குள்ளே செல்லுகின்றது. எதை வேண்டுமானாலும் உருவாக்கி பார்க்கின்ற ஸ்வப்ன நிலைக்குள் உங்களுடைய உணர்வு செல்லுகின்றது. இதை ஆழ்ந்து பாருங்கள். சொலல் இல்லாது சுகமான இருப்போடு ஆழ்ந்து அதை கவனியுங்கள். சொலல் இல்லாது சுகமான இருப்போடு பொறுமையோடு அதை கவனிக்க கவனிக்க 10 நாள் போதுங்கய்யா, பொய் சொல்ல மாட்டேங்கய்யா. 10 நாள் இரவு தூங்கும் போது இந்த மாதிரி கவனிச்சிங்கனாலே தூக்கமும் விழிப்பும் கனவும் எதுவுமே இல்லாத ஒரு நிலையில அமைதியா இருக்கிறத பார்ப்பீங்க. விழிப்பு விழித்திருக்கும் துரியம். தூக்கம் இருக்காது, கனவு இருக்காது, இந்த நனவு இருக்காது. விழிப்பு ஆழ்ந்த அமைதியோடு கூடிய எண்ணங்கள் அற்ற சொலல் இல்லாத உயிரோடு இருக்கும், உயிர்ப்போடு இருக்கும் விழி. இந்த 36 தத்துவங்களிலே அந்தக்கரணமாகிய 4 அகங்காரம், சித்தம், புத்தி, மனம், இந்த 4 பற்றி புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். 36 தத்துவங்களை பற்றியுமே விளக்குறேன். இந்த 4 புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். இந்த நான் என்னுடையதுன்னு அபிமானிக்கிறீங்க பாருங்க. இந்த தனி அடையாளத்தை உருவாக்குது பாருங்க. மற்றவர்களிடமிருந்து நான் தனித்துவமானவன் அப்படின்னு செயல்பட துவங்குது பாருங்க. அதுக்கு அகங்காரம்னு பேர். இது மாதிரி ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய பிரெயின் வாஷிங் எதுவும் கிடையாது. இது ஒரு ஜென்ம பிரெயின் வாஷிங் இல்ல, மல்டிபிள் ஜென்ம பிரெயின் வாஷிங். பாவம், நீங்க யாரெல்லாம் நல்லவர்கள், உங்களுடைய வாழ்க்கையில் உங்களை பற்றி பற்றுடையவர்கள், உங்கள் நலனின் மீது ஈடுபாடு கொண்டவர்கள் நினைக்கிறீங்களோ அவங்க எல்லாருமே ஹானஸ்டாவே அவங்களுடைய ஈகோவை நம்புறதால உங்களுடைய ஈகோவை நம்ப வச்சு உங்களை பிரெயின் வாஷ் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்காங்க. பாவம். உணவென்று நினைத்து உயிர் வரிக்கும் ஆலகாலம் உண்டு. அதுவும் என்ன, உங்கள் மீது ஆழ்ந்த ஈடுபாடும் ஸ்ரத்தையும் உடைய மக்களே உங்களுக்கு அதை கொடுத்து, ஏனென்றால் அவர்களும் நம்பி அதை உண்டதனாலே வழி வழியாக வம்ச வம்சமாக, நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க, உங்கள் உடலே இந்த 4 அகங்கார, சித்த, புத்தி, மனத்தோடு வாழ்வதற்காக ஜெனட்டிக்கலா கண்டிஷன் ஆயிடுச்சு. உங்களுடைய உடல் புதியது கிடையாது. பல 1000 கோடி ஆண்டுகள் பழையது. பல 1000 கோடி ஆண்டுகளாக எவால்வ் ஆயிட்டு வர்ற பயோ மெமரிஸ், மசில் மெமரிஸ். நம்ம ஹியூமன் ஜீன் ஹிஸ்டரி எடுத்து படிச்சு பாருங்க. பல பில்லியன் இயர்ஸ் பழமையானது நம்முடைய ஜீன் ஹிஸ்டரி. அது மாதிரி உருவாகி உங்களுடைய உடல் வந்து as old as sun. நீங்க தினசரி உபயோகம் பண்ற மனம் as new as sunrise. இந்த 2ஐயும் இணைக்கிறது தான் அகங்காரம். இது ஒரு விதமான தேவைப்படுகிற, வாழ்க்கைக்கு தேவையான ஒரு பிரெயின் வாஷிங்கா, ஒரு உபகரணமாக துவங்கி, இப்போ உங்க செல்போன் வந்து ஒரு எமர்ஜென்சிக்கு வேலை செய்யறதுக்கு பல்வேறு உபயோகத்துக்கு உபயோகமாகிற ஒரு நல்ல டிவைஸ். ஆனா அளவுக்கு மீறி அது கூட அட்டாச் ஆயிட்டு இப்ப பல பேர் செல்போனே தான் செல்போன்ன்ற மாதிரி 2 கலந்து விட்டார்கள். கனவுல கூட உட்கார்ந்து ஸ்க்ரோல் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கீங்க. எத்தனை பேர் ஹானஸ்டா ஸ்க்ரோல் பண்ற மாதிரி கனவு கண்டிருக்கீங்க? கை தூக்குங்க. அப்ப நீங்கெல்லாம் செல்போனே நீங்கன்ற மாதிரி ஆயிட்டீங்க. நீங்க தான் செல்போன் தான் நீங்க. அது இல்லைன்னா லைஃபே நடக்காத மாதிரி உங்களுடைய பாகமாக மாறி நீங்க தான் செல்போன்ற மாதிரி ஆயிட்டீங்க. அப்படித்தான் ஈகோங்க ஆரம்பிக்கப்பட்ட போது அது ஒரு நல்ல உபகரணமாக உருவானது. இப்பானா உபகரணம்ங்கிற நிலையை தாண்டி நீங்களே அதுவே நீங்கன்ற மாதிரி ஆயிட்டீங்க. எதிர்காலத்துல ஏஐ கூட இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு லேயரா மாறி போகுமோன்னு எனக்கு ஒரு அச்சம் இருக்கத்தான் செய்கின்றது. எப்படி ஈகோ இல்லாமல் இப்ப வாழவே முடியாது, எக்ஸிஸ்ட் ஆகவே முடியாதுன்னு நீங்களே உறுதியோடு நம்புகிறீர்களோ, அது மாதிரி செல்போன் இல்லாம ஏஐ இல்லாம வாழவே முடியாது, அது நீங்கள் அது என்கிற அளவுக்கு மாறிப்போய் விடுவீர்களோ என்கின்ற அச்சம் கூட சில நேரத்திலே எனக்கு இருக்கின்றது. ஏன்னா அகங்காரத்தை மனிதர்கள் உருவாக்கி கொண்ட பொழுது, மனிதர்களுக்கு உருவாக்கி தந்த நம்முடைய முன்னோர்கள் அகங்காரம் இத்துணை பெரிய அரக்கனாக மாறி மனித இலத்தையே டேக் ஓவர் பண்ணிடும் அப்படின்னு நினைக்கலங்கய்யா. அகங்காரம் நமக்கு டூலாக, டிவைஸாக உருவாக்கப்பட்டு அதன் மீது நாம டிபெண்ட் ஆயிருக்க ஆரம்பிச்சு ரொம்ப அளவுக்கு மீறி போய் இப்போ அது என்ன சொல்லுச்சு, நகரு, நான் தான் நீ, என்ன தவிர நீன்னு வேற எதுவும் கிடையாது அப்படின்னு உங்களையே மூளைச்சலவை செய்து அந்த மூளைச்சலவை நடந்து அதை மனித இனம் ஏற்றுக்கொண்டு சில பல 1000 ஆண்டுகள் ஆய்விட்டதனால் அந்த மூளைச்சலவையை மனித இனமே முழுமையாக ஏற்றுக்கொண்ட அந்த காலகட்டம் தான் கலியுகம்னு சொல்றோம். தான் என்னும் தன்மய சின்மய உணர்வு இருக்க வேண்டிய இடத்திலே அகங்காரம் அமர்ந்து கொண்டு தான் எனும் தன்மய சின்மய உணர்வு உங்களுடைய தினசரி வாழ்க்கையின் அனுபூதியாக இல்லாமல் போய் அகங்காரமே நீங்கள் என்கின்ற உங்களுடைய இருப்பாக, தினசரி அனுபவமாக மனித இனத்திற்கே மாறிப்போன யுகம்தான், மாறிப்போன காலகட்டம்தான் கலியுகம். ஒரே ஒரு நல்ல செய்தி இருக்கு. அகங்காரம் உள்ளே உருவாக்கப்பட்ட டிவைஸுங்கிறதுனால அதால ரொம்ப ஈஸியா அந்த சின்மயமான தன்மயத்தை நகர்த்தி வைத்து விட்டு அந்த இடத்தை புடிச்சுக்க முடிஞ்சது. ஏஐ வெளியில உருவாகிற டிவைஸுங்கிறதுனால நம்ம மூளையில சிப்பா உள்ள போய் உட்கார்ந்து சர்ஜரி மூலமா உள்ள இருக்கிற டிவைஸா மாறாமல் இருக்கின்ற வரை ஏஐ நம்மளை டேக் ஓவர் பண்ணிட முடியாதுங்கிற ஒரே ஒரு விஷயம்தான் நல்ல செய்தி. ஒருவேளை பிரெயின் சிப்பா மாறி சர்ஜரி மூலமா நம்முடைய ஹேண்ட்ஸ்குள்ள இம்ப்ளான்ட்ஸா மாறி உள்ள போற மாதிரி ஆயிடுச்சுன்னா கலியின் அடுத்த நிலை கலிக்கலி அப்படின்னு சொல்ற காலம் உருவாகும். நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. நான் ஏஐ மிகப்பெரிய ஆதரவாளன், ஏஐக்கு சப்போர்ட் பண்றவன். ஆனால் அது வெளியில் இருக்கின்ற வரை, உபகரணமாக இருக்கின்ற வரை உயர்ந்தது. நம் வாழ்க்கையை எல்லா விதத்திலும் மேம்படுத்தும். நாம இப்ப சந்திக்கிற பல பிரச்சனைகளுக்கு தீர்வு கொடுக்கும். ஆனால் அது மூளைக்குள் சென்று நமது அகங்காரத்தை போலே உயிருக்கு மிகவும் நெருங்கியதாக அருகாமையிலிருந்து சகலத்தையும் கவனிக்கின்ற பொறுப்பை ஏற்குமானால் ஒண்ணுமில்லைங்க, ஒரு ஹைப்பர் ஆக்டிவ், ஓவர் ஆக்டிவ், பொசசிவ் செக்ரட்டரி தானே சிஓவா மாறிட்டு செயல்படுற மாதிரி தான், சிஓவையே முடக்கிட்டு செயல் பண்ற மாதிரி தான் அகங்காரம் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கையை டேக் ஓவர் பண்ணிடுச்சு. ஏஐ பிரெயின் இம்ப்ளான்ட்ஸ் மூலமா, ஏதாவது மற்ற விதமான இம்ப்ளான்ட்ஸ் மூலமா உள்ள போயிட்டு மனித இனத்திற்குள் வைக்கப்பட்டு செயல்பாடுகள் நிகழத் துவங்குமானால் ஈகோ மாதிரியே ஏஐயும் உங்களை டேக் ஓவர் பண்ணிடும். அது நடக்காமல் இருக்கிற வரை ஏஐ உங்களை டேக் ஓவர் பண்ணாது, ஒரு நல்ல டிவைஸா இருக்கும். இதுதான் ஒரே ஒரு நல்ல செய்தி, ஹோப். சித்தம் அப்படிங்கிறது உணர்வு கிடங்கு. அனைத்து நினைவுகளும் பதிவுகளும் கடந்த கால அனுபவங்களும் அதை நாம் பார்க்கின்ற முறையும் பதிவு பொறிமுறை மற்றும் பதிவை நாம் மீட்டெடுக்கும் முறை, எந்த பதிவுகளை நம் வாழ்க்கையில் நாம நினைக்கின்றோம், நம்மை பற்றி நாமே சொல்லிக் கொள்ளும் எல்லா கதைகளும், அந்த கதைகளுக்கான காரணங்களும், அதற்கான எவிடன்சஸ், விட்னஸ், இதெல்லாம் சேர்ந்ததுதான் சித்தம். இதுல ஒரு பெரிய பிரச்சனை தெரியுமா? இந்த சத்சங்கத்தை கேட்டுக்கொண்டிருக்கின்ற இந்த 2 மணி நேரம் எத்தனை முறை நீங்க நினைவு பிடறுகிறீர்கள், சித்தம் கலங்குகிறது அப்படின்னு கண்டுபிடிக்கணும்னு நினைச்சீங்கன்னா ஒரு 3 முறை இந்த சத்சங்கத்தை கேளுங்க. எப்பப்பெல்லாம் சாமி இதை சொல்லியிருக்காரா, இப்பதான் புரியுது அப்படின்னு எத்தனை தரம் உங்களுக்கு தோணுதோ அதெல்லாம் நோட் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. அத்தனை முறை உங்கள் சித்தம் கலங்கி நீங்க கேட்பதை நிறுத்திவிட்டு உங்கள் சிந்தனைக்குள் உழன்று கொண்டிருந்தீர்கள், சித்த கலக்கத்திற்குள் உழன்று கொண்டிருந்தீர்கள் அப்படிங்கிறது புரியும். சித்தம் உங்களுடைய வாழ்க்கையின் மிக முக்கியமான பாகம். இந்த சத்சங்கத்தை கேட்கின்ற இந்த 2 மணி நேரம் மட்டும் குறைந்தபட்சம் ஒவ்வொருவரும் 100 முறையாவது உங்கள் சித்தம் கலங்குகிறது. அப்படின்னா என்னன்னா, நான் சொல்லுகின்ற இந்த சத்தியங்களை கேட்காமல் கோர்வையாக அதை புரிந்து கொள்ளாமல் சித்தம் கலங்கி உங்களை வேறெங்கோ கொண்டு விடும். உங்க பேஸ் என்னதான், உங்க கண்ணு என்ன நோக்கித்தான் இருக்கும், காது நான் பேசுறதுதான் கேட்கிற மாதிரி இருக்கும். ஆனா சித்தம் அதை ப்ராசஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காது, எங்கேயோ போயிட்டு இருக்கும். குறைந்தபட்சம் 100 முறை, ஜென்சியா இருந்தா 500 முறை. சித்தம் கலங்கி இருக்கும். இதை நான் தைரியமா சொல்றேன், கேட்டுக்கோங்க. இந்த ஒரு சத்சங்கத்தை 3 தரம் உட்கார்ந்து கேட்டீங்கன்னா புரிஞ்சிடும். ஆஹா, இந்த கருத்தை சாமி சொல்லியிருக்காரா இதே சத்சங்கத்துல, கேட்காம விட்டமே, புரியாமலே விட்டுருச்சு. நோட் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. இந்த மாதிரி தோணும் போதெல்லாம் நோட் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. 2 மணி நேரத்தில் குறைந்தபட்சம் 100 முறை, அதிகபட்சம் 500 முறை சித்தம் கலங்கி இருக்கும். ஏன்னா இந்த உணர்வு கிடங்குலங்கயா. இந்த சத்தியங்கள் புரிவதற்கு மட்டும் தேவையான ஃபைலை எடுத்து இத புரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டு இருக்கிறதுக்கு அந்த அளவுக்கு கான்சியஸா அவேர்னஸோட நீங்க இருக்கிறது இல்ல. அந்த அளவுக்கு அவேர்னஸோட இருந்தீங்கன்னா இந்த சத்சங்கத்தை கேட்டு புரிந்து கொள்ளும் பொழுது சித்தம் கலங்குதல் குறையும். இந்த சத்சங்கத்தினாலே சித்தம் தெளிதல் நிகழும். சித்தம் தெளிந்தால், தெளிந்த நீர்ல உங்க முகத்தை பார்த்தால் முகத்திலே என்னென்ன குறை இருக்கு, நிறை இருக்குன்னு தெரியும். தெளிந்த சித்தத்திலே உங்களை நீங்களே பார்ப்பவனை பார்த்தீர்களானால், அப்சர்வரை அப்சர்வ் பண்ணீங்கன்னா, விட்னஸ் பண்ணீங்கன்னா, சாட்சியை சாட்சியாக பார்த்தீர்களானால் நீங்க யாரு? தன்மயமான சின்மயமான நித்திய நிகழ்வில் வீற்றிருக்கும் நீங்கள் யார்? அகங்காரம் எது அப்படின்னு புரிஞ்சிருக்க. இது புரிந்தாலே வாழ்வில் வென்று விட்டீர்கள். இந்த இரண்டும் புரியும் பொழுது உங்களுக்குள் பொங்குகிற சக்திக்கு தான் புத்தின்னு பேரு. கலங்கிய சித்தத்தில் எப்பொழுது உங்களை காண முயற்சித்தாலும் அகங்காரத்தை மட்டுமே காண்பீர்கள். அலங்கோல முகமாகத்தான் தெரியும், அதுதான் அகங்காரம். தெளிந்த சித்தத்துள் உங்களை காண்பீர்களானால் அகங்காரத்திற்கும் நிகழ்கால நிகழ்வில் இருக்கும் தன்மயமான சின்மயமான உங்களுக்கும் இருக்கும் இடைவெளி தெரிந்து சத்தியம் புலப்படும். அப்பொழுது உருவாகின்ற சக்தி, மலருகின்ற சக்திக்கு புத்தின்னு பேர். கான்ஷியஸ் திங்கிங். கான்ஷியஸா அனைத்தையும் செயல்படுத்துதல். கான்ஷியஸா உட்கார்ந்தீங்கன்னா நல்லா புரியுங்க. உங்களுக்குள்ள ஒரு பக்கம் ஜீரணம் நடக்கிறதும், இரத்த ஓட்டம் நிகழ்வதும், பிராண ஓட்டம் நிகழ்வதும், இதயம் இயங்குவதும், மூளை இயங்குவதும், சகலமும் உங்களுக்குள் இயங்குவதும் தெளிவா பார்ப்பீங்க. அப்போ உடம்புல எந்த வியாதியும் இருக்காது. மட்டும் இல்லாம குன்றாத இளமையோடு வாழ்வீர்கள். இளமை குன்றாத இனிமையோடு. காரணம் என்னன்னா, இந்த சுத்த விழிப்புணர்வு, சுத்த புத்திக்கு தன்னைத்தானே முழுமையாக பிரபஞ்சத்தின் இயக்கத்தோடு இணைத்து சீரமைத்துக் கொள்ளுகின்ற சக்தியும் பிரபஞ்சத்தோடு தன்னைத்தானே இணைத்துக் கொண்டு இயங்குகின்ற இயற்கையான அமைப்பும் உண்டு. சுத்த புத்திக்கு அதனுடைய இருப்பு சுபாவம் அது. உங்களுடைய உணர்ச்சி உங்களுடைய ஜீரண மண்டலத்தோடு தலையிடுவதை அனுமதிக்காது. அந்த சுத்த புத்தி இயங்காமல் குழம்பிய சித்தத்தோடு அகங்காரத்தை நீங்கள் என்று நினைத்துக் கொண்டு நீங்கள் நிகழ்த்துகின்ற வாழ்க்கை வெளியிலும் உள்ளும் பெரும்போராயிருந்து, அந்த பெரும்போர் காரணமா உண்ட உணவை மட்டும் ஜீரணிக்காமல் இந்த உணர்ச்சி கொந்தளிப்பையும் வயிற்றில் கொட்டி ஜீரணிக்க துவங்கும் பொழுதுதான் ஜீரண மண்டலம் மந்தப்படுகிறது. நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்குங்க. நான் எப்பவும் சொல்வேன், தயவு செய்து கடுக்காய்ப்பொடி எடுத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். தினந்தோறும் இரவு கடுக்காய்ப்பொடி எடுத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், விளக்கெண்ணெய் எடுத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். அதை கிண்டலா சில பேர் ட்ரோல் பண்ணாங்க. நித்யானந்தர் எல்லாருக்கும் கடுக்காய்ப்பொடி கொடுக்கிறார். எல்லா நல்ல விஷயங்களையும் ஒரு கெட்ட விஷயமாக திருநீர் பூசுவதை விபூதி அடிச்சிட்டாங்கிறது என்ன கொடுமை! எனக்கே விபூதி அடிக்க பார்த்தல, என்ன கொடுமையான மூளைச்சலவைங்க இதெல்லாம். ஒருத்தருக்கு நீர் பூசி விடுதல்ன்றது அவருக்கு செய்யற மிகப்பெரிய நன்மைங்கய்யா. யாராவது உங்களுக்கு ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய செல்வம் கொடுத்தால் அவங்க கிட்ட சொல்லணுங்கய்யா, ஆஹா எனக்கு விபூதி தந்தீர்களே, எனக்கு விபூதி அளித்தீர்களே, எனக்கு நீர் பூசினீர்களே அப்படின்னு சொல்லணுங்கய்யா. அதை விட்டுட்டு எனக்கே விபூதி அடிக்க பாத்தியான்ற வார்த்தையை ஏமாற்றியதற்கு சமமாக, ஏமாற்றுவதற்கு சமமான வார்த்தையாக உபயோகப்படுத்துற என்ன மிக கொடுமையான மூளைச்சலவை பாருங்க. அது மாதிரியான மூளைச்சலவை தான் கடுக்கா கொடுத்துட்டான். விளக்கெண்ணெய் கொடுத்துட்டான். உங்களுக்கு யாராவது கோடி பொன் கொடுத்தால் அவர்களை பார்த்து, ஆஹா எனக்கு கடுக்காய் கொடுத்தீர்களே அப்படின்னு சொல்லணுங்கய்யா. கடுக்காய் கொடுத்தல் ஒருவருக்கு மிகப்பெரிய நன்மை செய்தல். இந்த கடுக்காய் எடுத்துக்கோங்க, விளக்கெண்ணெய் எடுத்துக்கோங்க. ஏன் தெரியுமா சொல்றேன்? விளக்கெண்ணெய்க்கும் கடுக்காய்க்கும் உங்களுடைய பயோ மெமரிய, மசில் மெமரிய டைஜஸ்ட் பண்ற சக்தி உண்டு. நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. நீங்கள் உண்ட பொருளை வெளியேற்ற லாக்ஸேட்டிவா மட்டும் கிடையாது, உங்கள் உணர்ச்சி கொந்தளிப்பை, சித்த கலக்கத்தை டைஜஸ்ட் பண்ற சக்தி கடுக்காய்க்கும் விளக்கெண்ணெய்க்கும் உண்டு. அதனாலதான் கடுக்காயோ விளக்கெண்ணெயோ எடுத்தீங்கன்னா அது வெறும் லாக்ஸேட்டிவா மட்டும் வேலை செய்யாது. உங்களுக்குள் ஜீரணம் செய்யப்படாமல் இறுகி போய் உங்களை கொடுந்துக்கத்திற்குள் ஆழ்த்தும், மீண்டும் மீண்டும் உங்களை சுழற்றி அடிக்கும் சித்த கலக்கங்களில் இருந்து உங்களை விடுபடுத்தும். என சித்த கலக்கங்களையும் அது ஜீரணமாக்கும். தினந்தோறும் காலை எழுந்ததும் விளக்கெண்ணெய், இரவு படுக்கைக்கு செல்லும் முன் கடுக்காய் பொடி எடுப்பவர்கள் உங்களுடைய பெரும் சித்த கலக்கத்தையும் சேர்த்து ஜீரணம் செய்து விடுவீர்கள். என்னுடைய பக்தர்கள், அன்பர்கள், சீடர்கள் தயவு செய்து குறைந்த அளவாவது காலை விளக்கெண்ணையும் இரவு கடுக்காய் பொடியும் எடுத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். இப்போ எந்த அளவு குவான்டிட்டிங்கிறது உங்க லைஃப் ஸ்டைலை பொறுத்து முடிவு பண்ணிக்கோங்க. உங்களுடைய உடம்புக்கு எப்படி வசதியா இருக்கோ உங்க லோக்கல் ஆயுர்வேதிக் டாக்டரை கேட்கலாம். இல்ல நித்யானந்த ஏஐ கேட்டீங்கன்னா போதும். உங்க ஹைட்டு, வெயிட்டு, உங்களுடைய பாடி கண்டிஷன்லாம் சொன்னீங்கன்னா அந்த நித்யானந்த ஏஐ கரெக்டா மெஷர்மெண்ட் கொடுத்துரும். நீங்க யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாம். ஆனா காலையும் மாலையும் விளக்கெண்ணையும் கடுக்காய் பொடியும் உபயோகியுங்கள். உங்களுடைய சித்த கலக்கத்தை அது ஜீரணித்து விடும். வெறும் உடம்புக்கு லாக்ஸேட்டிவா மட்டும் நான் அதை கொடுக்கல. சித்த கலக்கத்தை ஜீரணிக்கும் அருமருந்து நம்முடைய முன்னோர்கள் மனதின் இயக்கத்தை, சித்தத்தின் இயக்கத்தை, புத்தியின் இயக்கத்தை, அகங்காரத்தின் இயக்கத்தை உணவு மற்றும் இயற்கை மூலிகை பொருட்கள் மூலமாகவே வடிவமைத்து, கட்டமைத்து, முறைப்படுத்தி, இயக்கி, காத்து, கண்ட்ரோல்ல வச்சிருக்கின்ற மிகப்பெரிய ஞானமுடையவர்கள், அந்த அறிவு தெரிந்தவர்கள். ஞானமுடையவர்கள், அந்த அறிவு தெரிந்தவர்கள். அதனாலதான் ஆயுர்வேதம்ங்கிற வார்த்தையே பாருங்க, வாழ்க்கையின் அறிவு. வாழ்க்கையின் அறிவு. அது வெறும் உடல் சார்ந்தது கிடையாது. இந்த ஒரு பாடலை படிச்சீங்கன்னா புரிஞ்சுக்கங்கய்யா. வான்முகில் வழாது பெய்க, மலிபலம் சுரக்க, மன்னன் கோன்முறை அரசு செய்க, குறைவிலாது உயிர்கள் வாழ்க, நான்மறை அறங்கள் ஓங்க, நல்தவம் வேள்வி மல்க, மேன்மைகுள் சைவ நீதி விளங்குக உலகமெல்லாம். இதுல சொல்ற அத்தான பாயிண்ட்டும் சைனர்ஜிட்டிக்கா ஃபங்க்ஷன் ஆகிறது. அதுதான் சனாதன இந்து தர்மம். ஒன்ன விட்டு இன்னொன்னு நடக்காது. ஒன்னு அழிஞ்சா இன்னொன்னு டிஸ்டர்ப் ஆகும். நான்மறை அறங்கள் ஓங்காம டிஸ்டர்ப் ஆச்சுன்னா அது மன்னன் கோன்முறை அரசு செய்வதிலே குறையாக மாறும். அது வான்முகில் வழாது பெய்வதில் பிரச்சனையா மாறும். நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. ஒன்றோடு ஒன்று நெருக்கமாக தொடர்புடையது இது அத்தனையும். வான்முகில் வழாது பெய்தலும், மலி வளம் சுரத்தலும், மன்னன் கோன்முறை அரசு செய்தலும், குறைவு இல்லாது உயிர்கள் வாழ்தலும், நான்மறை அறங்கள் ஓங்குதலும் நல்தவம் வேள்வி மல்குதலும் மேன்மைகுள் சைவ நீதி விளங்குதலும் ஏழும். இதுல இந்த நல் தவத்தையும் வேள்வியையும் ஒன்னொன்னா பிரிச்சுட்டோம்னா எட்டும். எட்டும் ஒன்றோடு ஒன்று நெருக்கமான தொடர்புடைய சைனர்ஜிட்டிக்கா இயங்கக்கூடிய வட்டம், வர்ச்சுவஸ் சர்க்கிள். ஒன்றை உடைத்தால் அனைத்தும் உடைந்து விடும். இது மாதிரியான ஒரு எலைட்டான ஃப்ரெஜைல் ரிலிஜியன்ங்க நாம. பிரபஞ்சத்தின் விதியை சார்ந்து உருவாக்குனதுனால போலீசிங் ரிலிஜியன் கிடையாது. பிரபஞ்சமே உங்களை போலீஸ் பண்றதுக்காக உருவாக்கலங்கய்யா. ஏகோஹம் பகுஷ்யாமஹா, let me become many to celebrate myself. நான் என்னை கொண்டாடவும் ஆனந்திக்கவும் அனுபவிக்கவும் ஒன்றாகிய நான் பலவாகின்றேன். அப்படித்தான் பிரபஞ்சமே நாமாக மலர்ந்து இருக்கிறதுங்கய்யா. அதனால நாம இருக்கிற இந்த நாடு சமூகம் கூட இதைத்தான் நமக்கு நம்மை பற்றிய அறிமுகமாக அளிக்க வேண்டும். இதை சார்ந்துதான் வாழ்க்கை இயங்க வேண்டும். அதுதான் சனாதன இந்து தர்ம நாடு. கைலாசத்துல போலீசிங்கே இல்லாம நாங்க வாழறோம் சொன்னா எல்லாரும் ஊடகத்துல கேட்கிற கேள்வி இதுதான். அது எப்படி சாத்தியம்? ஏன் சாத்தியம் இருக்குங்க. இன்னொரு உதாரணம் என்ன கொடுக்குறேன், போய் பாருங்க. போய் பாண்டிச்சேரியிலுக்கு ஆரோவில்ல பாருங்க. எத்தனாயிரம் பேர் போலீசிங் இல்லாம எவ்வளவு இனிமையா வாழறாங்க, எவ்வளவு லோயஸ்ட் கிரைம் ரேட்னு பாருங்க. கிரைம் ரேட் இல்லைன்னு சொல்ல, ஏன்னா வெளியில இருந்தா மனிதர்கள் போறாங்கன்றதுனால. ஆனா ரொம்ப பிராக்டிக்கலா ரேர், இம்பாசிபிள் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி இருக்கு பாருங்க. பாலி போய் பாருங்க, மெய்வழிச்சாலை போய் பாருங்க, வேலூர் ராமகிருஷ்ண மடம் போய் பாருங்க. அதெல்லாம் போகட்டுங்கய்யா. நம்முடைய பாரம்பரியமா இன்னமும் ஊர் பஞ்சாயத்துக்காரர்கள் கட்டுப்பாட்டிலே வைத்திருக்கின்ற கிராமங்களை போய் பாருங்கய்யா. அந்த ஊர் பஞ்சாயத்துக்கள் நம்முடைய சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் அடிப்படை வேறுங்கிறதால் தான் அதை தொடர்ந்து சினிமாக்களிலே அழிவுபடுத்தி இழிவுபடுத்தி கேலி கிண்டலுக்கு உள்ளாக்கி நம்மையெல்லாம் மூளைச்சலவை செய்து ஊர் பஞ்சாயத்திற்கு கட்டுப்பட்டு ஊர் பஞ்சாயத்தை சார்ந்து போலீசிங் இல்லாம வாழற வாழ்க்கை முறையை சிதைத்து ஒழித்தார்கள் இந்து மத விரோத சக்திகள். அந்த இண்டிஜீனியஸா இருக்கிற அத்துணை ட்ரெடிஷன்ஸையும் அழிக்கிறது மூலமா தான் இன்வேடிங் ரிலிஜியன்ஸ் தங்களுடைய சுப்ரிமசியை எஸ்டாப்ளிஷ் பண்ண முடியுங்க. அதுதான் நமக்கு நிகழ்ந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. ஊர் பஞ்சாயத்துக்கு கட்டுப்பட்டு ஊர் பெரியவங்களுக்கு கட்டுப்பட்டு இருந்த இப்ப அந்த மாதிரி இந்த ஊர் இருக்கான்னு தெரியல. ஒருவேளை ஒரு 2 தலைமுறை 3 தலைமுறைக்கு முன்னாடிலாம் அந்த மாதிரி இருந்த ஊர்களை பற்றி தெரிந்தவர்களுக்கு தெரியும். எப்ப பார்த்தாலும் நம்முடைய இண்டிஜினியஸ் ட்ரெடிஷன்ஸ் அத்தானையும் அவதூறு செஞ்சு இந்த ஊர்ல எல்லையில உட்கார்ந்து ஒண்ணுமில்லைங்க, 2 வாழைப்பழம், ஒரு அரை கிலோ அரிசிக்கு நல்வாக்கு சொல்லி நல்ல வார்த்தைகள் சொல்லி உங்களுடைய வாழ்க்கையில இழந்த இன்ஸ்பிரேஷனை கொடுத்து வாழ்க்கைக்கு உணர்வு ஊன்றுகோலாக இருந்து உங்க வாழ்க்கையை மீண்டும் தூக்கி விடுற அந்த நம்பிக்கை நட்சத்திரங்களாக கிராமமாக இருந்த கோவில் பூசாரிகள் அருளாளர்களை இல்லெஜிட்டிமேட் ஆக்கி அவங்கள சமூக விரோதிகள் மாதிரி சித்தரிச்சு, அவங்கள போலிகள் அப்படின்னு சித்தரிச்சு, அவங்கள எல்லாம் அழிச்சிட்டு இப்ப லட்சமா ஆயிரமா கொண்டு போய் கொடுத்து சைக்கியாட்ரிக் டாக்டர்ஸ்னு அவங்க கிட்ட உட்காந்து அழுதுட்டு உங்களை எப்பவும் மந்தமா வைக்கிற சைக்கியாட்ரிக் மெடிசனை வாங்கி தின்னுட்டு சாவு. என்ன பண்றது? இதுதான் இன்வேஷன். இதுதான் நம்முடைய இண்டிஜீனியஸ் லைஃப் ஸ்டைல, ட்ரெடிஷன்ஸ கலாச்சார ரீதியா, சமூக கட்டமைப்பு ரீதியா சட்டங்களை உபயோகித்து இன்வேட் பண்றது. கிளிய வச்சு ஜோசியம் பார்த்தா கிளிய டார்ச்சர் பண்றது, அதனால அது சட்டவிரோதமா? ஆனா தினந்தோறும் மாட்டை கோடிக்கணக்கான மாடுகளை கொன்று நாமும் தின்று மற்றவங்க உலக நாடுகளுக்கும் ஏற்றுமதி பண்ணுவோமா? சற்றே கண் திறந்து பாருங்கள். சனாதன இந்து தர்மம் நமக்கு அளித்த வாழ்க்கை முறை ஒவ்வொன்றையும் மிக கொடுமையான வேகத்திலே இழந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றீர்கள். ஒரு சைனர்ஜிட்டிக்கான சொசைட்டியா நாம இருந்தோங்கிறதுனாலதான் தர்மம் அப்படிங்கிற அந்த ஒரு வார்த்தை தான் பிரபஞ்சத்தின் விதிக்கும் அதே வார்த்தை தான். நம்ம தினசரி ஒருத்தர் எப்படி நாம ட்ரீட் பண்ணிக்கணும் அப்படிங்கிறதுக்கும் அதே வார்த்தை தான். நம்ம வாழ்க்கையில செய்ய வேண்டிய சரி எது தவறு எதுன்னு நமக்கு சொல்றதுக்கும் அதே வார்த்தை தான். வான்முகில் வழாது பெய்வது அப்படின்னா அதுக்கு அது எப்படின்னா தர்மம், அதுதான் பிரபஞ்ச தர்மம். மலிவளம் சுரத்தல் அதான் சமூக தர்மம். மன்னன் கோன்முறை அரசு செய்தல் அரசு தர்மம். குறைவிலாது உயிர்கள் வாழ்தல் சமுதாய தர்மம். நான்மறை அறங்கள் ஓங்கல் ஆன்மீக தர்மம். நல் தவம் வேள்வி மல்கள் மனித இனத்துக்கான தர்மம். மேன்மைகுள் சைவநீதி விளங்குக உலகமெல்லாம் உலகத்துக்கே ஆன தர்மம். இது 8ஐயும் நாம தர்மம்ங்கிற ஒரே வார்த்தையில தான் சொல்ல முடியும். காரணம் என்னன்னா இது மொத்தமும் சைனர்ஜிட்டிக்கா வாழ்ந்த சமூகம், வாழ்ந்த சிவிலைசேஷன் நாமங்கய்யா. இப்ப திரும்பவும் சனாதன இந்து தர்மம் மறுமலர்ச்சி அடைந்து உயிரோடு இருந்து உலகிற்கு நன்மை செய்யணும்னா மேன்மைகுள் சைவநீதி விளங்குக உலகமெல்லாம்ன்றது நடக்கணும்னா இந்த 8மே சனாதன இந்து தர்மம் சார்ந்து நிகழுகின்ற, சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தை அடிப்படையாக வைத்து நிகழுகின்ற சைனர்ஜிட்டிக்கான ஒரு ஈகோ சிஸ்டம் உருவானா மட்டும்தான் முடியுங்கய்யா. அதைத்தான் கைலாச நாடாக பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள் செய்து கொண்டிருக்கிறார். இந்த 8ல மன்னன் கோன்முறை அரசு செய்யறது மட்டும் அது வேறல்லா, அது சனாதன இந்து தர்மலா கிடையாது. இல்ல நான்மறை அறங்கள், இந்த அறங்கள் ஓங்கிறது சேரிட்டிலாம் சனாதன இந்து தர்மம் சொல்ற நான்மறை அறங்கள் சொல்ற நான்மறையில சொல்ற அறங்கள் கிடையாது, அது வேற மாதிரி சேரிட்டி அப்படின்னு. இது ஒன்னொன்னுத்துல இந்த சிங்க்ல இருந்து வெளியில போச்சுன்னா இது அத்துணம் எட்டும் அழியும். இந்துக்களே கூட என்ன நினைக்கிறாங்க, இந்த 2-3 வேற வேறையா இருந்தாலும் இந்த 1-2 அப்படியே வச்சிருந்தோம்னா இந்து மதம் அப்படியே உயிரோடு இருந்துரும், சனாதன இந்து தர்மம் அப்படியே இருந்துரும் நினைக்கிறீங்க. கிடையாது, அது வெறும் பகல் கனவு. இந்து இயக்கங்களே கூட இப்படி நம்புறாங்கன்றதாங்க மிகப்பெரிய கொடுமையா இருக்கு. இந்து இயக்கங்களே கூட இந்த 8ம் சைனர்ஜிட்டிக்கா சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தை அடிப்படையாக வைத்து, சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் பார்வையில் இருந்து, அந்த விஷன்ல இருந்து, அந்த போக்கிலிருந்து நிகழ்ந்தால்தான் சைனர்ஜிட்டிக்கா மொத்த சனாதன இந்து தர்மம் உயிரோடு இருக்கும், மறுமலர்ச்சி அடையும், உலகத்திற்கு பலன் கொடுக்கும், விஸ்வகுருவாக நாம் மாறுவோம் அப்படிங்கிற முதல்ல இந்து இயக்கங்கள் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். அதுக்கு பிறகு இந்து மக்கள் புரிந்து கொள்வார்கள். ஒருத்தர் பெரிய கேள்வி அனுப்பியிருந்தார், ஒரு 2 நாளைக்கு முன்னாடி அனுப்பியிருந்தார் நினைக்கிறேன். சாமி, நீங்க எவ்வளவோ அருமையான ஞான மெய்யியல் கருத்தெல்லாம் சொல்றீங்க, கேட்கறதுக்கு அவ்வளவு இனிமையா இருக்கு, அதை கடைபிடித்து பார்த்தா அதை விட மிக உயர்ந்ததா இருக்கு, வாழ்க்கை அனுபவம் அவ்வளவு நல்லா இருக்கு, வாழ்க்கையே மாறிடுச்சு சாமி, நான் உங்களுடைய தீவிரமான ஸ்ரத்தையுடைய பக்தன். ஆனா ஏன் சாமி எப்ப பார்த்தாலும் இந்து தர்மம் இந்து தர்மம்னு சொல்லிட்டு இருக்கீங்க? இந்த சனாதன இந்து தர்மம்ன்றது சொல்றதை மட்டும் விட்டுட்டு நீங்க இந்த சொல்ற ஞான கருத்துக்களை மட்டும் சொன்னீங்கன்னா இன்னும் நிறைய பேர் உங்களை ஃபாலோ பண்ணுவாங்கல்ல சாமி. மரத்தின் பழத்தை உருவிக்கொண்டு வேர் உயிரோடு இருக்க வேண்டும் என்ற கவலை இல்லாமல் வாழ்ந்துவிட்டு போன மக்களால் தான் அடுத்த தலைமுறைக்கு அந்த மரமே இல்லாமல் போய்கொண்டிருக்கிறது என்பதை புரியாமல் நீங்கள் இந்த கேள்வியை எழுப்பி இருக்கின்றீர்கள். சனாதன இந்து தர்மம்ங்கிறது தான் மரம், வேர், அதிலிருந்து பழுத்த பழங்கள் தான் இந்த பரமஞான சத்திய கருத்துக்கள். இந்த நித்திய நிகழ்வை பற்றி, காலத்தை பற்றி, 36 தத்துவங்களை பற்றி நான் சொல்ற மிக ஆழமான பிரபஞ்ச சத்தியங்கள், பிரபஞ்ச ரகசியங்கள், வாழ்வியல் சத்தியங்கள், வாழ்வியல் ரகசியங்கள், இந்த ஞானம் விஞ்ஞானம் எல்லாமே சனாதன இந்து தர்மம் எனும் பெருமரத்தில் இருந்து பழுத்த பழங்கள். இந்த பழத்தை நான் உண்பது மட்டுமல்லாமல் மற்றவர்களுக்கு கொடுப்பது மட்டுமல்லாமல் அதோடு இந்த வேர், இந்த மரம் உயிரோடு இருந்து விட வேண்டும் என்பதில் நான் மிகுந்த பொறுப்போடு இருக்கின்றேன், ஸ்ரத்தை உடையவனாக இருக்கின்றேன். அதனால்தான் மொத்த சத்சங்கங்கள் இன்னைக்கு 10ஆம் நாள் சத்சங்கம்னு நினைக்கிறேன், 7ஆம் நாள் திருவிழா, 10ஆம் நாள் சத்சங்கம். இந்த 10 நாள் சத்சங்கத்தை கேட்டீங்கன்னா 5 நிமிடத்திற்கு ஒரு முறையாவது இந்த சனாதன இந்து தர்மங்கிற வார்த்தையை சொல்லியிருப்பேன். காரணம் என்னன்னா, வள்ளலார சில பேர் டைஜஸ்ட் பண்ண மாதிரி, அவர் சொன்னதெல்லாம் மெய்யியல் கருத்துக்கள், ஞான கருத்துக்கள், யூனிவர்சல், அவருக்கும் சைவத்துக்கும் அவருக்கும் இந்து மதத்துக்கும் சம்பந்தமே இல்லைன்னு டைஜஸ்ட் பண்ண முயற்சி பண்ற மாதிரி, திருவள்ளுவரை டைஜஸ்ட் பண்ண முயற்சி பண்ற மாதிரி, நாளைக்கு என்னைய யாரும் டைஜஸ்ட் பண்ணிடக்கூடாதுன்றதுக்காகத்தான் உடம்பு முழுக்க ஒருவேளை திருநீர் அழிச்சுட்டானுங்கன்னா என்ன பண்றது அப்படின்னு தான் சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தை சொல்ற நகைங்களாவே போட்டுக்கிட்டு அதை சொல்ற துணியாவே போட்டுக்கிட்டு, ஐயா இந்த நகையை பத்தி எல்லாம் உங்களுக்கு என்ன பிரச்சனையோ, உங்களுக்கு என்ன பொறாமையோ எரிச்சலோ அதெல்லாம் தெரியாது. இத இத்தனை கிலோ வெயிட்ட போட்டுக்கிட்டு இத்தனை மணி நேரம் ஒரு நாளைக்கு மணிக்கணக்கா உட்கார்ந்து இருக்கிறது சாதாரண விஷயம் இல்லைன்றத மட்டுமாவது புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க ஐயா. ஆனா இந்த சனாதன தர்மத்தின் எல்லா பரிமாணங்களும் ஆய கலைகள் 64ஐயும் உயிரோடு வைத்து அவைகள் எல்லாவற்றையும் மறுமலர்ச்சி செய்து, கடந்த 40 ஆண்டுகள் என்னுடைய பொது வாழ்க்கையில இந்த ஆலயம் சார்ந்த சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தோட ஆயகலைகள் 64ஐயும் உயிரோட வைக்கிறதுக்கு மட்டும் என்னுடைய டைம், ட்ரெஷர், டேலண்ட்ல 80% மேல செலவு பண்ணியிருக்கீங்க. காரணம் என்னன்னா, இது உயிரோடு இருந்தால் இந்த சனாதன இந்து தர்மம்ங்கிற ஆணி வேர் மரம் உயிரோடு இருந்து விடுமானால், ஏன்னா இந்த ஆய கலைகள் 64லுமே இந்த மெய்யியல் சத்தியங்கள் பரமஞான பழங்கள் புதிந்திருக்கிறதுங்கய்யா. இது உயிரோடு இருந்தால் அந்த பரமஞான பழங்கள் பழுத்துக்கிட்டே இருக்கும். உலகம் என்றென்றும் மேன்மைகள் சைவ நீதி விளங்கிடும் உலகமெல்லாம். ஞானத்தை, பரமஞானத்தை டான்ஸ் ஆடுற ஒரே தர்மம் நாம தாங்கய்யா. பரம ஞானத்தை டான்ஸ் ஆடுறவங்க நாம. சும்மா கண்ண மூடி ஒரு காட்டுக்குள்ள உட்கார்ந்து இருண்ட குகைக்குள்ள பரமஞானத்தை அடைந்து விடுபவர்கள் மட்டுமல்ல, அந்த பரமஞான அதுவும் ஒரு வழி. பரமஞானத்தை டான்ஸ் ஆடுறவங்க நாம. பரமஞானத்தை ஆபரணங்களாக வரித்துக் கொள்பவர்கள், பரமஞானத்தை உடையாய் தரித்துக் கொள்பவர்கள், பரமஞானத்தை நாட்டியமாக செய்பவர்கள், பரமஞானத்தை இசையாய் இசைப்பவர்கள், பரமஞானத்தை பாட்டாய் பாடுபவர்கள், பரமஞானமே நம் உடல் மீது பூசிக்கொள்ளும் கந்தமாய் அணிபவர்கள், பரமஞானத்தையே ஆயுதங்களாய் தரித்தவர்கள். இது அத்துணையும் இந்த பரமஞானத்தை, பரம விஞ்ஞானத்தை அடிப்படையாக கொண்டதுங்க. வெறும் இந்த ஞான கருத்துக்களை மட்டும் உயிர்ப்பிக்க வந்த குரு அல்ல நான். பரம ஞானத்தையும் பரம ஞானம் சார்ந்த சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் மொத்தத்தையும் உயிர்ப்பிக்க வந்தவன் நான். அதை மலரமைக்க, மறுமலர்ச்சி அடையச் செய்ய, மறுமலர்ச்சி அடையச் செய்ய, மலர்த்திவிட, புனரமைக்க, மீண்டும் அது பேராற்றலோடும் பேருயிரோடும் எழுந்து மேன்மைகள் சைவ நீதி விளங்குக உலகமெல்லாம் என்று விளங்கிட பெருமான் தானே நானாய் வெளிப்பட்டிருக்கிறார்கள். அதனால வந்த காரணம், செயல்படும் காரணமும் புரிந்து கொண்டீர்களானால் இவையெல்லாம் ஏன் என்றும் வாய் திறந்தாலே சனாதன இந்து தர்மம் எனும் வார்த்தை வருவதன் காரணமும், அகண்ட பாரதம் வாழ்க வாழ்க என்று வாழ்த்துகின்ற இந்த உணர்வின் காரணமும் உங்களுக்கு புரியும். இந்த 8 வான்முகில் வழாது பெய்தல், மலிவளம் சுரத்தல், மன்னன் கோன்முறை அரசு செய்தல், குறைவிலாது உயிர்கள் வாழ்தல், நான் மறை அறங்கள் ஓங்குதல், நல் தவம் வேள்வி மல்குதல், நல்தவம் மல்குதல் வேள்வி மல்குதல், மேன்மைகுள் சைவ நீதி விளங்கு உலகமெல்லாம். இந்த 8ல ஒன்று குறைந்தாலும் ஒன்று அறுபட்டாலும் இந்த சங்கிலி உடைபட்டு முதல்ல சனாதன இந்து தர்ம சமூகத்தை இழப்பீர்கள், பிறகு நிலத்தை இழப்பீர்கள். இதுதான் அகண்ட பாரதம் இன்றிருக்கும் சிறிய பாரதமாக காந்தகாரில் இருந்து காம்போஜம் வரை இருந்த 56 தேசங்களாயிருந்த அகண்ட பாரதம் வெறும் கூர்ஜரத்தில் இருந்து குஜராத்தில் இருந்து வங்காளம் வரை, அதிலும் வெஸ்ட் பெங்கால் ஒரு பாதியா வங்காளம் வரை சுருங்கி போய் இங்கு கன்னியாகுமரியில் இருந்து காஷ்மீரம் வரை சுருங்கி போய் போனதற்கு காரணம் இந்த ஈகோ சிஸ்டம், இந்த வர்ச்சுவஸ் சர்க்கிளை உடைக்க விட்டதுங்கய்யா. இதுல இருந்து ஒன்ன உருவினாலும், ஒரு செங்கல் உருவினாலும் மொத்த கட்டிடமும் தடதடவென்று இடிந்து விழுவது போலே இதிலிருந்து ஒன்றை உருவினாலும் மொத்தமும் விழுந்து விடுங்கய்யா. இந்த 8ம் முறையா நடக்கணும், சைனர்ஜிட்டிக்கா நடக்கணும், ஸ்பான்டேனியஸா சைமல்டேனியஸா சைனர்ஜிட்டிக்கா நடக்கணும். வெறும் நான்மறை அறங்கள் மட்டும் ஓங்கிட்டா பத்தாது, நல் தவம் வேள்வி மட்டும் மல்கிட்டா பத்தாது, மலிவளம் சுரக்க வேண்டும். இந்து எக்கனாமிக் பிரின்சிபிள்ஸ் படி வெல்த் ஜெனரேட் ஆகிட்டே இருக்கணும். உணவும் பொருளாதாரமும் வெல்த் மலி வளம் சுரந்து கொண்டே இருக்க வேண்டும். ரொம்ப அருமையான வார்த்தைகள் இந்த பாடல்ல சொல்லப்பட்டிருக்கிற வார்த்தைகள் செதுக்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்றன. வெறுமனே வான்முகில் மட்டும் வழாது பெய்து விட்டாலும் சரியில்லை, இல்ல வெறும் மன்னன் போன்முறை அரசு மட்டும் செய்து விட்டாலும் சரியில்லை, இல்ல வெறும் நல் தவமும் வேள்வியும் மட்டும் மல்கிவிட்டாலும் சரியில்லை. 8ம் சைனர்ஜிட்டிக்கா ஸ்பான்டேனியஸா சைமல்டேனியஸா இயங்கணும். அப்ப மட்டும்தான் சமூகம் தனக்கும் உலகத்திற்கும் பயனுள்ளதாக இருக்கும். அந்த நிலம் நம்மிடமே நாம் இழக்காமல் இருக்கும். இல்லைன்னா குறுகிக்கிட்டே வருது. சும்மா சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தை யாரும் அழிக்க முடியாது அப்படின்லாம் இங்க வந்து கம்பு சுத்திட்டு இருக்காதீங்க. சுருக்க முடிந்தவர்களால் அழிக்கவும் முடியும். அது அழியற வரைக்கும் காத்துட்டு இருப்பீங்களா? அப்படியே சுய போதையில சுய மயக்கத்துல அப்படிலாம் யாரும் அழிச்சிட முடியாதுன்னு சுய மூளை செலவை பண்ணிட்டு பொறுப்பெடுக்க முடியாத தன்மைக்கு எதையாவது ஒரு போலியான நியாயப்படுத்திக் கொள்ளுதல் மூலமாக தன்னைத்தானே சமாதானப்படுத்திக் கொள்ளுதல். ஒரு தலைமுறைக்கு முன்னாடி 50 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி டாக்கேஸ்வரி பூஜை பண்ணி துர்கா பூஜை பண்ண முடியாம சூழ்நிலை வரும்னு சொல்லியிருந்தா அங்க இருந்த இந்துக்கள் யார் நம்பி இருப்பாங்க? இல்ல லாகூர்ல சிவராத்திரி கொண்டாட முடியாது, அங்க இருக்கிற சிவாலயத்துல பூஜைகள் இல்லாம போகும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிதான் யார நம்பி இருப்பாங்க? நம்பி இருக்க மாட்டாங்க. ஆனா இன்னைக்கு அதான் நடந்திருக்கு. விழித்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். இந்த ஞான கருத்துக்கள் மட்டுமல்ல, அதனாலதான் நம்முடைய புராணங்கள்ல ரொம்ப அழகா 10ஐயும் வைத்தார்கள்ங்கயா. சர்க்கம் விசர்க்கம் மட்டுமல்ல, வம்சம், வம்சானுசரிதம் அத்துணையையும் வைத்தார்கள். காரணம் என்னன்னா, அத்துணையும் உயிரோடு இருந்தால்தான் இந்த பரமஞானம் உயிரோடு இருக்கின்ற அந்த ஞான பழம் பழுக்கின்ற அந்த ஈகோ சிஸ்டம் உயிரோடு இருந்தாதான் ஞான பழம் பழுக்குங்க. நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. திருவண்ணாமலைன்ற அந்த ஈகோ சிஸ்டம் இல்லைன்னா நான் உருவாகி இருக்க முடியவே முடியாதுங்க. என்னிடம் இருக்கும் எல்லா நல்லவற்றிற்கும் நான் சொல்லும் ஒரே காரணம் திருவண்ணாமலை, 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 திருவண்ணாமலை. சர்க்கம் விசர்க்கம் விருத்தி ரக்ஷா அந்தராணி வம்சம் வம்சானுசரிதம் சம்ஸ்தா ஹேது அபாஸ்ரயம் 10ஐயும் ஒன்றாக பூட்டி புராணம் செய்தார்கள் நம்ம முன்னோர்கள். ஏன்னா இந்த 10 உயிரோடு இருக்கணும் சனாதன இந்து தர்மம் சார்ந்து. அண்ணாமலையானை மையமாக வைத்து அருணாச்சல பரம்பொருளை மையமாக வைத்து இந்த வேத ஆகம ஞான சத்தியங்களையும் மனுவாதி தர்மசாஸ்திரத்தை தங்கள் வாழ்க்கை முறையாக இன்னமும் மறக்காமல் வாழ்ந்து கொண்டிருந்த இருக்கின்ற அந்த திருவண்ணாமலை ஈகோ சிஸ்டம் தாங்க என்னை மலரச் செய்தது. எனக்கு ஞானம் கொடுத்து பரமஞானத்தையும் பரமசிவ ஞானத்தையும் பரமசிவ விஞ்ஞானத்தையும் கொடுத்ததுங்க. அதனுடைய எல்லா பரிமாணங்களும் உயிரோடு வைக்கப்பட வேண்டும், மறுமலர்ச்சி அடைய செய்யப்பட வேண்டும். திருவண்ணாமலை, the real திருவண்ணாமலை, gone global is KAILASA. அருணாச்சலாஸ் திருவண்ணாமலை, அண்ணாமலையானின் திருவண்ணாமலை, gone global is KAILASA. சைத்தன்ய மகாபிரபு உருவாக்கிய இந்த சின்ன கௌடிய மடம் கான் குளோபல் தான் இஸ்கான்ங்க. மகா நிர்வாணி அக்காடால ஒரு சின்ன லிவிங் ஸ்ட்ரீமா உயிரோடு இருந்த அந்த வேதாந்த ஞானம் ராமகிருஷ்ணருக்குள் மலர்ந்து அவரிடமிருந்து விவேகானந்தருக்கு சென்று கான் குளோபல் தான் ராமகிருஷ்ண இயக்கம்ங்க. இந்த பரிவராஜ யாத்திரையில இந்த இடத்தையெல்லாம் உங்களை பார்க்க அனுப்புறேன். இஸ்கானுடைய ஹெட் குவார்டர்ஸ், உலகத்தின் மிகப்பெரிய ஆலயத்தை அமைத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். வேதிக் பிளானட்டோரியம் டெம்பிள்னு, அதுதான் இஸ்கானோட ஹெட் குவார்டர்ஸ். அங்கதான் கௌடிய மடத்தின் மூல மடம் இருக்கின்றது. சைத்தன்யர் வாழ்ந்த ஊர் வெஸ்ட் பெங்கால்ல இருக்கு. மாயாப்பூர்னு சொல்லுவாங்க, வெஸ்ட் பெங்கால்ல இருக்கிற ஊரு. சைதன்யர் பிறந்து வெகுகாலம் இருந்த ஊர். அங்க அவர் உருவாக்கிய அந்த சின்ன கௌடிய மடம் கான் குளோபல் தான் இஸ்கான். ஒரு சின்ன லைவ் ஸ்ட்ரீமா இருந்துகிட்டு இருந்த நிர்வாணி அக்காடாவோட ஒரு ஞானி, பரமஞானி தோதாபுரி அந்த ஞானத்தை ராமகிருஷ்ணருக்கு அளித்து, ராமகிருஷ்ணர் அதை விவேகானந்தருக்கு அளித்து, அது மகாநிர்வாணி பீடம் கான் குளோபல் தான் ராமகிருஷ்ண மிஷன், ராமகிருஷ்ண இயக்கம். அதே மாதிரி திருவண்ணாமலையில, அண்ணாமலையானின் திருவண்ணாமலையில் ஒரு சின்ன ஆனா உயிரோட இருந்த லிவிங் ஸ்ட்ரீமான ஞான பரம்பரை, வாழையடி வாழை என வந்த அறுபடாத அவிச்சின்ன குரு பரம்பரை, அண்ணாமலையானே இருந்து துவக்கி வைத்து அவரே நேரடியாய் நடத்துகின்ற இந்த குரு பரம்பரை, அந்த திருவண்ணாமலை கைலாச பீடம் கான் குளோபல் தான் கைலாசம். அடுத்தடுத்த சத்சங்கங்களிலே 36 தத்துவங்களில் மற்றவற்றை பற்றி காண்போம். இன்று 4 பற்றி புரிந்து கொண்டோம், அகங்காரம், சித்தம், புத்தி, மனம். அடுத்தடுத்த சத்சங்கங்களில் மற்ற 36 தத்துவங்களின் மற்றவற்றை பற்றி காண்போம். நீங்கள் எல்லோரும் நித்யானந்த நிலையில் நிலைத்து, நித்யானந்தத்தில் மலர்ந்து, நித்யானந்தமாகிட ஆசீர்வதிக்கின்றேன். ஆனந்தமாக இருங்கள்.
நித்யானந்தம். கைலாசாவின் நித்யானந்தேஸ்வர பரமசிவ பிரம்மோற்சவத்தின் இந்த பிரம்மாண்டமான கொண்டாட்டத்திற்கு உங்கள் அனைவரையும் அன்புடன் வரவேற்கிறோம். கைலாசாவின் அனைத்து கோவில்களிலும் கொண்டாடப்படும் இந்த தொன்மையான திருவிழா சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் ஜகத்குரு மகா சந்நிதானம் பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்களின் இதயத்திற்கு மிகவும் நெருக்கமான ஒன்றாகும். இத்திருவிழாவானது பகவானின் அவதார ஸ்தலமான திருவண்ணாமலையில் அருணாச்சலேஸ்வர பரமசிவனுக்காக ஒவ்வொரு ஆண்டும் நடைபெறும் பிரம்மாண்டமான கார்த்திகை தீப திருவிழாவினை மையமாக கொண்டு அமைந்துள்ளது. இன்று பிரம்மோற்சவத்தின் 7வது நாளாகும். முழு விழாவிலும் மிகவும் எதிர்பார்க்கப்படும் மற்றும் மங்களகரமான நாட்களில் இதுவும் ஒன்று. இந்நாள் மகா ரதோற்சவம் என்று அழைக்கப்படுகிறது. அருணாச்சலத்தின் பிரபஞ்ச வரலாற்றில் பூலோகத்தில் உள்ள அனைத்து உயிர்களுக்கும் பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள் ஜீவன் முக்தியை வழங்கும் நாள் இதுவாகும். மங்களம், தெளிவு மற்றும் விழிப்புணர்வுடன் கூடிய சக்தி வாய்ந்த பூரணத்துவமான வாழ்வை வாழ அவர் ஆசிர்வதிக்கிறார். உண்மையான தேடல் உள்ள ஒவ்வொருவரையும் உயர்த்தி அகசுதந்திரம் எனும் இருப்பை அவர்களுக்கு அருளும் பரமசிவத்தின் பெருங்கருணை மானுடத்தின் மீது பொழிவதை இந்த மகா தேரோட்டம் குறிக்கிறது. இன்று மாலை பரமசிவன் பிரம்மாண்டமான திருத்தேரில் எழுந்தருளி வீதிகளில் பவனி வந்து தனது தரிசனத்திற்காக கூடியிருக்கும் அனைவருக்கும் அருள்பாலிக்கிறார். மரத்தால் செய்யப்பட்ட இந்த திருத்தேர் மனிதர்கள் வாழும் தலமான பூலோகத்தை குறிக்கிறது. இந்த புனிதமான ரதத்தில் பரமசிவன் வலம் வரும்போது அனைத்து ஜீவராசிகளுக்கும் ஆசிகளை பொழிந்து தடைகளை நீக்கி கர்ம வினைகளை பூர்த்தி செய்து அவர்களின் உணர்வு நிலைக்கு விடுதலையை அளிக்கிறார். இந்த சக்தி வாய்ந்த நாளில் நமது அன்பிற்குரிய குருவின் தொடர் கருணையையும் நாம் கொண்டாடுகிறோம். சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் ஜகத்குரு மகா சந்நிதானம் பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்கள் உலகமெங்கிலும் உள்ள மனிதர்களுக்கு தொடர்ந்து ஜீவமுக்தியை வழங்கி உயிருள்ள அருணாச்சலேஸ்வரரின் கருணை வடிவமாக திகழ்கிறார். ஞான நிலை, ஞான சூழல் மற்றும் ஞான வாழ்க்கை முறை ஆகியவற்றை உள்ளடக்கிய கைலாசா என்னும் அனுபவத்தை அவர் நமக்கு அருள்கிறார். இப்போது ஆழ்ந்த பக்தியுடன் பரமசிவத்தின் பரம அவதாரமான சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் ஜகத்குரு மகா சந்நிதானம் பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்களின் அருளாசிகளை வேண்டி வணங்குகிறோம்.
ॐ शिवाय रुद्राय शिवार्चिताय महानुभावाय महेश्वराय सोमाय सूक्ष्माय सुरेश्वराय शोणाद्रिनाथाय नमः शिवाय दिक्पालनाथाय विभावनाय चन्द्रार्धचूडाय सनातनाय संसार दुःखार्णवतारणाय शोणाद्रिनाथाय नमः शिवाय जगन्निवासाय जगद्धिताय सेनानिनाथाय जयप्रदाय पूर्णाय पुण्याय पुरातनाय शोणाद्रिनाथाय नमः शिवाय। अथ धूपः। ॐ दशाङ्गं गुग्गुलोपेतं सुगन्धं च सुमनोहरम् आग्रेय सर्वदेवानां धूपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यताम्। श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति अपीतकुचाम्बिका समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव अरुणाचलेश्वर करुणापूर्तये नमः। श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः। धूपम् आघ्रापयामि। अथ दीपः। साज्यं त्रिवर्ति संयुक्तं वह्निना योजितं मया प्राणमङ्गलं दीपं त्रैलोक्यतिमिरापहम्। श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति अपीतकुचाम्बिका समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव अरुणाचलेश्वर करुणापूर्तये नमः। श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः। दीपं सन्दर्शयामि। अथ नैवेद्यम्। ॐ अमृते अमृतोद्भवे अमृतवर्षिणि अमृतं श्रावय श्रावय स्वाहा। श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति अपीतकुचाम्बिका समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव अरुणाचलेश्वर करुणापूर्तये नमः। श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः। नैवेद्यं निवेदयामि। नैवेद्यानन्तरमाचमनं समर्पयामि। द्वादशारत्नीरशना भवति। द्वादशमासाः संवत्सरः। संवत्सरमेवावरुन्धे मौञ्जी भवति। ऊर्ध्वे मुञ्जाः ऊर्जमेवावरुन्धे। चित्रा नक्षत्रं भवति। चित्रं वा एतत् कर्म। कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि। भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि। भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि। श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति अपीतकुचाम्बिका समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव अरुणाचलेश्वर करुणापूर्तये नमः। श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः। कर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि। रक्षां धारयामि। शोणाद्रीशावताराय ज्योतिस्तम्भस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् तत्त्वज्ञानप्रदाताय नित्यानन्देश्वररूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् मूलप्रकृतिरूपाय परमशिवशक्तिस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् दण्डत्रिशूलहस्ताय कालकालस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् आदिपूज्याय देवाय सकृत्पूर्णत्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् सर्वाभयविनाशकाय शत्रुसंहाररूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् योगभट्टाभिषिक्ताय राजसन्न्यासधारिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् सार्वभौमैकवत्याय राजराजार्चिताय च श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् मङ्गलम् कल्पवृक्षाय मङ्गलम् ज्ञानदायिने परमशिवाय श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वराय मङ्गलम् मङ्गलम् श्रीविद्याम्बायै मङ्गलम् कामदायिन्ये सर्वमङ्गलदात्री नित्यानन्देश्वर्यै मङ्गलम् मङ्गलम् गुरुदेवाय मोक्षमूलाय मङ्गलम् परमावताराय नित्यानन्दाय गुरवे मङ्गलम् हरि ओम् तत्सत् सर्वम् भगवत् श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्
I will answer your question. Subscribers மற்றும் கைலாயத்தின் குடிமக்கள் மற்றும் மெம்பர்ஸோட கேள்விகளுக்கு பதிலளிக்கின்றேன். நித்ய நடேஸ்வரி, உங்களுடைய சேட்னஸ் போயிடும், தைரியமா இருங்க. ஸ்ரீ நித்ய அனுகிரகா blessings. You will be successful in your director's meeting. Jnana Yogini. Tatastu. 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 Vivya Nella Vital Jan. Blessings. You will manifest the ultimate. Blessings. Rajendra Kumar. Tatastu. Taran Donor. Tatastu. My blessings. You will be free from your karmas. Pallavi Barua. Pallavi Barua. Blessings. Tatastu. Ananda Lingeshwari. Tatastu. Blessings. Blessings to all of you.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षिसुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञान विश्रुतसकलनिगमागमसारभूतद्राविडवेदप्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिवकरुणासमधिगतमुक्तामयचतुरश्रयान् गीयमानछत्रचामर श्रीचिह्नकाहलादिसमस्तबिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञानविज्ञानचक्रवर्ती सर्वजनसङ्घसद्यो निर्वाणदीक्षाव्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमतकलभकेसरी शैवसिद्धान्तस्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराजपाण्ड्यमहाराज गुरु क्षपणशाक्यादिमहान्धकारनिवारणज्ञानभानु वीक्षणानर्हार्हध्वजोच्छेदनपूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वजस्थापक शैवसमयकर्त्रे सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ श्रीजगद्गुरु श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धदेशिकस्वामि वागीशसुन्दरमाणिक्यवाचकस्वामिनाम् अवतारभूत श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धस्वामि पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान अरुणगिरियोगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत काञ्ची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमङ्गल नित्यकल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परम्परागत आदिकैलास नित्यानन्दपीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासनपीठकर्तः साक्षात् श्रीपरमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परम्परागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चन्द्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचन्द्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ति परम्परागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्त गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरो श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिन् अत्रागत्य परिपाल्य च अस्मान् विज्ञान वितरणेन विजयी भव जय जय
அன்னை பரமசிவ சக்தியே பெருமாள் ஒன்றாகி அர்த்தநாரீஸ்வரராகி நிற்பதும் இந்த இரண்டும் தொடர்ந்து நிகழ்ந்து கொண்டே இருப்பது கார்த்திகை தீபம். The timeless Paramashiva decided to become many, to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartigai Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartigai Purnima, Kartigai Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160-plus members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
Kartike Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartike Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartike Purnima, Kartike Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, The UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
Kartike Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many, to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartike Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartike Purnima, Kartike Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasudhisham Tattvamasyatilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamacharam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Nithyanandam, and welcome to all of you. And as we just had the very powerful, very intense darshan and satsang, and Swamiji answered at the last moment. Swamiji had the Q&A session as well. So even if you have any question, you can also place your question, especially on the YouTube chat. Swamiji will be directly responding to your question. So with this, we'll be now welcoming all of you who are here with us. Ma Eve Nithyanandam, Ma Yan Huang Warong Nithyanandam.
Yes, we have Ma Fan Yan Ping Nithyanandama, we have Ma Ivy Nithyanandam, we have Ma Tian Hua Rong Nithyanandama, we have Ma U Yang Wen Nithyanandama, Ma Agaras Swarupini Nithyanandam, Ma Nistragunya Nithyanandama.
Yes, and we have Ma Mahajarasatika Nithyanandam, Ma Nithyananda, Ma Yoga Vendra Shakti Nithyanandam, Ma Anandeshwari, Ma Sugha Jnana, Ma Anand Lakshmi Yogini Nithyanandam, Ma Maini Nithyanandam, we have Rahul Ashwani Nithyanandam, we have Yuan Ye Ming Nithyanandam. So welcome all of you on this wonderful journey of, today is the last day of the Glimpses of Paramashivoham. The next day, tomorrow, will be starting the new season of the Paramashivoham. So welcoming all of you on this wonderful journey of 21 days of Paramashivoham. Whomever you know, invite them for their own benefit. See, understand, this Paramashivoham was a $21,000 paid program, and now Swamiji is giving this completely free. In this era, in this time when everything has the value of money, Swamiji is very clear. In Hinduism, knowledge is free. That's why Swamiji is giving this whole knowledge for free. The full Paramashivoham program is now completely free for all of you to get benefited. And the whole science is from Vedas and Agamas, from Paramashiva himself.
Yes, Swamiji has given us this program to give a superconscious breakthrough to humanity, to all of humanity, and that includes every single one of you. Whether you want enlightenment, health, wealth, relationships, whatever it is that you are seeking for, you can have it. You can have the knowledge on how to build your life, how to manifest the life the way that you want. So with that, let us get ready. We are going to move into the power manifestation segment, and we will be covering our eyes. So we'll be doing the power of third eye vision, requesting everyone to please cover your eyes and let us get ready for this power manifestation. We'll be displaying an image. So while you are blindfolded, we'll be displaying an image for you, and through the connection to Paramashiva, connection to Swamiji, you'll be giving us the details of the image itself. So as revealed by Swamiji, revealed by Paramashiva in your third eye. Now, it's important to understand that the revelations might come in many different ways. So it won't always be a vision as such. It can be a piece of information, just knowing something is true. And so many other ways. It could be a sound, a smell, a touch, an emotion, whatever you are experiencing. Trust that it is as part of these revelations. From the moment that you sit down with the intention to manifest, the moment you connect deeply to the divine simply manifests through you in whatever way you might understand. So please don't discount anything. Pay attention to everything that you are experiencing as it is part of this power manifestation. So let us sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Let us bring our awareness in the first instance to our Ananda Ganda, which is just below the heart center and just above the navel center. This is the inner space that Swamiji has initiated us in to connect to him, connect to the divine, to be in the space of oneness with the divine. So the Ananda Gandha is, if you go down the middle of the chest, just past the bony structure. So where you just leave the bony structure and you have that first bit of flesh, that is the Ananda Gandha, about the size of a thumb. So let us bring our full awareness there. And let us connect deeply to Paramashiva, connect deeply to Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let us feel the space of oneness with Paramashiva. Let us feel the feeling connection to Swamiji. Let us feel all of that in our Ananda Gandha, our inner space, just below the heart center, just above the navel center. From the powerful cognition that we are Paramashiva, we are each individual intelligent instances of Paramashiva. We are divine beings having a human experience. So from this powerful cognition, let us start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Yes, let us continue chanting the Mahavakya throughout this power manifestation. And from the space of oneness with Paramashiva, let us start manifesting this power of third eye vision, seeing images blindfolded. The image is being displayed for you now. Let us begin.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartikeya Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartikeya Purnima, Kartikeya Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
Kartike Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many, to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started.
Apology for the second glitch. So we already have one sharing from Nithyananda. Yes, Ma Eve and Ma Ivy, who shares beautifully that I saw a beautiful scene. It would seem to have snow, and I also saw my round stones, many round stones, and some piles of firewood. Later, I felt felt a flow of energy entering into my arm from my hand. I was constantly hiccuping and yawning. I once again felt that I was hearing sheep on vast grassland. Sorry, the font is little less, so that's why it's a little hard to read. Yes. Thank you for sharing. So we're gonna project the image once again on your screen so that we can enter into the verification. Yes, so this is the image that we had projected.
We also have Mr. Gunya that shares, I saw Somji in red and gold. Yes, thank you very much for sharing that. So this is the image that we had displayed for you, that we had projected. And as you can see, it is a very nice vegetarian noodle dish. So you can see the fried tofu, fresh red chilies, the coriander, fresh coriander, and a number of other vegetables with the noodles. Looks very appetizing. So this is the image that we had for you. Mr. Gunesh shares red and gold. So there's definitely red and gold, Ma. You can see, so probably the two prominent colors are gold and red in this. So the tofu, the noodles, and the sauce itself is somewhat golden in color, and we have the chilies that are red that sticks out. So yes, thank you very much for sharing, Ma. Congratulations for manifesting. And so yes, so for everyone, if you had something along these lines, if you had anything perhaps in terms of the color, so red, gold, yellow, green, white for the plate, we have the black line that's around the plate itself, or perhaps you had the concept of food or something related to food, or perhaps you had shape squares. We can see the squares of the tofu, we can see the long striped noodles, we can see the round of the plate itself. So any of those, then congratulate yourself for manifesting this power. Now, also understand that everything you are seeing, everything that is being revealed to you, is in a way that you might understand. So with practice, you'll come in a better way that you understand better. So requesting everyone, please make sure that you practice again and again and again. The more you practice, the more connected you are to Paramashiva, the more you kindle this connection with Paramashiva, with Swamiji himself, and the more and the better you can manifest this power. So practice makes perfect, as they say. All right, so thank you for everyone who took part in this power manifestation, and congratulations for everyone that manifested this power. Now we're going to move on to the revelations from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So today we are talking about the different levels of human existence, and we have gone through karma. What is karma? The three different types of karma, And now we are going to look at how karma is created and also how with intensity you can exhaust your karma. So requesting everyone, let us sit comfortably with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Let's sit comfortably. Let's bring our full awareness and let us listen to Swamiji on as he reveals these great truths. Let's begin.
Krishna clearly explains. Here he starts the whole teaching. He explains clearly how we are caught in three different mental setups. How we work through three different engraved memories. One is sattva, another one is rajas, third one is tamas. But here the translation says goodness is the word for sattva, passion is the word for rajas, ignorance is the word for tamas. No, exactly they are not equivalent words. Let me explain the concept. Understand, there is no equivalent word for it. We can't give any equivalent word. Sattva means the engrams which leads you to bliss, the engraved memories which leads you to joy, the memories which leads you to ecstasy. Rajas means the memories which leads you to restlessness, the engraved memories which leads you to sort of excitement, which leads you to work intensely and which makes you active. Third, tamas. Tamas means the engraved memories which leads you to depression, which leads you to laziness, which leads you to dullness. Engraved memories which leads to ecstasy and bliss is sattva. Engraved memories which leads you to restlessness, anger, emotional imbalance is rajas. Engraved memories which leads you to depression, dullness, low mood is tamas. Small example. You are sitting in a car and going. Somebody is driving. Slowly you are lost in thinking. After half an hour, when you are lost in thinking, suddenly you remember some person or some place who disturbs your mind. By remembering him or that place or that incident, you feel disturbed. The moment your mind feels a little disturbed, you come back to awareness. Sometimes you see, I should not think about him. Let me think of something else. Sometimes you will even speak these words out. You will even do action, small action. The person who is driving, you will turn and see you. What happened? What are you doing? When you are lost in thinking, some memories comes up which makes you feel depressed or dull, disturbed. And suddenly you come back to awareness and you say, what am I thinking? And sometimes you even loudly say this, I should not think this. Hey, Devda, you say, oh God, what am I thinking? What am I thinking? I should think of something else. All right, let me think of something else. Your hands move. Suddenly you express some words which is not directly related to the outer incident. And the person who is driving asks what you are thinking. What you remembered? Suddenly you are mumbling some words. Suddenly you are talking something. Be very clear. The engram which automatically comes up, the engraved memory, which automatically comes up. In Sanskrit, we have a beautiful word, samskara, which automatically comes up and which leads you to depression or negative mood. This is called tamas. Sometimes, suddenly some thought comes up in your mind. You think, I will not leave that fellow. I'll see that he learns the lesson. I will not leave him. You are sitting and thinking of something. Suddenly your hand moves. I will not leave that fellow. I'll take him to task. I'll see that he learns the lesson. These engrams, which makes you to do these things, which makes you active, anger, violent, these engrams are called rajas. And very rarely you get sattvic engrams. Because of that, I can't give any example. Sattvic engram is the engram which you don't get usually. You can think this way. Sattvic engram is a thing which we usually don't get. Usually, we are caught between rajas and tamas. Sattvic engram is engram which suddenly gives you the memory of a deep bliss or joy which you experienced. For example, if you are here every day, the moment it becomes 4:30, this engram comes up. Oh, yesterday it was such a wonderful discourse. So beautiful. Such a nice meditation. I think today also I should go. If you are pulled, if you are made to do something good, which leads to bliss, which leads to ecstasy, which leads to peace of mind, then it is called sattvic engram, sattva. It is called engraved memories of sattva. For example, you go to Himalaya. For a few days, you experience such wonderful joy and peace. Suddenly, when you see some pictures of some hill, mountain, or when you see some movies in the TV about mountain, this Himalayas memory, it comes up. It comes up and you start thinking, I think I should go and spend 1 or 2 more months in Himalayas. The engrams which leads you to peace, to bliss, to ecstasy is called sattvic engrams. These are the 3 different types of engraved memory, samskara, which rules your whole life. Please understand, the knowledge about this engraved memory is a basic lesson. Anybody who wants to live, he should know this science. It's like a owner's manual for a person who has got mind. If you really have brain, all right, even brain word is not right, mind, this is owner's manual. Without owner's manual, when you use the product, either you miss the whole thing, or you miss a lot of things which is available in that product. There are so many things which you can do with computer. There are hundreds of things which you can do with a calculator, which you don't know. You use the calculator just for basic few purposes, plus, minus, only for few purposes you use. And you don't use the calculator for so many different things for which it can be used. Same way, when you don't know this owner's manual for mind, Gunatraya Vibhaga Yoga, That's what Krishna calls understanding about the three different set of engraved memories, samskaras. When you don't understand about these three, you miss the whole thing. Many times you miss the whole thing. Or you miss so many different things which can be done with that product. So many different things which can be done with that product. You can do so much with your mind. You don't do. Either you miss or miss when you don't know, when you don't have the owner's manual. Here, this is owner's manual for mind. We may ask, why should we know about the samskara? Really, what is the use? What way are they going to help us? First thing, samskaras are not dead memories. Again, we don't have an equivalent word for samskara in English. If you have to enjoy Shakespeare, you have to go to the original language. His language, not even today's English. You have to go to his language. Same way, if you have to understand the great truths, you must know at least a little bit of Sanskrit. Samskara is not engraved memory. The engraved memory, which is alive and active, which has got power to pull you down and make you move, which will make you travel in that same path again and again, is called samskara. Usually the word memory is understood as a dead record. But samskara is not just dead record. Please be very clear. It is not just dead memory. It is not just like a computer memory where all the pictures and Word documents are stored. No. It has got power to pull you again automatically and to make you walk in the same path. It has got so much of power. Automatically attracts you. It calls you and makes you walk, travel in the same path. By you walking in the same path, the engraving gets little more deeper. The memory goes little more deep. It is a living memory. It is not dead memory. The more you travel on that memory, the more you live with that memory, more it becomes part of your being. It travels to your deeper level consciousness. Here, today, Krishna is trying to explain step by step how you are caught in these three levels of memories and how you are again and again pulled and pushed by these three memories. It's almost like having three wives. Only God can manage. Here, he gives you a clear understanding how to live with all these three engraved memories. And one more important thing you should understand, because these memories are living energies, they are not just dead, they are living energies. See, when they are living energies, they can do something bad as well as they can be put to use to do something good also. See, whenever somebody has got energy to do bad, you can always tap him in the right way and make him to do good things. I have seen in my life, in my experience, I tell you, nobody else puts so much of effort and goes to the depth of meditation like prisoners. In prisons, we conduct meditation programs. I have seen they go to such a depth. They are so involved. And compared to prisoners, outsiders just do the meditation as so, that's all. People who are in the prison, when they take it up, they really take it up. And they are so intense. When they are transformed, their whole life, they just transform the whole thing. They don't do anything half-half. See, if you look deeply, there are so many saints. Life I can quote. Valmiki in South India, a great saint called Arunagirinatha. There are so many saints who were sinners. But the moment when the turning happened, when they took turn, when the change happened, when the cognitive shift happened in their being, usually the cognition happens in your mind in one way. You receive the data, process it, and deliver the result. Once the cognitive shift happens, you receive the data, process it, and go inside. As long as you are reacting, you are naturally working towards the depression. Once you start going in, you are moving towards bliss. See, the same incident, for example, death of somebody who is close to you, somebody who is near and dear, the person dies. The same incident can lead you to spiritual path, or it can lead you to frustration. You can think, anyhow, I am also going to die. Let us do what I want. Let us do what I want. What is there? Small story. One guy was about to be hanged, about to be given death sentence. The police officer asked, do you have any wish? Last wish? He said, no. If you want, pray to God and ask for forgiveness so that He will bless you. He says, I wanted to remember God, but not the way in which you said. I feel if I would have known earlier I'll be hanged, I would have done little more sins. Anyhow, when the result is known, result is hanging. I feel I have missed some sins. If at all I have to remember him, I'll remember and ask him, why did you not tell me that I am going to have this punishment? Then I would have committed little more sins. Some people, when they see the death, when they understand that death is ultimate, they think, anyhow, death is ultimate. Let me decide and work towards divine, achieve God, realize Atman. One group. The other group, same incident, turns them. They think, anyhow, we are going to die. Let us live the way in which we wanted. One group of people, they take the path of meditation. The other group takes the path of the outer world. It is up to you which path you choose. Engrams are also living energy. You can choose. Through engrams, you can again and again suffer and torture yourself. Or you can make your whole life as a blissful experience. If you know the signs, how they happen in your being, how you can transform your being, you can take the help of these engraved memories to achieve the eternal consciousness, eternal bliss in your being, in your being. How these engrams, engraved memories, disturb your mind, and how you can transform your very being. He starts explaining. Tatra sattvam nirmalatvat prakasakamanāmayam suga sangena batnādi jnana sangena chanaka. Before entering into this sloka, I will try to present a small diagram through which we can understand how the engrams can affect your decision and how to come out of it. A small diagram I will try to present so that you will be able to understand the engram, the engraved memory deeply, clearly. I already gave the basic understanding about this diagram, but let me repeat it so that you will be able to connect with this samskar. Please understand how we receive any information, data from the outer world, and how we process them and how we take decisions. We come to conclusions. First thing, you see something through the eye. And here I have taken the example of eye. You can replace it anything, ears, or nose, or taste, or the touch. Any one sense among these 5 jnanendriyas, any one sense can be replaced here. There are 5 jnanendriyas and 5 karmendriyas. Among the 5 jnanendriyas, any one sense can be placed here. I have taken here eye as an example. Through the eye you see a scene. I am taking the example of this very scene. Me. First, this whole scene, like a picture, it is taken by your eye and it goes to chakshu. Understand? You don't see with the eye, you see through the eye. There is the energy which is inside the eye, which sees. There is the energy inside the ears, which hears. Ears by themselves can't hear. That is why when you are sitting and reading some book, even if alarm clock goes, you will not be able to hear. If somebody presses the calling bell, you will not be able to hear. You will not be able to hear that sound. And if husband or wife walks in, you will not know if you are sitting and reading. Of course, if it is late night, all wives will know when the husband is coming, sneaking inside the house. Small story. This guy wants to go to police station. This guy goes to police station to see a thief who came into his house last night and took all the money. The police officer says, no, you can meet him only in the court. In the court, you can say whatever you want to say. Here you can't talk to him. He says, no, just I wanted to learn, how did he enter the house without waking up my wife? I am trying for so many years to do this. I am not able to do. How these guys did, this guy did, just I wanted to know that. Anyhow, there is something inside your eyes which sees. That is what we call chakshu. See, the whole scene is converted into a file with which you can do the process like a digital signal processor in computer. The software language, the chakshu is almost like a digital signal processor. If you have to work on anything, whether it is a sound or a light or a photograph, first it has to be converted into a digital file. So in computer, first thing, whether it is a photograph or it is an audio file, it will be converted into digital file. Same way, in your system, whatever you see or hear, the whole thing will be converted. Whole thing will be converted into a biosignal file. Just like a digital file, it will be converted. The conversion happens in this chakshu area only. Then the file starts moving step by step. File goes to chitta. Please understand, if you understand this one thing, the whole life can be transformed. You know where you are where you are reacting, how we are reacting, and how we make big decisions with our assumptions and suffer. Just like if you remember the first story, without thinking, just by imagining, maybe it must be some liquor, and you just put the finger in your mouth. How we do that mistake, we can understand if you understand this one diagram. The file goes to chitta. Chitta means memory, the place where all the past memories are collected. Of course, all these places are related to memories only. This is the one part where the work of excluding happens. When the file reaches this place, the excluding process starts here. Na iti. This is not, this is not. Neti happens in this area. Your chitta starts telling, seeing this file. I'm taking the example of this scene which you are seeing now. First you are seeing me. The whole scene is photographed and goes here. It becomes a biosignal file. The file is taken to chitta. Chitta says, this is not a tree. This is not an animal. This is not a plant. This is not this. This is not that. That excluding process happens in this area. Then the file goes to the mind. Mind tries to identify. This is a human being. He is wearing saffron robe. He is standing in the stage. The identification process, iti. This is it, this is it. That process happens in the mind. Here neti, here iti. This is not happens in chitta. This is it. Identification happens in manas. Then the whole file goes to buddhi. Buddhi is the place where the whole trouble starts. And here the analysis starts. What way I am related to this file? What way I am related to this scene? What way I should respond to this scene? According to the buddhi, if your past memories with me, if they are good, immediately you refer. What happened with yesterday lecture? What happened with earlier when I met this type of situations? You see, if your buddhi refers with the past memory, and it will decide if the past experiences with me, if it was pleasant, then you decide, let me stay and listen. If the past experiences are not pleasant, if you felt boring, then you say, this is not the place for me, let me go. If you take like a straight decision, then it's okay. But the problem is, if you had some problem with some other person who was wearing the saffron robe, that engram will be there. You will not even bother who is this person. You will just bring that to your memory. No. With that Swami, I suffered like this. With this Swami, I suffered like that. You will just bring a generalized memory and you will decide based on your past collected samskaras. That is where you start making the trouble. You start creating trouble. When decisions are taken with a straight understanding, no problem. But most of the time, you collect and connect the engrams which are not directly related to each other. Which are not directly related to each other. For example, if you see somebody wearing white dress, if you are hurt by somebody who was wearing white dress, the moment you see that white dress, even if you don't want, that memory will come back. That memory will come back. For example, if you are abused or disrespected in a house or in a place, next time when you cross that place, when you go to that house, even if that person is not there, automatically the memory will come up. You will have that same feeling. You will have that same depressed mood. You will have that same low mood. The reason is you connect, you associate things with the place, with figures, with memories, and put it in file. Man as such cannot work spontaneously. So he has to take some system, some method, some way to reduce his processing work. Naturally, he opts for some way of arrangement of his memories. So when you take some way of arranging memories, you miss the real life. See, first few months you live with your husband or wife. After 3-4 months, you make a clear idea about her or about him. After that, please be very clear, you don't live with husband or wife. You just live with your imagination, with your understanding about her. After that, whatever she does is wrong. Whatever he does is wrong. You come to a conclusion. If at all there is something right, you say, by mistake, I think you did these things. By mistake, you did this right. By few months, you come to a conclusion about the other person. You create an engram. And after that, whatever he or she does, you look through that engram, through that engraved memory. Only first few days, you are ready to respond spontaneously. You are ready to respond spontaneously. The problem is, even in the first few months, you already have memories of your friends' experiences. My friend is tortured. My friend's wife used to torture him. My friend's husband used to torture her. You have the collected memories of your friend's files. And the moment your wife starts doing something which will not be anywhere related to that memory, immediately you project that. Especially movie. If you have seen some mother-in-law, some daughter-in-law, some mother-in-law who is rude, cruel, if before your mother-in-law starts even a single word, just by her body language, you will come to a conclusion. I think she is going to torture me. When you have collected memories, you never react spontaneously. You never act. All your decisions are clearly predestined. Please understand, again and again people ask me, Swamiji, our life, is it predestined or free will? Please understand, the more engrams you have, more your life is predestined. Because you will go only in the same route. The less engrams you have, your mind is, your life is, you will have more freedom. The number of samskaras will decide whether you will have free will or your life will be destined. For example, the file travels to ego, and ego gives the decision and you execute it. If there are more engrams, when the file travels every table, each engram is a table. Each engram puts a signature and writes its opinion. One engram, for example, the same example let us take, you seeing me and are you being here? One engram says, no, I had some Swami in my life. He was a blessing. He helped me so much. I think I should sit here. This engram signs, yes, we will sit here. The next engram, no, I read in newspaper, the Swamis do this, do that. There are enough of stuff which goes on, especially in India, abusing Swamis is a fashion. And especially South Indians. Abusing Swami is a fashion. So, all this fashion, lot of fashion things are there. So naturally you will say, no, all these memories are there. Should I sit? Or what should I do? Here this engram says doubt. It signs. And the file goes next. No, yesterday I attended. Really what he is speaking makes sense. I think I should sit. This engram signs, yes. By the time file reaches here, the ego takes all the yes and all the no. And it comes to a conclusion. Whether it says yes or no, that's not a problem. But you already wasted so much of time and energy in this small decision. Already you wasted so much of time, so much of energy in this one simple decision. For example, if you are sitting in the office, morning around 9 o'clock, you don't have to do anything. Just sit and worry, get stressed out, you will have shoulder pain. If you are stressed out, worrying 15 minutes about something, you will have shoulder pain. How many of you experienced? Just 10-15 minutes, you will have shoulder pain. Nothing else needs to be done. Just simple worrying, simple decision making, you will have shoulder pain. Restlessness. The more the engrams, more you will be restless. The people with engrams can never sit in a relaxed way. Have you seen people continuously, they will be shaking the legs. Continuously they will be shaking the legs. The initial level they have to shake. After some time they will have Parkinson's, automatically it will shake, that's all. In the initial you have to shake with effort. After that, automatically it will shake. The stress, people with stress cannot sit quietly. So much of physical movement, so much of physical restlessness, because too many decisions are happening inside their unconscious. This space between the buddhi and ego is called unconscious. This space is called unconscious. Because you will not know what is happening in this space. You will not know how many tables are here. This is like a government office, Indian government office. If 300 tables are there, the file has to move all the 300 tables. And when it will move, and who will sign what, and what final result, what it will come, neither you know, nor God knows. This is like this is a conscious zone. This is like a honest office. I don't know what example to give. I don't think any examples are available. This is a clean, pure process, straightforward process. Here, there is no politics happens. A straightforward process. Here, all the politics starts. For example, according to the data collected and processed in this level, you know smoking is injurious to health. According to the simple, straightforward data, You know smoking is injurious to health. But when time comes, suddenly you decide, let me smoke. How the file takes a quantum leap. How the decision is totally changed. When the file travels in this area, here there are engrams which says, no, last time when I smoked, I really felt good. I felt relieved from all the stress. Actually, if you want to get rid of any stress, instead of smoking, have a tight shoe. Because the tight shoe, when you have a tight shoe, all other worries will be forgotten. You will forget all other worries. Smoking and having tight shoes is one and the same. By smoking, you are trying to forget. By creating bigger problem, you try to forget the smaller problems. The same logic with the tight shoes also. Have tight shoes. Automatically, you will forget all the smaller worries, all the smaller problems. Here, all the past memories, I smoked, I felt relieved. I had all my stress, all the stress disappeared. All these things happens in this area. Because of that only, suddenly you decide which you never wanted to decide. Suddenly you shout, and after 10 minutes you start repenting. Why did I shout? I always wanted to control myself. I always wanted to keep a smiling face. Or at least I always wanted people to tell that I am having a smiling face. Either I want to keep, or I wanted people to recognize me as a smiling person. Why did I shout? You repent. You decide. Suddenly, you react suddenly because of these engrams. There are so many decisions which you take out of these engraved memories and repent, suffer later on. Welcome you all with my love and respect. No questions, only doubts. Today's subject is no questions, only doubts. By now, Arjuna has settled. All Arjuna's confusion has disappeared because of his cosmic experience in Visurupa Darshana Yoga. Because of the first-hand spiritual experience, all the doubts of Arjuna has disappeared. He achieved the depth, he achieved clear understanding, you can say he achieved the intensity. He has achieved the intensity of spiritual experience. Now, he's a new person. No more just intellectual doubts. No more just intellectual questions. Now he is coming to a point where he is totally ready to receive Krishna. Understand? As long as you have question, you will not receive the answer. Question is just defending yourself, defending your prejudice, defending your understanding. Doubt means person who is ready to digest the master, who is ready to receive the master, who is ready to imbibe the master. Whatever words comes out of him is doubt. Doubt makes master to express himself. Question makes master to close himself. Question is violence. Of course, almost all questions are violent. Please be very clear. The words which you express can be categorized into two. One is question, Another one is doubt. Question means violent, arrogance. Just to express you know something or to defend what you know is truth. Most of the time, people question just to show that they know something. That they know something. I have seen people coming and asking me big statements, sentence. Swamiji, that Brahma Sutra says Brahman is beyond comprehension, Brahman is beyond understanding, Brahman is beyond the intellect. Is it not right? You can see this very question says, all he wants to know, all he wants to do is, he wants to show. He read Brahma Sutra and he understood. That's all. This statement, the whole thing is not a question. There is no question in it. The question without question is question. Question with question is doubt. Question with question is doubt. Doubt without question is question. Now Arjuna has come to an understanding. Because of his first-hand experience, he has come to the level of doubt. No more question. He is not asking what is more beneficial for me. All that calculation has disappeared. The accounts has disappeared. He is not asking anymore what is best for me. Or he is not asking what is this kim tat brahma kimatyatmam kim karma purushottama. He is playing with words. He is just showing what he knows in the earlier chapters. Now, no more questions. This whole chapter, Arjuna is silent. Please understand, in the first chapter, whole chapter, Krishna is silent. The first chapter, whole chapter, Krishna is silent. Arjuna goes on and on and on, quoting all the dharmas, quoting all the traditional subjects. Always, when a master lands on the planet Earth, this problem happens. Especially, see, innocent disciple is 1,000 times better than ignorant disciple. Small story. One guy goes to a music teacher and says, Master, I learned music 4 years. Now I want to learn from you. How many years it will take? He says, it will take 6 years. Next guy comes, Master, I learned music for 2 years. How many years it will take for me? He says, maybe 2 years. Third guy comes, Master, I have not learned anything. I am fresh. How many years it will take for me? He says, no time. Simply you will pick up from me directly. You will directly imbibe me. You will just take me in your being. The big problem is, if you have learned already, you need to do first thing, unconditioning or deconditioning. Here, whenever the masters land, they bring the same Shastra, but with life. But what we read in books is just words. The same word, if you read in books, it will not give you any transformation. Let me be very clear, even my books, including my books. Somebody asked me, actually, I was dictating one of my book, and the disciple was sitting and writing. One person who is helping me, he was sitting and writing. Suddenly, on one spot, he stopped me. Swamiji, please tell that statement clearly. I am not able to understand. I gave that statement clearly. Then he said, Swamiji, what is this? Just 3 chapters ago you made another one statement. Now it is contradicting. It will confuse people. I told him, write what I say. Don't talk more. Then he asked me, if I myself get confused, naturally people will get confused. Then I have to tell the truth. What for you think I am writing books? To tell you honestly, let me be very clear. Books are just to create little confusion so that you will start searching. You will start seeking the truth in reality. No book can give you the truth. Books are created just to create just to create a little confusion in you so that you will start searching the reality. Logically confuse you. Books are techniques to logically confuse you. If you honestly, intensely read Gita from first chapter to last chapter, simply you will be confused. If you are not confused, be very clear, you are not read properly. No book can give you the truth. But the books are great inspiration. It will inspire you to search a living master. That is the only result. That's the only thing masters wanted. That is the only thing they wanted to achieve through books. So that when you are logically confused, you start searching a living master. But the difficulty is, there are some people who take books as an authority. Instead of living truth, they just start thinking intellectual knowledge is authority. And not only that, they start questioning. They start asking or demanding proof from the masters for their words based on these people their intellectual understanding. First thing, when I utter a word, the meaning which I give is different, and the meaning which you take is different. When I utter a word Atman, I use the Sanskrit dictionary. When you receive that word Atman, you use Oxford dictionary. Naturally the problem starts. If you are with a living master in my presence, you can always question me. You can always clarify. Or a living master knows by seeing the face of a disciple, he knows whether he has understood or not. He will go for further explanation. Things can be much more clear, straight. But when you are playing with books, you are just playing with your mind. That is why people feel more comfortable with books than going and meeting a living master. Please understand, you are seeking, you are spiritual seeking, whether it is a real seeking or just a game, how to measure. This is the scale. If you feel comfortable just playing with books and old masters' photographs, be very clear, your seeking is pseudo. Just time pass, good entertainment. Good entertainment. Sometimes you feel guilty, whole day sitting in front of TV, whole day doing something worldly. Especially Indians, from the young age, somehow they are taught. Always we should not be engaged in sense enjoyments. You should search a little bit of spirituality. So once in a while you get some book, some old master's photograph, and you try to play with both of them. Be very clear, it is pseudo. If you are honest, intense, you will feel deeply connected or more in tune, feel happy, feel settled with a living master. Find out whether your search is honest search or just entertainment. That's the first thing we need to do. Here, Arjuna has come to a level of maturity where no more intellectual questions, only doubts. Doubts are really great. Doubts are just a clear sign you express, I am here to receive you. You put a big green signal. Doubts are green signals. Questions are red signal. With question, you just defend the master. You tell him, stop. Enough what you are speaking. First, reply for this. You try to bring the old intellectual words to defend the living energy. One more thing, when we can't practice, again, we question the authority of a person who is speaking. Here, Arjuna did everything. First, in the second chapter itself, the moment Krishna started speaking about the Atman, Nainam Chindanti Sastran, Nainam Dagati Pavakaha, immediately Arjuna is asking, Sthita Prajnasya Kavasha. How an enlightened man will speak? Tell me the truth. What for is asking? He wants to measure. With that scale, he wants to measure the Krishna, whether he is enlightened or not. It starts with violence, with questions, slowly, slowly, slowly. In the 9th chapter, when Krishna revealed the Rajavidya, Rajavidyam, the ultimate secret that existence is intelligence, cosmic universe is intelligence, the doubts are cleared. The questions slowly started settling. Next, when he heard the glory of Krishna, slowly the love started happening. When Krishna showed the cosmic form, he experienced the truth. He experienced the truth. In the 9th chapter, intelligence started. In the 10th chapter, the devotion started. In the 11th chapter, being, the energy, experience happened. Now, almost all the questions have disappeared. Ramakrishna says beautifully, in a marriage ceremony, before the food is served, people all will be sitting in a row and talking. What is going on? What is happening? How much dowry was given? What all the puja, what all the vessels they made? What all the jewelries they made? What is happening? All the talks will go on. Once the food is served, slowly the sound will reduce. Once the curd rice is served, only you will hear the sound, chop, 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 that's all. Nothing else. Only the sound of eating will be heard. Ramakrishna says, till you receive the experience, as long as you are reading the menu card, means only books, the talking, noise, sound will continuously go on. Once you started the experience, all the sounds will disappear. You will have only small, small sounds which expresses your experience. Nothing else. Here, first thing, Arjuna has questioned the authority of Krishna and got cleared. Then he is questioning, what is beneficial for me? The account's mind. First resistance, then indifference, now acceptance. All that account's mind has disappeared. You should understand one thing. Person who is creative, person who is Brahma, the energy of Brahma, the energy of creator is different. The person who is accounting, continuously doing calculation, is totally different. Architects are creators. Engineers are accountants. Architects are creators. Engineers are accountants. Engineers may have money, but architects will have a tremendous satisfaction that they have created. When you create something, you become God. That is why the creativity gives you such a deep satisfaction. Nobody can create except God. Only God can create. If you are creating something, at that moment you are experiencing godliness in you. Please be very clear. Nobody except God can create. If you are creating something, at that moment you are experiencing godliness in you. That is why in the Vedic system, when a woman is pregnant, she is worshipped, respected. She is respected. Of course, in those days, not only they are respected, people believe at the time of pregnancy, if they touch somebody's head and bless, they will be healed. Because she is creating. When she is creating, she is radiating the divine energy. She is God. She is experiencing godliness. She is experiencing the divinity in her. Only godliness can create. Architects will have tremendous satisfaction. Engineers may have money, but not the satisfaction that they created. A small story. 2 architects and 2 engineers. Both of them are traveling from Bangalore to Delhi. Two architects and 2 engineers. Both of them are traveling from Bangalore to Delhi. They are going for a conference. The engineers, as usual, they are calculating and they are complaining, see, 2,000 rupee per ticket. It is too much. Such a small journey, 2,000 rupee unnecessary. 2,000, 4,000 rupees. What we will get from conference? The architect says, both of them, they reply, see, we manage with just 2,000 rupee. We take only 1 ticket. We both of them manage. Engineers are surprised. How do you manage? When the ticket counter comes, how do you manage? That's just simple job. When the ticket counter comes, we just go into the bathroom and see the drama what we do. TT came and these guys entered, both of them entered into the bathroom. TT came and knocked the bathroom. Only one hand came out. They asked, ticket please. One hand came out and showed the ticket. He just stamped it, gave it back, and went away. Both the engineers are impressed. They thought, oh God, we never know how to save money. Now we learned one thing to save money. When they were coming back, these 2 engineers, they took only 1 ticket. And the architect, both the architects, they also took only 1 ticket. Now it is trouble. Who will catch the bathroom first? Who will catch the bathroom first? And you know, engineers are real runners. The people who are accountants, they are really run. The moment they heard the TT is coming, they ran and entered the bathroom, they got the bathroom. Now the architects both are discussing what to do. One architect said, don't worry, relax. He went and knocked the bathroom. Ticket please. He got the ticket and came back. He just came back and said, accountants miss the life. They know how to calculate, but they miss the life. When you calculate, sometimes you miss the reality. You just miss the reality. Here, all the accounts is over. Krishna has asked, what is more beneficial for me? All the things are answered. Now he has come down to the level of just few doubts. Doubts are not for anything. Little more tips. Now, the whole tune has changed. With questions, the tune is, what are you talking? Whatever I learned is totally different, and now you are talking something different. All that violence has disappeared. Now, Arjuna has come to the level, he says, yes, master, I know the whole thing. Please give me some more tips. How I can imbibe you. Please tell me something if you have forgotten. If you have forgotten something to tell. If you have something more, please tell me. I'll be happy to receive those messages also. I'll be happy to receive them also. Throughout this chapter, he is silent. No questions, only doubts. Bhagavan starts. Sri Bhagavanuvacha Urdvamula Madaschaham Asvattam Brahuravyayam Chandam Siyasya Varnani Yastam Veda Savedavit. Bhagavan says, it is said that there is an imperishable banyan tree that has its roots upward and its branches down, and whose leaves are Vedic hymns. One who knows this tree is the knower of the Vedas. Now he is coming to the causal body. If you attended yesterday's discourse, you will be able to understand, because Krishna continues from the last chapter. Next, all the 3 chapters are completely connected to each other. Last chapter and this chapter, next and next. All these chapters are completely connected except the 18, the 14, 15, 16, 17. All the 4 chapters are continuous discourses. Now Krishna comes to causal layer. Yesterday he spoke about the first 4 layers. Now he is coming to causal layer. He is explaining about the deeper layers. Of course, physical body, you know, body which is made out of flesh and bones, which you are having now. The next layer, these are all components of your being. All these 7 layers put together only you. You as you are is totality of all these 7 layers. The second layer, pranic body, is filled with desires. Filled with desires, which controls the air energy, prana, vyana, udana, samana, apana, all the different air movements of your body. And yesterday we saw the lessons from Krishna, how we are creating self-contradicting desires, how we are creating self-contradicting words and giving life to them and suffering. When we create self-contradicting words, it leads to restlessness, rajas, and the rajas leads to tamas, tiredness, dullness, depression. So this layer belongs to tamas. The second level, this is sattva. This third level is rajas, restlessness. The fourth level is tamas. The fifth level, the causal body. This is called Karana Sarira. This causal body is what Krishna calls Urdhva Moola Mataschagam, where all our engrams are stored in seed form, in the form of seeds. Every day, you enter into the causal body at the time of deep sleep. When you sleep, when you fall asleep beyond dreams, not when you dream, when you fall asleep beyond dreams, at that moment you fall into the causal body, the fifth layer of your being. When you come out, all those engraved memories comes out, your whole world is created. Every day you merge in this layer and come out of that layer. Now, Krishna is explaining the secrets related to that layer. Yesterday he spoke about the secrets related to these three layers. How we are disturbing our desire energy. Understand? Desire is pure energy. You create troubles only by creating self-contradicting thoughts. If you don't have self-contradicting thoughts, all your desires will lead you to deep fulfillment. Desire is energy. Yesterday, Krishna spoke how the energy can be used properly, how we are abusing it, how it can be used. Next, how we fall into restlessness by abusing it. Third, even after the restlessness, if you are not correcting your mistakes, if you are not clearing the self-contradicting desires, you fall into tiredness. It's like a one-side fire. You are creating fire and the pressure cooker is there. Inside the cooker, the steam is getting and the pressure is getting developed. Other side, you put a weight and try to seal it. Naturally, it will burst. Same way, even after the restlessness, if you don't clear the desire energy, or if you don't clear the self-contradicting thoughts which you are creating in you, you will fall into the depression, tamas. He gave the small, simple advice, techniques to clear ourselves and not to fall in that tree, not to be disturbed by that tree. Next, he goes to the causal body where we store all our engraved memories. He explains the secrets of this body, because even if you go beyond these three gunas, sattva, rajas, tamas, if you don't destroy these engraved memories, the bija samskaras, the samskaras in the form of a seed, you will take birth again and again. So here he gives the technique. He explains how to go beyond the samskara, engrams, which is in the seed form. It may not express in you, but it will be there in the seed form. When time comes, suddenly it will come out. You can see. You may not have seen some of your childhood friend or childhood enemy for 10 years because you are in the States. When you go back, see, in the States, when you are here, all the 10 years, the samskaras related to them never comes up, whether love or hatred. It is not there. You are never caught by it. You are never disturbed by it. You are beyond the sattva, rajas, tamas. But when you go back and meet them, suddenly the whole emotion is there. You discover the same love is there or the same hatred is there. How? Because it is in the causal body. You may not experience it in the day-to-day life. Even if you don't, you will see it is in the causal body. It's like an archives in the office. There are some files which are in the table. There are some files which are in the office archives. There are some files which are in the bank locker archives. This first, the sattva, rajas, tamas. These three gunas are the files which are in the table. And causal body is the files which are in the office archives. The inside, the cosmic body and nirvanic body are the files which are in the bank locker archives. Now, yesterday we saw how to clear these three files of sattva, rajas, tamas. Now he gives a technique to clear the causal body files, to clear the files which are in the office archives. Bhagavan starts, there is the imperishable banyan tree that has its roots upward and it branches down, and whose leaves are the Vedic hymns. One who knows this tree is the knower of the Vedas. He is trying to give an example to explain the quality of causal body. Quality of causal body. He says the roots are upwards and branches down. Why he says roots are upwards and branches down? Please understand. He says roots are here, branches are here. Because for any tree, if it has to grow, it will take water through roots. It needs support from roots. Roots only decide the strength of the tree. Roots are going to decide the way in which the tree is going to live. The physical body, whatever you are taking through physical body, that only is going to decide the depth of causal body. That is why he says roots are up. Roots are in the outer world and branch is in the inner world. Roots are out. Whatever you take through five senses, that is the water, strength for the causal body. Causal body is, here he says leaves and here he says root. The tree is upward. Tree is topsy-turvy. Whatever you take through the five senses from the outer world, that only is going to enrich the causal body. And an important next statement, the leaves of the tree is said to be the Vedic hymns, Veda mantras. Yesterday I was making an important statement. All the words which you continuously repeat inside your mind without your consciousness, whatever words you repeat in the unconsciousness, especially morning when you are alone in the bathroom, those words are the mantras which shows path for your life. What are the words you repeat with yourself? They are only going to decide the way of your life. Just try to analyze your mind. What are the words you repeat with yourself? When you are alone, when you are sitting with yourself, what are the words you repeat? Those words are only going to decide the path in which you are going to travel. Mantra means manasasya stiraha iti mantraha. What makes your mind strong is mantra. Mantrayate iti mantraha. Which shows the way for man is mantra. Tra means road, way. The words which shows way for you is mantra. The words which makes you strong is mantra. Now, he says, the roots are in the physical world, physical body, up, and the leaves are in the causal body, down. Roots are up and leaves are there. And he makes one more statement. Leaves are Vedic hymns, Veda mantras. Means the words which you are storing in the causal body. That only is going to decide your life. See, the words which you have in the causal body is mantra for you. When you understand this, there are two things. Something is good, something is bad. Something is good, you can always reprogram. The good news is you can reprogram yourself. Bad news is as on now you are living in hell. Bad news is as on now it is hell. Good news is you can always reprogram. The causal body is filled with the unconscious thoughts. You must be careful about the thoughts or words which you are creating inside your mind unconsciously. See, you are so careful about the words which you speak, verbalize it, express it. But we are careless about the words which we use inside because we think nobody is going to know. If you are not careful with the words which is expressed, you know what will be the result. You know what will be the result. But you are not afraid. The words which you are using inside, be very clear. The words which you are using outside, if you are careless about it, you will have punishment from others. The words which you are using inside, if you are careless about it, you will have punishment from yourself. You will torture yourself. You will kill yourself. You will create more and more trouble for yourself. The words which you use inside should have the healing effect. Words which carries healing effect will always create fresh living energy in you. Krishna says, the leaves are the Vedas, means Veda means knowledge. The leaves are the words which you have engraved in the causal body, which are in you. Those words are so powerful, so alive. They are going to show way for your whole life.
I am a sincere seeker, but I am not able to find a single guru. Please understand, if you are a seeker, beautifully Mahavira says, from God sends your master, only then puts the fire inside you. If you are feeling the fire, be very clear, already your master is here. He is already here. God never puts the fire, then sends the master. No. He sends the master and puts the fire. This guy was trying to find out a master. Somehow he was not able to. He tried for 12 years. 12 years is too much. Too much. Finally he is depressed, discouraged completely. He decides, I have decided that God is going to be the only source of inspiration, and I will accept the first person who comes in this road as my guru and do what he says. He is very strong in his decision. He sits in the forest road. He sits in one road and he decides, first person who comes in this way will be my guru. His instruction I will follow. And unfortunately, one thief was running through that road after stealing. He just now robbed the palace and he is running through that road trying to escape. This fellow fell at his feet and caught hold of his feet. Caught hold of the thief and he said, "Oh my master, bless me, give me liberation, enlighten me." And the thief is saying, "Arey, I am a thief, leave me. Don't you see, I just now I robbed and police is chasing me, leave me." And this guy says, "No, no, no, you are my master. Teach me something and go." This guy says, "What is this? What to do? I am in a big mess." See, you say, "I am your guru." This guy says, "Yes, you are my master." "All right, then do what I say. Just sit and close your eyes." This fellow sits and closes his eyes. And the thief says, "Till I say open your eyes, don't open." And this fellow does, and the thief escapes. That's all. This fellow goes on sitting. His intensity is such. He just sits. He says, "I have chosen somebody as master. What he said, I will do." His intensity. Story says, please understand. The story says, when Shiva saw the intensity, he appeared and blessed him with enlightenment. Please understand. Understand one thing. How the story ends or how the story goes, that is different. But I can say, intensity is independently intelligent. I can vouch for this story. Intelligence. See, intelligence means which can guide you and lead you to ultimate. Intensity itself is independently intelligent to lead you to ultimate in spite of any techniques you practice, not because of any techniques you practice. In spite of any techniques you practice or don't practice. I am just liberating you from all different techniques. I am liberating you from all confusions related to techniques. It may be a little strong, but I tell you, this is the essence of all spiritual teachings. It's one more story. Power of intensity. This is not just a story, it is a history. It has happened. Very beautiful story. One guy was born and brought up in a so-called low caste. In India, those days they created community system for different purpose and it became a different purpose. See, any civilization will have some degradation. Anyhow, but the system itself was not created with any bad intention. But in course of time, any system in wrong hands, even if it is right system, when it is in wrong hands, it will be degraded. It will be disturbed. Sometimes the wrong hands take over the power and it gets disturbed. Somebody who is born and brought up in the low caste, he has become very intense seeker. And one beautiful thing with Indian tradition is, when you are seeker and achieve enlightenment, then caste has no way standing between you and the devotees. If you see the 63 Nayanma Smoothis, the Saiva saints who are there in our temple, more than 80% are the so-called low caste. More than 80%. They are all respected and worshipped by all high caste people all over the world. So when it comes to intensity, once you prove you are intense, caste, community, nothing stands. You are worshipped and respected. This guy, he starts his seeking and he wants to take initiation from certain teacher. He is not an enlightened master, from a certain teacher. But the teacher was little arrogant and he is bothered about the community and he says he will not initiate him. And This guy goes on thinking how to take initiation from him. The teacher lived in Varanasi. One of his friend, the disciple's friend, this guy says, see, the teacher lives in Varanasi. Early morning, he will come for the Ganga Snan, taking bath in Ganga. So usually, if he misses a step or falls, he will shout Ram Ram. So you do one thing, you go and lie down in the steps. The early morning, in the darkness, he may not be able to see you. He will put his head, he will put his leg on you. He may be a little stumbled. He may be a little disturbed. Then he will naturally shout Ram Ram. So take his feet as an initiation and take that Ram Ram word as a mantra and start practicing. This guy says, right technique, yes. I found the method. And usually if you are continuously repeating the Divine Lord's name, even if you are stumbled, you will repeat the same name. You will repeat the same word. Even if you are disturbed, you will repeat that same word only. That is what is expected. So this disciple also thought, yes, this guy is a highly religious guy, highly spiritual guy, and he must be always repeating God's name. So when he puts his feet on my head and little imbalanced, little shaken, he will naturally say Ram Ram or some divine name only, whatever he is repeating. He did not understand. This guy is not a master. He is just an ordinary Purohit who does all the rituals for little money and packs a banana and rice. Anyhow, as per the plan, this seeker, this guy, he goes and lies down in the Ganga steps. He is called Ramadas. His name was Ramadas. He lies down in the steps of Ganga. As expected, the teacher, he comes for morning Ganga Snan. He comes with all the pamper, walking with his disciples. The moment he puts the feet, he got shaken, little disturbed. Instead of saying Rama Rama, this fellow got so angry and annoyed, he shouted buffalo. Because that is what was going on constantly in his system. You will express only what is going on in your system. But this Ramdas is so sincere, intense. He decides, this word is my mantra, that's all. This word is my mantra. He takes that as an initiation, takes that word buffalo as the mantra, and constantly sits with so much of intensity. He repeats the word buffalo, 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 buffalo. Please understand. I want you to understand this whole story. Whole story. He repeats the mantra. He takes that as a mantra and repeats it intensely and visualizes God in the form of a huge golden buffalo, the huge light, and he repeats, goes on repeating, and he achieves Siddhi. Means he is able to see the divine light in the form of golden buffalo, and he achieves Siddhi. That year, the temple festival is supposed to happen. He goes for the temple festival. He is standing outside the temple. They are bringing the temple deity outside. This priest is bringing, who shouted buffalo. This priest is bringing the deity outside the temple. When they are bringing the deity outside the temple, suddenly the deity is stuck in the gate, in the door frame. The deity is only 3 feet. Door frame is 6 feet. It is not physically stuck anywhere, but the deity is not coming outside. They are trying this way, that way. The priest is trying in so many ways. And this guy, Ramadas, is standing outside the temple and shouting, hey, the deity is Tan, is eating the door frame. Just lower it. He will come out. Just lower it. Nobody was able to understand. He is seeing the deity in the form of a buffalo, and his arms sorry, not thorn, horns are hitting the door frame. That is why the deity is not coming out. And he is saying, lower the deity, it will come out. And this priest is shouting, this fool, what are you talking? Keep quiet. You have been allowed inside temple, that is too much. Don't talk. But they tried. Practically whole day they tried, the deity is not coming out. Then this fellow is unable to withstand the whole thing. This Ramadas rushes towards the deity. He forces himself and says, see, I can see the horn hitting the door frame, and he is having the pain. He just pushes the deity down, the deity comes out. Please understand the strength of bhakti, strength of intensity, the power, the strength beyond the matter, beyond the material. And still now, every year, this happened in Annapurni temple in Varanasi. Still now, every year, when they bring the deity, they will have on the side, in a golden sheet, the buffalo's figure. They call it Ramadas Annapurni. Annapurni of the Ramadas. Still in memory of Ramadas, that great saint, they have the form of buffalo. That also will be worshipped as a Devi. See the power. And the story says, later on he became enlightened, lived in Varanasi and left the body. Understand the power and intensity, nothing else. You don't have to bother about what technique you are following, who is your master, who is your teacher, whether he is enlightened, who gave certificate for him. Nothing is needed. All you need is this one thing, abhyasa vairagyabhyam tat nirodha. The intense, constant practice. You see the 63 Saiva saints' life, the Nayanmars. You see all their murtis in our temple. I think we have their biographies, simple biographies in the form of books. It is available. If you find time, just go through. It's not that they have done some great tapas, meditating 8 hours per day, doing this pranayam, that Ada Yoga, this Ada Yoga, so many. They have not done all these things. You see some of them, simple people, all they did, just plucking flower from garden, making garland and putting it on the deity. That's all. Nothing else. But intensity, just intensity. Nothing else. Simple practice. One guy is a criminal actually. All he does, if somebody talks against Shiva or Shiva's devotees, he will cut the tongue. That's all. Of course, I am not saying you do that. Now, what I wanted to say, the intensity, just the intensity, nothing else. The abhyasa and vairagya, intense practice, everything else will fall in place. What happened in Ramakrishna's life? Just intensity, abhyasa and vairagya. Somebody asked Vivekananda. Vivekananda is a great intellectual. They asked him, do you accept idol worship? Your country goes on worshipping idols. In India, sometimes it becomes too much. The British time, when they created highways, first earlier, originally the British people have started painting all the highways in the yellow paint. The big problem, every village they started worshipping and building one temple around that stone. See, any stone with yellow turmeric powder is a deity for us. No, that's our lifestyle. Any stone with yellow turmeric powder, it's a deity. Then British has to change the color. They have to change it into green. And even now, I know at least 100 temples built for milestones. Because it looks almost like Shivalinga. And they are such a wonderful people. See, anything is worthy of worship for us. Anything is worthy of worship. See, the whole civilization is built on surrender. Sometimes when people tell me it's a weakness, I don't feel it's a weakness. I don't feel it. Even though logically I don't have justifications or reasons to justify this foolish fellow's logic. Whole civilization. See the amount of surrender and feeling connection and the worship and the respect. See, even a simple stone is enough for them to remember about the divine, to remember the God, feel connected to nature. They question, what do you say about this kind of idol worship? Vivekananda says beautifully, I know the great Paramahamsa like Ramakrishna is produced just by idol worship. If people like Ramakrishna can be produced, not one, have 200 idols, have thousands of idols. And the actual truth you need to understand is, we don't worship idols, we worship through the idol. Understand? We don't say, oh stone, give me boon. Oh stone, please bless me that I should get healed. Oh metal, 5 metal, you look so pretty. Give me my wealth. You don't ask that. You say, oh Shiva, heal me. Oh Vishnu, give me enlightenment. We relate, we worship through the idol, not the idol. Understand? When you see the deity, idol is not remembered. If you remember the idol, the deity is not remembered. That's a beautiful, very beautiful verse in Tamil. There is a great book called Thirumandiram. One saint, Tirumular, his statue is also there in our temple. That 63, there will be one statue with a palm leaf in the hand and blessing posture. It's called Tirumular. He says very beautifully, Marattai maraitadu mamada yanai, marattil maraindadu mamada yanai, parattai maraitadu parmudal bhootam, parattil maraindadu parmudal bhootam. I'll translate, even though it's a little difficult to translate. It says, when you see a stone elephant, you will not see the material. If you see it as a material, you can't see it as an elephant. An artist will see that as an elephant, but will not see it as a material. If there is a stone, if there is a wooden elephant, the elephant carved out of wood, a person who is involved with the wood business, if he sees, he will say, oh, sandalwood, wonderful wood, high cost, this must be the cost. He will be talking about the wood. He can never see the elephant. If an artist, if he sees, he will see, oh, beautiful sculpture, beautiful carving, elephant, amazing. He will not see the elephant. He will not see the wood. So if the moment you see the wood, you will not see elephant. The moment you see the elephant, you will not see the wood. It cannot happen in the same moment. It can happen only in the next moments. Even if you see wood, elephant, wood, one moment you can see only as elephant. Only in the next moment you can see it as a wood. The next moment you can see it as an elephant. So he says, when you see it as an elephant, you will not see as a wood. When you see this as a wood, you will not see that as an elephant. Same way, when you see this as a God, you will not see it as a world. When you see this as a world, you will not see it as a God. Marattai maraitadu mamada yanai, marattil maraindadu mamada yanai. Parattai maraitadu parmudal bhootam, parattil maraindadu parmudal bhootam. If you see this whole cosmos as a world, giving you fear and greed, you can't see this as a God. If you see this whole thing as a God, you can't see this as a world. There won't be any fear and greed. See, the whole thing happened in Ramakrishna's life. Just an ordinary deity, statue. He started seeing it as a God. He was never able to see it as a stone or a statue. And it might have started in a very raw level, but slowly, just because of his very intensity, the whole thing became alive and led him to ultimate enlightenment. removing all the obstacles, guiding itself. He says, when he goes and talks to the Devi, she says, just to teach you the Jivan Mukti, Nirvikalpa Samadhi, I brought him here, go and learn. Then he comes back and says, he is telling me to drop you. He is telling me to kill you, destroy you. She says, yes, do it. Please understand. Anything, when you do it intensely, this is a big question. People come and ask me, if I worship a deity, if I connect with a form of a god, I will end up only in Savikalpa Samadhi. How will I achieve Nirvikalpa Samadhi? As if this fellow is going to achieve Nirvikalpa Samadhi tomorrow. There is so much of junk inside. And how many thousands of janmas it is going to take to get out of that junk? Nobody knows. And these guys brag about as if everything is dropped. Only this deity is obstacle. Now that is a big problem. That's a big problem with these Vedantis or the intellectuals. In India, villages, I always tell this one example, Indian villages, they burn the dead bodies. They'll use a big stick, big bamboo to burn the body. Once the whole body is burned, they will throw that stick also in the same fire and that also will be burnt. Same way, use master's form or God's form to burn the attachment with all other forms. When all other forms attachment is dropped, this form is intelligent enough to disappear by itself or guide you to beyond the formlessness. The master's form or the God's form is intelligent enough to lead you to beyond all the forms and lead you to very form itself. So Kali says, yes, go beyond my form, cut the form. And I can say that is the moment of ultimate gratitude. Ultimate gratitude. He has liberated you from everything and liberates you from himself also. Liberates you from himself also. Then suddenly you will see his form will not be there anymore in your inner space, but you know he is there. He is there. He is there. Intensely present. Intensely present. As long as you feel connected with the form, sometime you will see he is present, sometime you will see he is absent. And you will struggle to feel connected, maintain that feeling connection continuously. You will struggle to feel the connection continuously. When you are able to feel connected to him beyond his form, you are liberated even from that form. You will see suddenly his presence is there intensely, continuously, and guiding you, radiating. Actually, the form and formlessness, this whole trouble can be solved with this one sutra. In one bookshop, there was one bookshop where the Brahma Sutra, Sankara Bhashya and Ramanuja Bhashya both were displayed. I can say these two books created a lot of good things and a lot of fight. One guy came and asked, one volunteer was standing, what is the difference between Shankara Bhashya and Ramanuja Bhashya? That volunteer said 45 rupees. Understand, that is the difference. That is the difference. With intensity, both can lead you to enlightenment. Without intensity, nothing can be done. With intensity, what you practice is not at all a problem. All you need is intensity. There's a beautiful story of a master called Sakya Nayanar. In that 63 Nayanmars, he is on Nayanmar. He was forced and converted into Buddhism in the young age. That time, South India, a lot of Buddhist monasteries were there. He was forced and converted as Buddhist. But somehow he strongly felt connected with Shiva. But he can't worship Shiva. What to do? He has kept on Shivalinga in the garden, in the monastery. Every day morning he will come and throw a stone, visualizing that stone as a flower, he will throw a stone. If somebody sees an ass, hey, what are you doing? He will say, no, I am only throwing a stone. We should not worship these deities. We should worship only Buddha. That's why I am throwing stone. And the story says, just by throwing stones, Shiva gave him darshan and gave him enlightenment. He became enlightened. Just intensity. What you do is secondary. How you do is the first thing. Intensity and constant practicing. I tell you, with intensity and constant practicing, you will be guided to the right master, right teaching, right technique, and right enlightenment experience. That's what has happened to Ramakrishna. He was sitting in one place, playing with the deity, and she took care. She saw that enlightened master comes to this place and teaches him and leads him to enlightenment. And Totaburi says, after Ramakrishna became enlightened, I can never imagine, because Totaburi himself was a great intellectual Pandit. He says, I can never imagine somebody was worshipping the deities and I am pulled without my knowledge and share this enlightenment, and he became enlightened. He says, through your enlightenment, not only you became enlightened, you taught me a big lesson. You taught me a big lesson. Many times, we forget the power of intensity, abhyasa and vairagya. I can say, whatever may be the obstacle you are facing in your spiritual life, spiritual journey, all you need is this one truth, abhyasa, vairagya, intense, constant practice. That's all. You see the great saints' lives. It's not that they have done something big. No. What you do is not the great thing. How you do. The intensity. Understand? When I asked my teacher about this one question, he will make me do all kinds of things. He will ask me to climb the temple pillar, the temple where he was teaching me yoga. He will ask me to climb the pillar by holding the one hand. I'll go up and down, up and down, up and down. I was very young. When I started studying these books, suddenly I discovered there is no sutra which says climbing the pillar is yoga. And he will torture me, asking me to climb the pillar up and down, up and down. And of course, that helped me in one way. Whenever I don't want to go to school, I'll climb the tree and sit on the tree. See, in the villages, the big problem in Indian villages is very small place. They will send a watchman to every house and bring the kids. You can't escape. So, but this watchman is a very old guy. He can't climb the tree. I'll climb and sit on the tree. He'll never be able to take me to school. And this guy will, my teacher will make me climb that pillar, up and down, up and down. And I read the book, it doesn't say it's yoga. I asked him, what do you mean by making me climb this pillar up and down every day? Nowhere I see this yoga. He made me understand. He gave me an important click. I can say it's a very strong click. He says, with a strong intensity, any movement done brings health. Understand? I can say, this is the basic sutra. A strong click with a strong intensity, any movement done is yoga. I can say, this is the basis of our Nitya Yoga. Whatever yoga I am teaching, this is the basic sutra of the Nitya Yoga. It is not adding more movements to your life. It is adding life to your movement. Intensity. With intensity, any movement done is yoga. Without intensity, even if you do so-called yogas, asanas, it will be more or less an exercise. It may create an effect of an exercise. with intensity, any movement done leads you to yoga. He says beautifully, with intensity and intention, any movement you do, it becomes part of your bio-memory. It becomes part of your prarabdha. Prarabdha is the energy which creates your body every day out of Hiranyagarbha. Please understand. Hiranyagarbha is the space where you rest every night. Every night you fall asleep into Hiranyagarbha, means the darkness which you experience in the deep sleep. The darkness which you experience in the deep sleep is the Hiranyagarbha space, the Garbha, womb of the cosmos. That's where you rest every day. When you come out, he has described very beautifully this one secret. He says, every day morning, with what kind of thought you come out of your Hiranyagarbha. You see, Hiranyagarbha is a place. Almost all memories are available. If you want to become a football champion, whatever is needed, health, intelligence, will be available. If you want to become a cricket player, all the things are available. If you want to play golf and become a champion, everything is available. If you want to become a rich man, all those memories are available. Hiranyagarbha is the place, the cosmic archives. Actually all memories, all intelligence, everything is available in the cosmic archive, in the Hiranyagarbha. When you take your body, which thought inspires you to take your body, that kind of engraved memories, karma, you bring out of Hiranyagarbha. If you think, I should get up to go for my job, then you bring what you need to do for that job. That kind of memories, you bring it out and you come out. Every day, early morning, what you think, that kind of memory only will be inserted, downloaded inside your system to live your life. That is why the morning first thought is given so much of importance in our tradition. The moment you get up, you are expected to bring some divine energies and divine mantras and divine chants and divine feelings to your being, so that you bring that kind of prarabdha. Every night is your death, every morning is your birth. I can say the long sleep is death, short death is sleep. Short death is sleep, long sleep is a death. So every morning when you get up, all the prarabdha is available for you. You can do anything. You can exchange. You may ask, this looks too much. This looks too big thing. It is. Please understand, it is. Because of your continuous habit, you bring the same set of samskara. If you decide to change from today, you can change. From today, if you decide to change, every day morning, first thought, if you strongly create some new thought, you want to be a different person, you will suddenly see that kind of memory, that kind of prarabdha, that kind of energy, that kind of samskaras, you will start expressing, you will start radiating, you will start living. He says, of course, it is true. I myself have experienced this truth in my own life. Early morning, when you get up, if you decide, I want to play golf. If you have a strong thought, I want to play football, I want to play cricket, you will see, you bring that kind of body setup, that kind of prarabdha. That prarabdha designs your body. That prarabdha designs your body. He says, any thought which you strongly, intensely put inside becomes your bio-memory, and you will fall asleep with that. Next day morning when you get up, that kind of prarabdha you will pick up and come out and live. Try. If you want to try this. Ramanujam, the great mathematician, he says, when I come out in the early morning, I have all the answers for all the problems. All the answers for all the problems. Paramahansa Yogananda talks about this. He beautifully describes how to use the power of dream, or how to use the Hiranyagarbha, every night sleep. if you intensely think anything, any of your action, anything maybe you are doing, just to fill that thought will become your prarabdha, and any movement you do for that will become yoga. Understand? Anything you do with intensity becomes yoga and brings health. When I understood this sutra, then I understood if I can carry the intensity, I should be healthy. Then all my movements can become yoga. Can become yoga. So beautifully, Patanjali describes in this one sutra, all you need is abhyasa vairagya. In the next sutras, he expresses, he defines more deeply abhyasa in one sutra and vairagya in one sutra. With intensity, whatever you do is yoga, and all the obstructions are removed. Whether you are practicing karma yoga, jnana yoga, bhakti yoga, or whatever yoga may be, whatever yoga you may be practicing, all you need is intensity. All you need is intensity. I can say that is the connecting thread. Otherwise, just see our Hindu tradition, the Vedic tradition. If some master says, do this, the other master will be waiting to say, don't do that. Actually, the difference between two traditions of Hinduism is a lot more than difference between two religions. At least in some points, two religions may agree. But the difference between two traditions of Hinduism, forget about two traditions, two masters are enough. There is one Sanskrit saying, proverb, if two masters say the same thing, please be clear, someone is fake. Then how come each one is saying one thing, but everybody is able to lead you to enlightenment? How come? Start thinking, start questioning. It is because of this intensity. It is because of this intensity. I can say intensity is the ultimate sutra, ultimate truth. Abhyasa vairagyabhyam. This is the ultimate sutra for the whole yoga. Whether you have problems in yama, means social etiquette, social discipline, or problems with niyama, personal discipline, or problems with asana, the physical postures, or problems with pranayama, the breathing practices, or difficulties in pratyahara, the mental setup, or difficulties in dharana, the emotional balancing, or difficulties in dhyana, the restful awareness in your inner space, or difficulty in samadhi, enlightenment itself. The one and only solution, the ultimate key is this one sutra. Abhyasa vairagyabhyam tannirodha. Abhyasa vairagyabhyam tannirodha. Relaxing from these patterns through constant and intensive practice of unclenching. Patanjali has explained in last few sutras about the 5 different modifications of the mind. Pramana, the right knowledge; viparyaya, wrong knowledge; vikalpa, imagination; and nidra, sleep; smriti, memory. The 5 modifications of the mind, Patanjali has explained. Now he is saying, by constant, intense practice, if you unclench from these 5 modifications, you will become enlightened. I can say, these 5 modifications are responsible for all your problems. So wherever you are stuck, one master key, one master solution is this one key, intensity. I can say intensity by itself, independently intelligent, to lead you to ultimate enlightenment without any technique, without any support, without anything from the outer world. It is self-sufficient tool for the ultimate experience, Kevala Jnana, Kaivalya Jnana, living enlightenment. So, understand this one truth, internalize this one truth, try to experiment with this truth. Maybe early morning when you get up, be intense about some one idea. Try for 10 days. Just be intense about only that idea. Suddenly you will see the things related to that idea starts happening in your life. The things related to that idea, ideas related to that one truth will start coming towards your life. People related to that idea will start coming towards your life. Situations related to that idea will start coming towards your life. You will start attracting all the things to live that idea in your life. Material, situation, body strength, body structure, even your body structure will change according to that idea, as per that idea. Experiment with this truth. You will see power of intensity. You will see power of intensity. Any one idea, pick up and intensely internalize that idea by constant remembering. When you fall asleep, be filled with that idea and fall asleep. When you wake up early morning, be filled with that idea and wake up. You will see in 10 days, your mind gets tuned to that idea, your thinking gets tuned to that idea, you attract that kind of situations, people, everything around you. You can see in your life. Only if you are hungry, McDonald's, you will see the McDonald's tower. No, really. Only if you start seeking, suddenly you will see your house is filled with yoga journals, yoga videos. You go through this kind of websites, all these things starts happening. It feels like a new world has opened. When you feel connected, suddenly the whole thing becomes new. Your body itself, not only mind, even your body will be in tune for that one idea, for that new idea. So, internalize this one truth. Abhyasa vairagyabhyam tat nirodha. Relaxing from these patterns through constant and intensive practice of unclutching. Intensive practice of unclutching. So, internalize this one truth. The intensity, again and again and again standing up. In Abhyasa, next sutra, beautifully Patanjali explains. He goes a step further, explaining about Abhyasa, explaining about what is Abhyasa. He gives a deeper description on Abhyasa. Just this one idea we will internalize today. I don't want to add more ideas. If I add more ideas, sometimes we miss the essence. We miss the essence. No, really, I have seen. That's the reason I always work with one idea again and again and again and again, it should be told, so that it is completely filling your being and you are internalizing this whole truth. Otherwise, we miss the truth. We are waiting to miss the truth. That is a big problem. Sometimes we miss the truth if too many things are added. So I leave you with this one truth. Intensity is independently intelligent to lead you to ultimate enlightenment without any aid, help of technique or practice or anything from the outer world. Anything from the outer world.
Usually, our actions can be categorized in two categories, pravritti and nivritti. Pravritti means doing the action without the spirit behind it. Without the spirit, just doing the action. Nivritti means having the spirit, when you have the spirit, whether you do it or not, that very spirit will guide you. When you don't have the spirit and just do the action, the whole thing will be reduced to ritual. It will not be spiritual. It will not be spiritual. I always tell people, don't do, at least with me, don't do this Pada Puja and Pada Namaskar, all these things as a ritual. The big problem is, without understanding, they will fall. And tomorrow, without understanding, they will blame. Both the way, these guys will be superficial. That is what we do with everybody. Before we fall, we don't inquire. We are not clear to whom with whom we are associating ourselves. Are we really doing right thing? We don't inquire. And once you get some idea through somebody, some rumor, again you don't inquire. Straight away start talking. Both the way we are superficial. Superficial people never be benefited by the spiritual knowledge or the spiritual science. And here, Krishna gives these dhyana slokas to program the mind, to program the being, to take you beyond the social conditioning, to take you beyond the social conditioning. Whatever you think as you is nothing but pure social conditioning, including your language, your life and everything. Man was gone beyond the social conditioning. Small one-liner, beautiful one-liner. One Sufi mystic, he goes to a king and begs. He says, "O king, please give me one square meal." Mystics are always supposed to live by begging. So he goes and begs, "Please give me one food, one meal." Bhagavati Bhikshan, he just asks one meal. The king shouts, "How dare you come here and beg? Nobody knows you here. Get out." The mystic laughs and says, "True. Here nobody knows me, but I know myself. With your case, everybody knows you, but you don't know yourself. In my case, nobody knows me, but I know myself. In your case, everybody knows you, but you don't know yourself." Be very clear. Only when you don't know yourself, you are bothered about all the dishonor or the honor. And let you be established in your inner space beyond the conditionings. When you cross all these three layers, sattva, rajas, tamas, and go beyond the causal body, you enter into the space where you are free from all the conditionings. Mamai vamso jivaloke jivabhuta stanatanaha manashashtan indriyani prakritistani garshadi. It's the same sloka. He says people struggle with 6 senses. Shashtan indriyani, including mind. He says you have 6 senses. 5 senses are this. The mind is the 6th sense. One thing important we should understand. According to me, mind is the only sense which needs to be controlled. All other 5 senses are just servants. Mind is the owner. Mind is the thing which jumps. And if the mind can be handled, then everything can be handled. Sariram yadavapnodi yachap yutkramadishvaraha grihid vaidani sanyadi vayur gandhani vashaya. The living entity in the material world carries its different conceptions of life from one body to another. As the air carries aromas, thus he takes one kind of body again, quits to take another. He says about again the samsara, the birth and death. Birth and death. Just how the air carries the smell, the consciousness carries your samskaras, the causal level samskaras, the mental print, and goes from body to body. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, will all the sins come with us? Please be very clear. Your sin or merit will not come with you, but the mental setup will come with you. For example, somebody has committed 100 murder. The 100 murder quantity sin will not go with him, but the attitude of committing murders will go with him and torture him. All your actions will be reduced to attitudes, like a capsule form, and that will go with you and torture the being. That is what Krishna says here. You will move from body to body. Ramakrishna says beautifully. It's like moving from room to room. When Ramakrishna passed away, attained Mahasamadhi, Sharada Devi is about to remove all the bangles, all the Mangal Sutra, all the symbols of Sumangali. Immediately Ramakrishna appears and says, what are you doing? Where have I gone? I am here. I just moved from one room to another room. Why should you remove all these things? And be a Nitya Sumangali. From that day, Sharada Devi lived with all the things, just like a Mahalakshmi. With everything she lived. And please be very clear, today in the modern world, these are all very easy. Those days, 100 years ago, and that also a traditional family. She is born and brought up. She was living with the traditional families, but she did it. Courageous women. I always tell people, you should not remove just because the husband died. What is the need? There is no need. Either don't wear from the beginning. If you wear always. That's all. There are people who don't wear from the beginning. Nothing can be done. And if you wear all the time. Nobody can reduce the joy in your life. Nobody has got the right to take things away from your life. It is not that you started living only after his birth. It's not that you started living only after he came into your life. Then why should you die? There is no need. Two different individual souls are traveling together. As long as we are together, let us help each other. And when we have to depart, when the life takes us away, when the death departs us, makes us separate, let us accept the truth and live our life. I always tell, male should wear Mangal Sutra. These guys go around. Male only, they only go around. Even if you see the percentage wise, statistics wise, only these people go around. Why should women wear Mangal Sutra? Male should wear Mangal Sutra. Because only they need some control. Anyhow, nothing should be. There is no need for you to renounce anything. As long as you live together, live happily and blissfully. And when somebody dies, naturally allow the being to carry on in their life. And same way, you can't give another one example like Ramakrishna and Sharada Devi. How intimate they were. What beautiful life they lived. Throughout the life, they never had any physical contact. But the love and care which Ramakrishna showered on Sharada Devi, or Sharada Devi showered on Ramakrishna, you cannot imagine. You cannot imagine that such a wonderful couple existed on the planet Earth. Ramakrishna will never touch the money. He's a Paramahamsa. He will never handle the money. And he will not even wear the cloth properly. That's a big problem. And they say that only at the time of photographs he wore the proper clothing in his whole life, some 3-4 times. He will not even wear clothes properly. He will never touch money. But he will always collect the salary from the temple properly and make jewelries for Sharada Devi. Whatever money comes, the temple salary, he was a priest in temple. Rani Rashmani is Kali temple. He was a priest. So the temple will give salary for him. He will take that salary and tell somebody to make jewelries for Sharada Devi. Such a great people, such a wonderful love and care existed. And she also, even after Ramakrishna's death, she never felt Ramakrishna died. Always she will carry the Ramakrishna's photo and she will take care of him. You can't believe somebody sitting and talking with a photograph. Today means they would have taken her for some psychiatric treatment. Because modern day can't understand that this can exist, this is possible. She was so deeply in love with Ramakrishna, so deeply connected, so deeply felt his presence. Even after Ramakrishna left the body, she lived with Ramakrishna. In Tamil, there is a beautiful verse. The woman who worships the husband, who will not worship any other god except husband, when she says rain will shower. Of course, here the word worship means deeply feeling connected. Let me repeat the verse in Tamil. Deivam tozhuval, Deivam tozhal, Purnan tozhezhuval, peyyana peyyum malai. The person who is deeply connected to the husband, who is not bothered about any other god, when she says rain will shower, when she says yes, the rain will simply shower. Means the whole nature will be under her control. When you are deeply connected, you will feel the other as God. Not only husband, wife also, the both sides. When you feel deeply connected, you will see the other person as God. All the social conditioning, when it is dropped, you understand your life and death is nothing but moving from room to room. You suffer because you are not able to leave the situations which you created. You created, working so hard, you created a beautiful house, got a big car, created a big bank balance. Everything is ready. Now you have started living. Suddenly Yama appears and calls you, hi, enough now? Come, it is time for you to come. The only problem is, whatever you created, that is being taken away from you. That is the problem. That is why you are afraid. When you are out of the social conditionings, you are not afraid of death. You know it is just moving from one body, one room to another room. Srotram chakshus parshananja rasanam granamevacha adhishtaya manaschayam vishayan upasevate. The living entity, thus taking another grass body, obtains a certain type of ear, eye, tongue, nose, and sense of touch, which are grouped about the mind. He thus enjoys a particular set of sense objects. One more important secret he reveals here, Krishna reveals. Based on your engraved memories in causal body, based on your engrams in causal body, you will create new senses. Understand? You will create your eyes, ear, tongue, nose, and sense of touch, body, based on the engram which you have in the causal body. If your mind changes, your body also will change. That is why in Samudrika Lakshana, there is a science called Samudrika Lakshana in India. Just by seeing your body structure, they will tell everything about your mind. Because they know the secrets. How your mind changes the body. How your mind can change your whole body. Here Krishna says, living entity creates your Strotram, Chakshu, Sparshanam, Rajanam, Rasanam, Granam, Evacha. All the five senses are created by your mind. Please understand, not only every time you take birth, every day when you wake up from bed, your senses are recreated. If you can change your thoughts, I can assure within 6 months your face will change. Many people come and tell me, Swamiji, after I started meditating, in 2 months my face has changed. My whole body has changed. It has got a different grace now. Please understand, when you change your mind, really your body changes. You will have different grace in your being. Beauty comes by makeup. Grace comes by meditation. Beauty comes by medication. Grace comes by meditation. Beauty is different and grace is different. Grace is something which makes the other person pleasant, which makes him feel at home. Beauty is something like which tempts him, which makes him feel excited. Beauty creates rajas in other person. Grace creates sattva in other person. That's a beautiful example. In Tamil version of Ramayana, they say, when Sita entered the court of Janagaraja, all the kings and rishis, including Vasishta, stood up automatically. When Sita entered, see, Sita is goddess Devi today. We all worship her. But when she lived, she is after all a princess. There is no need for Vasishta to stand up. She is supposed to come and touch the feet of Vasishta, because Vasishta is a great rishi. But just because of her grace, not because of beauty. Beauty will not create respect in other person. Beauty will create only temptation in other person. Grace only can create respect in other person. She is so graceful. She is radiating grace. The moment she walked in, including Vasishta, everybody stood up and respected her. The being, inner being, the mind creates the body. Mind creates the body. I wanted to tell you an important thing. In Zen Buddhism, they say, when you walk, if grass does not die, if you don't create path on the lawn, you are qualified for sannyas. No, really. They live in small cottages, Zen monks. In front of whose cottage there is no pathway. In front of whose cottage the pathway is not created. He is considered to be spiritually evolved soul. They say, your feet should be, your walking should be so graceful, grass should not die. You should not kill the plants. I thought, how can it be possible? Just by the very weight, the grass will die. I was thinking, analyzing, till I went to one forest in Tamil Nadu. I went to a forest where they take you on the elephant safari. They will make you sit on the elephant and take you around. I went for that safari. They took me around, they made me sit on that elephant, and then the man who takes care of the elephant, Mahut, we call him Mahut. What do you say in English? All right, understand the word, same word, Mahut, that's all. This Mahut guy is walking. He is taking us for safari. We went round and suddenly it became dark. Of course, it became evening and dark. I asked him, now how will you go back? And this guy is neither having torch, nothing, or any flashlight. How will you go back? He said, no, Swamiji, I know the route because every day I walk, my path will be there. I have created a path by walking every day. I know how to go back. And I asked him, elephant doesn't create path. He said, no. Understand, elephant also walks with him. Both of them walk in the same path. Man creates path, elephant is not creating path. When elephant walks, grass is not dying. Plants are not dying. Then usually all the intellectual mind, next step it will go, no, elephant has got 4 legs. So the weight is distributed. Man has got only 2 feet. Too much of weight is concentrated. Then I started calculating. What is the square feet? 4 feet. What is the space which is touching the ground? And the weight of the elephant. And man's space, how much of space is touching the ground? And man's weight. After calculating, I understood 4 times more weight, more load is put by elephant on the ground. But elephant is not making the path. Man is making. Then, apart from the weight, apart from the pressure, something else is there. That is why Zen monks, they say, when you walk, you radiate your some engrams. You radiate your samskaras. If you carry the negative engrams, because man as such always carries violence. You can see, even when you walk casually near a garden, just pluck 1 leaf. You will pluck 1 leaf. And you will be slowly making it bit by bit, piece by piece. When you are standing, somebody walks, you should just pinch you and go. How you will feel? If he just cuts 1 finger and takes away and goes, how you will feel? You are doing the same thing. You are doing the same thing, but we are so insensitive. We are so insensitive, we don't understand what we are doing. And not only that, continuously carrying negative engram, weight. If you are feeling heavy near your stomach, always be very clear, you are carrying negativity in you. This is the area, navel. The Manipura chakra is the area. If you continuously feel heavy in that area, be very clear, you are carrying negativity. And that is nowhere related to obesity. There are people who are obese who will feel light within himself, within them. Inside they will feel light. There are people who are lean, but within them they will feel heavy. The feeling of heaviness is nowhere related to your weight. It is related to your inner space, mind. The person who doesn't feel heavy will never create path. Person who feels heavy, who carries negativity, will create path. That is why in Zen, when you walk on the grass, if grass doesn't die, you are qualified for sannyas. You are a spiritually evolved soul. Because you will be so graceful, you will not be against the nature. Human being is the only animal which went against the nature and who went away from the nature. Human being is the only animal who has gone away from the nature, who has lost the way, who is misguided, who has lost the nature. Here Krishna says, you create your body. Not only when you die, when you take birth, not only when you take new birth, every day morning when you get up, Every day you design your body. If you get up with the right thought, you will design the body to execute that thought. If you get up with some other thought, negative engrams, negative samskara, you will design the body to experience that samskaras. So, and he says, what type of sense objects you create, what type of senses you create, same type of sense objects you enjoy. Adhishtayam manaschayam vishayan upasevate. If you create the positive senses, you will enjoy the positive life. If you create the negative senses, you will enjoy the negative life. What type of senses you will create, that type of things will attract you. You will feel tasty with that things. 40-year-old man can never fall in tune with a 16-year-old girl. In India, I don't know about other countries. Because his taste is different. His maturity is different. Same way, if your senses are created by a positive samskaras, you can never feel attracted to the lower level desires. You can never feel attracted to a lower level sense objects. Your senses, how they are created, same way only your sense objects also will be there. Please understand, only your mind will help, only your mind can decide what type of problems you will create for you in your life. Because it is your senses which feels attracted to particular sense objects. If you create them with a strong, right, positive engrams, you will feel attracted only to the positive things. If you create them with the negative engrams, you will feel attracted naturally towards the negative things. Utkramandam stitam vabi punyananva gunanvitam vimudana pashyandi jnana chakshusha. Nicely. He finishes the whole thing with a beautiful punchline. The fools cannot understand. He nicely fires people. And Krishna must have been a person with a lot of, see, the word muda must have been a slang word in Sanskrit. It must have been slang word in Sanskrit. The foolish cannot understand how a living entity can quit his body, nor can they understand what sort of body enjoys under the spell of the modes of nature. But once one whose eyes are trained in knowledge can see all this. I always insist. Morning, when you get up from the bed, with what thought you get up, that thought is going to play a major role on the whole day, on your consciousness. Understand? Usually how we get up? The moment you feel you are awake, slowly you feel that you are in the body. First thought will be either the fear that you should go to office or the greed that you should do something. The moment that fear or greed comes, you just jump out of the bed and slowly with closed eyes you ask, hey, what is time? If they say 8:30, just you jump out of the bed. You catch this body with the thought of fear or greed. If you catch this body with the thought of fear and greed, please understand, you will create the senses which will again attract more and more fears and more greed. Please never get up from the bed with fear or greed. Have alarm. The moment alarm rings, it will be just 2-3 days practice. After that, it will become an automatic system in you. Just for 2-3 days, the moment you feel that you are awake, remember either your Ishta Devata or God or some spiritual things. If you are attached to some master, remember your Guru. If you are attached to some God, remember that God. Something spiritual. Please don't enter into your body through fear or greed gate. There are so many doors to enter into your body. Don't enter through fear gate or greed gate. Then you will create the body which will attract more and more fear and more greed. Morning, the first thought should be spiritual. Enter through the spiritual gate. Remember, some divine thing, some God or your master, and just say Namaskar. Oh God, you have given me one more life, one more day. Please be very clear. You are waking up just because of His grace. It is not that everybody who has gone to bed is waking up. It is not that everybody who has gone to bed is, they are waking up. No. Be grateful. You extended one more day. Extended stay. Just like extended stay America, we have to say extended stay planet Earth. Your every day is extended stay planet Earth. Please be very clear. Just be grateful for one day extension. So nice. You gave me one more day extension. Oh Lord, thank you. Let me come out and live in your world happily. One more day. Please be very clear. Don't think waking up is your birthright. No, it's a pure gift. It's a pure gift. It is not your birthright. Even your birth is not your right. What to speak about? Waking up. It's pure gift. Just feel grateful for that great gift and get up. When you wake up with the spiritual thought, whole day you will see, you will have that same consciousness, same kind of inner space. You can see practically. Morning, if you get up with an irritative mood, whole day you will carry the same mood. Because that samskaras, that engrams will stay with you till you again fall into the causal body. From causal body you get up and come out. When you reach the physical body, on the way, what samskaras you pick up? It's like a mall, that three bodies. Sattva, Rajas, Tamas. The pranic sarira, mental body and etheric body. From causal body you travel up to physical body. That time you see a big mall. Whatever you samskaras you pick up, based on that only you will design your physical body. Every day you recreate. If you want to see the reality, truth behind these words, just 21 days, get up with a spiritual thought. Today, go and take photograph of your face. Passport size photograph. 21 days, get up with a spiritual thought. With the remembrance of divine, you will see your eyes will be totally different. Your eyes will be totally different. And one more thing, when I say some word, I take responsibility for that. I know the truth behind this word. That is the reason I am explaining. Please be very clear. I am not giving you some theory. This is the science with which I worked. At least 100,000 people are regularly practicing the meditation techniques which I expressed from my experiences. I tell you from that authority, this is one of the ultimate, I can say, deeper level technique to transform your whole consciousness. Don't pick up tamasic, rajasic engrams. When you come out, if you pick up the greed or fear engrams, you will create the body which will radiate greed and fear. And in turn, you will attract the incidents, greed and fear in your life. When you get up, come out of causal body to physical body, pick up sattvic engrams, sattvic samskaras, peaceful, blissful memory. Remember some God, some Guru, something which gives you the spiritual thought come out. That is why our masters say, early morning when you get up, do meditate. Meditate a little bit. At least that first few seconds, your whole inner space will be new. So he says, only a person with knowledge can see the truth of this science. So now, whether you are a person with jnana chakshu or muda, only you have to decide. Here Krishna says, foolish cannot understand. Person with jnana chakshu can see the truth and understand. Now the whole truth is in front of you. It is up to you to be a muda or to become a person with knowledge eyes or jnana chakshu. It is now up to you. Let us pray the Parabrahma Krishna, ultimate energy, universal consciousness, cosmic intelligence, to give us all the experience of eternal consciousness and make us beings with jnana chakshu and establish us in eternal bliss, nitya ananda. Thank you. Krishna goes much further today to explain the deeper level samskaras, engraved memories. In the 14th chapter, he spoke about Gunatraya Vibhaga, the Sattva, Rajas and Tamas, 3 layers of Prana Sharira, Mana Sharira and Sukshma Sharira. Then next, yesterday, he spoke extensively about causal body in the Purushottama Yoga, how Urdhvamula Madaschagam Asvattam Brahuravyayam, how the roots of the tree is centered. Roots of the tree are in the physical world and the branches are in the causal world. That is why he says, Urdhvamula Madaschagam Asvattam Brahuravyayam Chandamsi Yasya Varnani Yastam Vedasa Vedavit. The roots are, usually the roots of the tree will be in the ground, under the ground, unknown space, and the leaves will be in the known area, known space. But this tree is opposite. The leaves are in the unknown space, the causal layer, the underground area. The roots are in the known space, conscious space, the physical world. And he explains the leaves are the Vedas, means the words which you are using continuously in your being. And he further explained how to remove the engraved memories in the causal layer and how to program the causal layer towards bliss, towards eternal consciousness. Now he goes one layer deeper, the cosmic layer. He speaks about the Daiva Asura Sampat, the qualities of divine and demon. Both, the beauty is both words have got same root. Of course, it is not accidental because both qualities are rooted in the same energy. Just a simple decision. When you choose the word you become divine. When you choose the word me, you become demon. That's all. same energy. Ramakrishna says beautifully, no energy can be destroyed. Your love can never be destroyed. It has to be turned. It has to be turned. There's one more beautiful example of Ramakrishna. He says, as long as the calf says aham, aham, the calf, as long as it says hum, hum, it has to work, suffer, and it will be beaten, all torture. Once it is killed, and out of that skin they will make a music instruments. When you beat that, it will start saying tumi, tumi, tum, tum. As long as it says aham, aham, it will have suffering. When it starts saying tum, tum, it will start singing the glory of divine. It will be used for divine purposes. Beautiful simile, beautiful example. Of course, I am not able to exactly translate in colloquial Bengali. He explains, as long as you have that idea, aham, aham, ami, ami, me, continuously, you will be done for yourself and for others. The moment the cognitive shift happens in you, you will be a blessing for yourself and for others. Here, in the causal layer, you have all the engraved memories. All the engraved memories are stored. But in the deeper level, in the cosmic layer only, you decide. You decide, you are me. Let me explain it in a small diagram where we take that decision. How usually our mind receives the data and processes, and how the cognitive shift can happen in our being. By now, I think all of you know the drawing. Just for the sake of newcomers, I'll give a simple explanation. You receive information through eyes. For example, this scene. The file goes to Chakshu. In the Chakshu, the whole file is converted into digital file. Whatever scene you are seeing, that is converted into a biosignal file so that the file can be processed. The file goes to Chitta. There the excluding process of neti, this is not happens. Where you understand this is not a tree, this is not a plant, this is not an animal. Then the file goes to mind. Mind starts identifying. This is it, this is it. This is a man. He is standing with a saffron robe. He is taking class. The idea comes. Then the file goes to Buddhi. Buddhi compares with your past experiences. Your past experiences with the person. For example, with me, if your past experiences are good, if you are happy, or your whatever you heard, if you feel positive, then the file, the Buddhi writes, yes. If you feel it is waste of time, or if you don't feel in tune with my ideas or the time which you spent, if it was not pleasant, then the Buddhi writes no. The file goes to ego. Then ego decides what is there for me, what way I am related, what gain I am going to get. If some way I am going to have a gain, ego says, yes, let us sit here and listen. And if there is no gain for me, if I am not going to be enriched, then ego naturally says no. Then according to the ego's instruction, you decide. Your body moves or sits. This is the way the process happens. This is the part where you choose what is there for me. Your vested interests come. Please understand, sometime the whole process will say, yes, I will have to sit. But this one spot will say, my vested interest is getting affected. Then you will never be able to sit. This whole thing may accept what you are doing. But if this one thing is not ready, the whole decision will be changed. And same way, if whole thing says no, if this one thing says yes, you will decide yes. Sometimes when we do something which is not moral according to the social standard or according to your understanding, according to whatever data you collected in your life, the data collected stays here, the samskaras or engrams. You have so many data, so many information. The data is available here. According to your data and the whole process, the final report comes no. But suddenly your ego feels, I get strengthened by doing this activity. Let me do it. So you simply decide to do that. You simply decide to do that. This is the place where you decide you are me. That's the only small difference. When you take the decision of you always radiate the divine qualities. When you take the decision of me, you always radiate the demonic qualities. Whatever strengthens your ego, please understand, even, let me be very clear, most of us sit here because it strengthens the ego. It strengthens the ego. Now you know much more than other person. You can go on, tell him, what do you know? Many times we sit and listen just for ego satisfaction. So if you sit and listen, even if it is Gita, if you sit and listen for ego satisfaction, be very clear, it is going to be only trouble for your being, no way it will be help. In the cosmic layer, this is the area you decide. If you decide with the attitude of you, the whole thing will become divine. If you decide with the attitude of me, the whole thing will become demon. And what you collected, see the engrams here, as such they are neither negative nor positive. The mind which is working here, as such it is neither negative nor positive. The chitta which is doing the process here, as such it is neither negative nor positive. So none of them are neither negative nor positive. Please be very clear, including the gunas. Even the tamas, by their quality, they are neither negative nor positive. There are so many enlightened masters. You cannot make any difference between them and laziness. You cannot make any difference. Raman Maharshi, throughout his life, he was sitting in one place, one city. He never moved out. But you can't say he was in tamas, because he never took any decision out of me. The whole process was happening, you as the center, not me. As such, whether the chitta or mind or samskara, you cannot tell they are bad or good. In the superficial layers, they are neither bad nor good. But the decision which you make in the cosmic layer, in the deeper layer, that only makes them as good or bad. Please understand, passion and compassion are one and the same. Passion and compassion are one and the same. When you decide based on me, it is passion. When you decide based on you, it is compassion. We need to understand an important thing. Whenever it is passion, it will be strong in our being. But when it becomes compassion, it will not have that much of intensity. Means, be very clear, your compassion is also just a pseudo expression. Maybe for name and fame's sake, not for anything else. If you don't have that intense compassion, the way in which you experience passion, with the same intensity, if you don't experience compassion, be very clear, all your activities are purely out of ego. Including this Gita Jnana, can become ego when the decisions are taken out of I and me. If the decisions happen out of you, not this Gita Jnanenga, even ordinary activity which you do in your life can become divine. See, we don't have to work on the doing, we need to work on the being. Doing can never lead you to anything. As long as you believe doing can lead you to ultimate, you are called karmagan, the person with karma. It is called Puramimamsa. Only when you understand the being can lead you to the ultimate, you are called Uttaramimamsi. In Vedas, there are two major portions. People who believe in doing, people who believe in being. People who believe in transforming the being, they are called Vedantis. People who believe the transformation ultimate can be achieved by doing, they are called Karmagandis. They continuously believe in doing. Of course, ultimate can be achieved only by working on the being, not on the doing. If you try to work on the doing, either you will suppress or express. Either you will suppress or express. Continuously you will be fighting with yourself. Nothing else will be achieved. A man who can transform his being, only he can achieve the ultimate. Whether demon or divine, it is decided only on that one point. When you receive the data, process it and deliver the result or command, how the command is delivered, what is the center from which the command comes out. The command comes out thinking this one statement, what is there for me? What is there for me? What is there for me? Whatever you may do, including meditation, it will be only ego satisfying. Many people come and ask me, Swamiji, at some point I felt such a deep ecstasy in meditation, such beautiful bliss in meditation, but suddenly within 2 hours it disappeared. It never came back. Why, Swamiji? How to have it back? Please understand, the bliss itself is choicelessness. When you are absent, you experience bliss. The moment you want it back, the moment you choose bliss, already you have chosen. The moment you choose, you will always choose suffering. All choices are suffering. And bliss is choicelessness. The moment you want to grab it, the moment you want to have it, when you are blissful, you allowed the bliss to possess you. The moment you want to possess the bliss, you will make it as suffering. When you want to possess, you wanted that to strengthen your ego. The decision is from you. Decision is from me. The attitude, me. The attitude, me decides. The moment the attitude, I and mine, me, when that decides to destroy the bliss, you can no more be divine. When you are in blissful, you just set a capital letter no to me, the me idea. Just you are relaxed in the you idea. The moment you wanted to possess the bliss, you said yes to your me idea. Please understand, I have to use this me and you word properly. You need to understand that me and you word properly. When I use the word me, I mean ego. When I use the word you, I mean the whole existence. When you are not there, whatever is there is existence. When you are not there, whatever is there is divine. You make demon by bringing the idea me in you. The moment you bring the idea me, whatever is demon. The moment the me idea is removed, whatever is divine. With me idea, whatever you do, whether it is meditation or rituals or whatever, receiving the knowledge, learning, everything will only strengthen the ego. Anything done with idea of me to improve the me naturally will lead to more and more ignorance and dukkha. Anything done with the idea of you, anything will naturally become divine and will lead to bliss. Pravritti, nivritti. Nivritti is centered on the idea of you. Pravritti is centered on the idea of me. Whatever you do out of me, it will lead to pravritti. Whatever you do with the idea of you, it will lead to nivritti. As long as you feel this is your boundary, here your boundary ends and here the universe starts, you will be continuously fighting with existence. You will be continuously fighting with nature. You will be continuously fighting with the whole. Please be very clear. Part can never succeed when you fight with the whole. When it fights with the whole. Continuously, whatever you think, speak and do based on the one idea, me, it will lead to more and more complications, more and more dukkha. Here, Krishna starts explaining beautifully the nature of demonic nature and divine nature. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha. Again, throughout this chapter, only Bhagavan speaks. In the first chapter, only Arjuna is speaking. Bhagavan is silent. Means completely is expressing his ego. Almost the catharsis is happening. He is mad, confused. He is just vomiting, quoting all the morality, whatever he learned, quoting everything, he is speaking. Slowly, he comes down to the next level. He is allowing the Bhagavan to speak and the conversation is happening. First, he is expressing him, not letting Bhagavan speak. Then he comes down to the level of conversation. Bhagavan also speaks, he is also speaking. Then he comes to the level of little more listening. Now, practically he is silent. In the 15th chapter and 16th, both the chapters, he is silent. He is not uttering a single word. That's what I told. No questions, only doubts. All the questions have disappeared. Now only small doubts. Means he is asking for more tips, more clarification, more understanding. Bhagavan Uvacha Abhayam Sattva Samsuddhir Jnana Yoga Vyavastitihi Dhanam Tamascha Yanyascha Swadhyayastava Arjavam Ahimsa Satyam Akrodas Yagas Santirabaysunam Taya Budesh Paloluptam Mardavam Hrira Chapalam Tejatshama Drudis Saucham Adroho Nadimanitaha Bhavanti Sambadam Daivim Abhijadasya Bharata. Let me give you the translation. Bhagavan says, fearlessness, purification of the being, cultivation of spiritual knowledge, charity, and centered on the being, performance of sacrifice and accumulating knowledge, austerity, simplicity, non-violence, truthfulness, freedom from anger, renunciation, tranquility, aversion to fault finding, compassion for all living entities, freedom from covetousness, gentleness, modesty, steady determination, vigor, forgiveness, fortitude, cleanliness, and freedom from envy and from the passion for honor. These transcendental qualities, O son of Bharata, belong to divine men endowed with divine nature. Now, when you listen all these things with the attitude of me, usually what we do? Start practicing all these things. Start practicing all these qualities. Be very clear. If you start practicing all these qualities, one thing is sure, you will become mad. You will become mad. Nothing can be done. Because you will be fighting with yourself. You will be controlling your senses to strengthen your ego. When you try to understand all these things, when you try to understand all these ideas with your attitude of me, I, you will start practicing them to strengthen the idea of me, to strengthen yourself as a better being. Again and again, masters prove. Masters are not better beings. They are totally transformed beings. Better beings are different. Transformed beings are different. The other day I was telling you that lion and sheep lion story. The story told by Vivekananda. Beautiful story. In that story, the sheep lion, he doesn't want to realize he's lion. He just wanted to be a good, strong sheep. He's asking the lion to give some technique for becoming a strong sheep. Same thing. If you straight away start practicing all these things, you may have little strong ego. Understand, that is why all these so-called tapasvis, people who repress themselves, will have a strong ego. Will have very strong ego. People who do tapas, people who repress themselves, you can see very clearly they will be radiating ego. Because they are doing all these things to strengthen. When you do all these things, naturally you will strengthen your ego. You will strengthen your ego. When you are completely blissful, relaxed, then if austerity happens, if tapas happens in you, you will never expect others also to do tapas. I have seen so many sannyasis, especially in India, continuously they blame the householders. Continuously they blame them. You don't do this, you don't do that, you are not right, you are not pure, you are sinner. The problem is, when you suppress, when you force yourself to do tapas, you are continuously burning inside. So naturally, sometimes you yourself get the doubt whether you are in the right path or what you are doing. Is it right? You get the doubt. Naturally, what we think, we have to do something. The doubt is coming up. Let us make others guilty. When you make others guilty that they are not doing right thing, you feel now, yes, what you are doing is right. When you make others feel guilty that they are not right, you feel you are right. When you see when you suppress, when tapas is done by force, you naturally expect others also to do that. If they don't do, you create guilt in them, and by creating guilt in them, you wanted them to come to you and confess. When that happens, you feel more and more strong. Tapas is supposed to happen out of joy and bliss. Just as a natural thing, anything done by force is not going to help you. It will neither help you nor it will help the society. I have seen so many people doing tapas like Ravana. Ravana did tapas, but all his power, it never helped him or others. He has become demon for himself, and for others. He was killing others. Finally, he has destroyed himself. Because the tapas is from the attitude of me. What is there for me? To strengthen the I and mind. The whole thing happened to strengthen the I and mind. Please understand, whatever you do, whether it is studying the spiritual scriptures, or the charity, or social service, or the spiritual things, or puja, or meditation, whatever you do, to strengthen the I and me will always lead to suffering. It will lead to suffering. The instinct to survive, an instinct to possess is what I call me. Me means instinct to survive. Instinct to possess, instinct to survive is I. Instinct to possess is mine. Person who understands both are illusions. You cannot have the instinct to survive. Whatever you may have, you cannot survive. Please be very clear. The instinct to survive is pure illusion. At the most, you can survive as you think yourself 70, 80 years. 70, 80 years you can be alive as you think you are. How you visualize yourself. In that form, in that way, you can be alive maximum 70 to 80 years. But the instinct to survive tries to extend it, tries to make the life as eternal. Naturally, you are walking towards suffering. As long as you carry the instinct to survive, please be very clear, again and again and again, you will be hurting yourself. You will be hurting yourself. Just today morning, I was talking to an ashramite. She was complaining to me that she is hurt even by a small words which comes from others. She was telling, I am too sensitive, Swamiji. I said, stop that word. You are not sensitive. A real sensitive person will be porous. He will allow the words to pass through him. Only arrogant people get hurt. If you are hurt, please be very clear, you are arrogant. You are strong like a stone. That is why words come and hit you and you are hurt. If you are sensitive, porous, you will just let the words pass you. You will just let the words pass you. You will never suffer. Suffering is always from arrogance, never from sensitivity. Person who is sensitive will never suffer. Because you will just allow the words to pass you. You will not stop them.